come at me, they're not missed. And,
Why am I hearing Josh?
Ralph getting angry. But then this act.
I was gonna get extra mad. I thought it was like a suspicious Ralpha Male equivalent guy.
It's really fun.
Then I was gonna get pissed. Wait,
Different now.
That's the horse on the phone there. The horse.
my soul came out of my throat and flew out. I heard the Ralpha Male, and I almost died. You heard it. Holy shit. You gotta listen on his own stream. People are scared of me. Play the clip. That's how they sound when they hear the Ralpha Male talk.
I haven't looked at chat in a while because I'm focusing on this level, but when I look, I hope everyone's kissing my ass and saying sorry, or I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah, it's too late, you know, my thumb was stuck on the floor, and...
I'm throwing, I'm jumping off, I'm literally jumping off.
30% chance of precipitation.
Do it!
So maybe.
He had to go
Marvels
left
of
side to get
modern
around this. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Right side.
get back in here.
Bitch!
Thanks for falling for me. Come on, I still.
Woo! Look at that shit.
Half the squad are gone. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Hello, hello. Welcome all to another swollen __ Dingus stream in the early evening. Big ups to Jezzy51, the first person here, with the trick-or-treat redeem, stealing treats from everyone. The Juz Burglar is at it again. Hello, Golem. We're back. We're back once again to the Splatlands. We have Splatoween. Splatoween is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, this weekend. So we're gonna go ahead and play a few sets tonight, and then we'll be back at it again tomorrow with something completely different. Swolloween continues. Let's go ahead and see what's going on. I still gotta pick my team too. Man, remember when Dingus used to stream all the time this early? I remember that too. We'll watch some videos on this stream too. I got a lot to catch up on. Why aren't they in costume for the transmission here? What would you be in a fantasy world is the topic for this weekend. We have Wizard, Knight, and ninja. I don't really know how ninjas are supposed to be scary. I suppose they are fantastical. Let's see. I got no clue who won the sneak peek. We're nearing halftime too, so Tricolor is about to unlock. Oh shit, we're in the lead. Okay, start off with some bonus points. It's cool to see. Where am I gonna suffer this evening? Mincemeat, Bargle and Dime, Pro, Hammerhead, and Shipshape. Hey, Pop-Tart. Welcome to Swolloween, celebrating Splatoween. I was supposed to play Medieval yesterday and finally finish it, but I got distracted by Ann's super cool, positive 24-hour stream that he never actually finished. I guess it's put on hold due to the fact that his ISP is terrible. It's very unfortunate. But check it out. Check out the decor. Like, what do we got going on here? Look at all the artwork. Ninjas are better than pirates? Oh yeah, because this is in reference to the version of the Splatfest from Splatoon 2, I think it was? Or it could be 1. Wait, is that Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh my god, that is! Is that actual sprite work from one of the early games? The Game Boy Color, I think? Happy Splatoween! Go ninjas! Ah! Ninjas don't go arg! Pirates go arg! Everyone's jamming out! Is that... what the fuck do they call? Is that Delta Rune? We got Meta Knight. That's cool. You know what? I like that. Give that a fresh. But yeah, you're right. This is another humdinga of a stream. I can't help but agree with you. I'm gonna pick wizards because, as we all know, all wizards achieve true wizardom at age 30, assuming they're still virgins. You know, I still got a ways to go. Isn't that the long-standing meme? Hey, it's Luigi. Is that Bouette? You know what? I like Luigi. That gets a big Ouija moment from me. Who is that? Is that from Nightmare Before Christmas? I think it is. Oh my god, it's Marie as a wizard. We gave that a yeah. Give that a yeah. Shiver as a wizard. Shiver's the ultimate wizard, of course. Ninja Kirby. Give that a yeah for Sarah. He protect, he attack. He booyah back. He booyah back. Booyah back is cringe Reddit behavior. Almost as cringe as this. I feel like ever since they disconnected linking your Nintendo account to Twitter due to Elon Musk man, I think that cut down on all the pornography that got posted to the Meverse style messages. I'm seeing less like cringe and more like actual good artwork. I guarantee the two are connected. Alright, let's go pick a team. Obviously, in a fantasy world, I would be a wizard. Even like beyond just having the support Shiver. Of the three, being a mage is the most fantastical option. It would be the one, it's the most fun option, in my opinion. Being a knight is too basic. And ninjas just don't fit a medieval fantasy realm. I'm gonna be honest with you. Next thing, we're gonna check for clothes, of course. See what's on the menu. So likely I have everything purchased. Yeah. Oh wait, we got some stuff here. Udon noodles? No, I really do have everything. There's still some weapons I'm missing. I've no-lifed this game, I don't know, at least for 2 years at this point since launch. I still don't have every weapon in the game. Thank you, Nintendo. As far as, yeah. Okay, I thought I was level 99 player level. I guess I really did improve from last season. Guess I had forgotten about that. Okay, I do have a catalog currently. New content stopped last season, so that's why I haven't been doing any grind streams. The final grand finale, grand festival, Splatfest Was it last month at this point? I think it was. That was like the last big finale. The last hoorah for the game, content-wise. Everything past that point is going to be reused content, with the exception of the big, we'll say quarterly festivals. So Splatoween, Frosty Fest, Spring Fest, and the new Summer Nights. Those 4 are going to have new themes, but everything else is going to be like just reused. So the battle passes and whatnot. This is good news. It means I don't have to chain my life to the game anymore and do non-stop 12-hour grind streams that put everyone to sleep. But I thought I would at least check out the Splatfest because it's a new theme. Speaking of new theme, whoa! I got some new items. We got some spooky music too for the lobby. Oh, I already have one. Whatever. Keep that as is. Oh, what do we got? It's a banner. Oh yeah, they brought back the spooky patterns. It's like I'm shooting out green sludge. I'm using the NZEP 89 right now. Do I want to switch the rare dingus weapon swap? I got my Splatfest tee though. I'm not gonna be able to swap it out. Guess these are new clothing items I didn't try on yet. I got this Hyunshi hat. These are for, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, the Jianpiangs? It's what do they call it, a yokai? You see them all the time in like cartoons and shit. I like the shades. Got the anglerfish mask. Hey, this looks like that mask that GPM bought. I got little devil horns. Pickups Coggers. Dingus famous streamers are already playing Seru's Resident Evil mod. Is that so? One of them named Ann Lee. I hear he's like a partnered streamer guy. Are you going out recommending the mod to famous all-star streamer style people? I mean, it makes sense, right? That it would inevitably catch the attention of people with the semi-decent amount of popularity that are aware of the people featured in the mod. That's not too surprising. I want to put on something festive. Maybe put on a little devil horns. What did I have? Okay, I had all sub up. Didn't expect FN Wesker to play it. He's a well-known dude in the RE-verse. RE2 Bioran Randomizer playing as DSP Darkside Phil. New character add-ons. 36 people watching now, 59 minutes ago. Wow, the chat is actually familiar with some of the memes. Oh, that's cool to see. Yeah, they're talking about the fappening. Casuals who only recognize him as being the guy who jerked off on stream like 8 years ago. Bleh. At this point, DSP himself should play it. I think Seru would appreciate it too. A big up seal. Okay. What was I doing? Okay, I gotta re-roll. No, wait, I gotta add abilities, then reroll. Just add some stuff that I'm never gonna use. And then we'll actually get into a match. We need Slater to tell him about it and someone to help him through the Bioran program. Oh yeah, it's a mod, so you have to actually, you know, mod it. You'd have to go to his house and actually help him. Got a tall glass of Mr. Pibb here. I'm ready to help my team lose. Okay, now we can re-roll. See if we get something good. Now this I'm gonna keep after the event, so I would prefer stuff that isn't trash. Let's go gambling. Oh my god, that's awful. At least in my opinion it is. Let's go gambling. He praised that soon. We're participating in the Splatoon 3 Splatoween Halloween event for Swolloween. That's a lot of weens. There's more weens than A-logs, but I'm fine. I just want one sub up. Can I get one sub up? Where's my reward? Well, I can do this all day, buddy. I got 124 of these. 123. I still get chunks out of this, so it's not bad. Okay, main up is pretty good. What did I have for my other outfits? Damn, can't even see. Why did they never fix this? Like, I get it, I can't change my shirt because of the event. At least let me see what abilities I had. What do we want to do? Ink recovery, special weapon. We'll put one of these. Put another one of these. That was 20 chunks just to do that. 30 for a third one. I guess I'll keep swim speed up. I'm gonna be slightly weaker because I'm taking off the headphones. But maybe the Splat Tea will make up for it because it's on ability doubler. That'll be my coat. Hey, Corono. Yeah, this stream is just to fuck with people's streaks. Team Knight just won 100 times battle. Disappointing to see. Where's my team at? Foil Squeezer. Do I really want to go back to Foil Squeezer hell? Dude, I'm nowhere near 5-star. Alright, we'll try Foil Squeezer. Alright, now I have some contentious videos to watch, and we're gonna start watching them. Some stuff that's been put on the back burner due to the festivities of Swolloween. We're starting with a, we'll say a classic. It's been demanded that I take a look at this. It's none other than our good friend Synthetic Man, who's put out his video review for Silent Hill 2 Remake at last, and it may not be the only Silent Hill 2 Remake review that I watched today. So let's take a look.
Gaming.
I was waiting until I actually finished the remake to check this out. But it's entitled Gaming is Dying and Remakes Are Killing It.
Is dying and remakes are killing it.
See?
It's been a long time since I've made a video like this. It feels like the video game industry has been dying so long, I've become completely apathetic to it. Basically, every franchise I cared about 10 years ago is either dead or some twisted, disgusting abomination barely resembling what it used to be. The AAA industry especially has become completely creatively bankrupt. You barely see any new IPs anymore.
Oh my god, I'm starting on a
it's
10 times
obviously
battle.
been
Fuck
cooked
off.
up in some DEI lab specifically
Yeah, I hate
just to get
DEI.
funding from BlackRock. Concord obviously being the biggest example, one of the biggest flops in video game history, but also Dustborn, which released right around the same time, and Flintlock less than 6 months ago now, though I doubt any of you even remember what that game is. And so, because the industry
I remember
can't
him
produce any
playing
new
Flintlock.
ideas that actually make
Can't
money,
tell you anything
we are
about
now
it.
living through the age of remakes, or more accurately, demakes. The corpses of all of your favorite games you grew up with are now being paraded around
that
on
was pretty good.
twisted puppet strings. And we're supposed to look at this and just say nothing. We're supposed to be happy that more people can get to experience the great games we grew up with. Why would I be happy that my favorite game has been butchered by people who never touched the original and missed the fucking point? Why should I be happy that people who didn't even care enough to set up an emulator and download a ROM
Oh,
now
dang
will
it.
blindly
During the
blow
10 times battle?
$70 on a game
Sad.
they won't even finish since they didn't care enough to try it in the last 20 years, and are further contributing to the death of the video game industry? I'm supposed to be happy about that, apparently. If you asked me to name 5 games that should never get remade, Silent Hill 2 undoubtedly would be one of them. Not because the game is aged perfectly. Obviously, it's a bit rough around the edges in certain ways, as a lot of PS2 titles are. But Silent Hill 2 is truly a piece of art. It is a game that you play for the story. Now, normally I am a gameplay is king guy, but it's obvious to anyone who's played the original game that the gameplay was in service to the story, not the other way around. And it's not like Silent Hill 2 is a movie game. No, it's still mostly gameplay. It's just that the complete survival horror game experience mainly served to immerse you in the hell that is Silent Hill. There's so many aspects of Silent Hill 2 I knew wouldn't translate well to a mod.
Silent Hill 1 is rough around the edges. It needs a remake more than 2, TBH. I like the aesthetic of 1, but I haven't played it in a while. Maybe one of these days I'll probably go back to it.
Remake. The most obvious one being the surreal dreamlike atmosphere, and it's obviously one of the biggest things that the remake butchered. The weird voice acting that was obviously done by inexperienced actors. The phenomenal soundtrack that enhanced every minute of the game, and I am not exaggerating. I truly believe Silent Hill 2 is one of the greatest OSTs of all time. And of course, it's just the nature of the story itself, of the people who are suffering in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 covers a lot of controversial subjects. When I heard Bloober Team would be essentially censoring things for the modern audience, this was the thing I worried about the most. And
yeah, you can lose tricks. I mean, you can lose streets.
Consultancy group called
Massive
Hit
L.
Detection, yes, Sweet Baby isn't the only one, worked on this game, and one of its writers,
cringe.
Jacob Geller,
We
hates
hate Sweet
gamers
Baby.
and thinks the world would be a better place if we all died. Is it any wonder why Angela looks like Mulder from X-Files? And Maria has a giant fucking man jaw that puts James to shame. A YouTuber I used to watch years ago called The Gaming Brit Show recently made a video
we saw his
talking
video
about
on
how
stream.
horrible this remake culture is, and the video is fantastic. Despite being only 6 minutes long, I think it pretty thoroughly covered the problem with modern game remakes, and I have to agree with every single point, especially the one about how video games are not treated as art. When movie remakes are announced, they are often met with disgust, because you are taking someone's artistic vision and you are twisting it to try and fit it to modern audiences or just to make a quick buck, and they almost always
What do you
suck
mean Ann
anyway.
never got it
But
running?
for
He was
some
playing it this
reason, when
morning.
video game remakes get announced,
I guess you weren't
people
there
get
for it.
excited. And who are these people? They're the fucking normies who can't stand to play any game more than 10 years old because they have bad graphics or janky controls, which are basically just a bunch of different ways of saying they hate uniqueness. They want
I'm
every
always
single
busy
fucking
Saturday. Well,
game
you
to
have
be
been
The Last
hereby
of Us,
debunked.
a cinematic, over-the-shoulder, third-person shooter with the same goddamn mechanics, because that's what the Silent Hill 2 remake is. At first I was thinking, oh, this was obviously inspired by the Resident Evil 2 remake, which it is, but realistically, it plays like The Last of Us. Fucking Silent Hill plays like an action cinematic slop game. And again, I'm supposed to say this is awesome because, oh, the combat was terrible in the original game. Yeah, because the combat wasn't the fucking point. All of you goddamn tourists who have never played a survival horror game, you don't play those games because the shooting is fun.
The tourists!
It's resource management. And the tank controls are janky on purpose, is to make the player feel weak so that you're afraid. Past the 2-hour
Is
mark,
it-
I
is
was
it really
never
on
scared again
purpose?
in the Silent Hill 2 remake.
It's more of a case
because
of
you fight the same
it's
three
enforced
goddamn
upon them
enemy
because
types
of limitations
for the
of the
entire
time.
fucking game. I killed almost 300 enemies in Silent Hill 2. There was one line in the Gaming Bridge Show video that perfectly encompassed my feelings about all these people who play these remakes and love them and then pretend to be fans.
Nobody who's seen the 1989 Little Mermaid cartoon would claim to have an understanding of the 1837 fairy tale. Yet today, remakes do seem to be sold as a way to catch up on something missed. So if you play SH2 Remake, don't kid yourself into thinking you've experienced Silent Hill 2. If that statement sounds at all offensive, I'm not sorry, because it's just a statement of fact.
As you can imagine, a lot of tourists...
That guy did make a video promoting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before it came out. Though after the fact, when he got critique for that video about Silent Hill 2, and I mean, obviously he holds the game close to his heart. He considers it a masterpiece, probably his favorite game of all time. After he got some flack for doing the Rebirth video and then coming out with that video, he said it doesn't count because Rebirth is actually a sequel, which, you know, I only saw up to what DSP played in Rebirth. So I've seen some cultural osmosis discussion on it too, which seems to support the idea that it's like a completely different experience. It's a completely different game. It doesn't even count as a remake. But regardless, he did receive some heat for his opinions, representing a perceived hypocrisy.
Were upset by this video. Some people even claiming that not everyone is tech savvy enough to work an emulator to play the original game. By no stretch of the imagination am I a tech wizard. All you have to do is watch my streams, and there's a very good chance you'll see some obvious tech issue that I wasn't aware of because I've never been a computer guy. I got Visual Boy Advance to work on my shitty laptop when I was 12 years old.
Hey, me
and you're
too.
telling me grown-ass men and women can't spend
Played
5
Pokemon
minutes
Red
learning
with
how to
it.
use an
And
emulator?
Blue.
Then the truth
And
is,
Yellow.
you just
And
don't
Gold, Silver,
care,
Crystal.
okay? So if you don't care about these games, about these franchises, why are you trying so hard to fit in? Why are you arguing with people who actually do care about these franchises? There's been a lot of gaslighting over the past 10 years about whether or not people were bullied for liking video games. Well, let me tell you, I absolutely was an outcast. Up until I was around 14 or 15 years old, nobody in my school talked about video games except for the nerds. And while I was certainly never shoved into any locker or whatever cliche 80s movie BS, I can tell you for a fact people didn't like me. And then by the time I graduated high school, everyone
Do you think it was solely
playing video
because you
games.
played video
Of course,
games?
it was the generic normie slop like Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed. But the point still stands. The same people who thought I was a weirdo for talking
They
about
still
video
do.
games all the time now desperately want to be included in our club. And it's fucking pathetic. The sad fact of the matter is that we are vastly outnumbered and have been for about a decade at this point. All you have to do is
I
take
get
a look
where
at
he's
any
going
of
with
my
this.
numerous hot take videos, which are me just giving my honest opinion. I think most modern AAA games are overrated by both critics and audiences alike, though I suspect a lot of that audience is simply following whatever their favorite e-celeb is telling them to think.
Yeah,
Not
guys,
to
follow
mention
only
the
what I
untold
say about
amount of
video games.
Political activists that get
Don't think for
upset
yourself.
every time I point out the propaganda people like them are putting in video games. Now, in spite of what I just said, although hardcore gamers are an extreme minority, it's obvious given all of the woke game bombs this year, especially Concord being the biggest example of all time, that normie gamers aren't tolerating progressive ideology shoved into video games, at least not when it's incredibly blatant and obvious. But for one reason or another, I don't know if it's just because these people aren't smart enough, or they don't care to look for the signs, or they just turned off the pattern recognition.
Oh yeah, well,
parts
Concord's
of
what
their
happens
brain.
when you get
They
too blatant
can't
with
seem
it,
to
right?
notice
They
when
gotta
there
do it
is
in moderation.
subliminal messaging or censorship, and I think this Silent Hill 2 remake is a perfect example of that. It's just close enough to the original
Same with
that
Dustborn.
even fans of the game, I say fans in quote, the super fans obviously could dissect this to pieces, and I'm going to be doing a bit of that myself in
We're
this
gonna watch a
video.
super fans
But
review
to the
after
casual
this.
fan who only ever played the game like one time 20 years ago, this seems like at least a semi-faithful remake, ugly women aside. And that's exactly the point of
I
this
thought they
remake.
were ugly
to be
back
just
then,
close
too.
enough to the original that if you squint, it's like nothing changed except the gameplay. The truth is, this remake is not being made for the fans. It's being made for this new modern audience that doesn't exist, and for the normie casual gamer who never actually gave a fuck about the game, who probably watched a YouTube walkthrough like a decade ago, or listened to their favorite E-celeb talk about it and how much they loved it, and were excited to play it without all those
excited Silent Hill 2 fan, excited to play it for the first time.
There's this great meme passed around years ago that describes this situation perfectly. Earthbound fan excited to play the game for the first time.
Look, he referenced the same
meme.
meme.
That isn't the same fucking thing as this. Silent Hill 2 fan excited to play it for the first time. Because over the past 20 years, its story has been spoiled more than probably any other game except BioShock's. Everyone knows the twist. There are hundreds,
I don't know
if not
BioShock's twist.
thousands of video essays that have been
I do
created
not know the
on
big
YouTube
twist about BioShock.
Silent Hill 2. And now, these people who didn't actually give a fuck but remember the name and its amazing reputation are gonna sit down and play this butchered remake and think it's the greatest fucking thing ever. And I don't even know why I'm saying this as if it hasn't already happened. The overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, the shilling from whitelisted grifter YouTubers who just want to parrot whatever the public opinion is on something. It's obvious that all the people who bought and played this game, and even a shit ton who haven't and never will, have already decided this is a great remake, at least until they forget it ever came out a month from now. And look, as my rage...
Well, as he mentions there, if it's truly great, it's something that people are going to be talking about for years to come, right? People still talk about Resi 2 Remake in the now, and that's, what, coming up on the 5-year anniversary, I think? Well, that was a genuinely good remake. Well, I think most people would agree. You know, they disagree when it comes to, like, Resi 3. Resi 4 certainly had its detractors, as it were. You know, we'll see if it's the case with Silent Hill 2. Or if it was a case of just shills aggressively defending what they feel is a suitable replacement for the game that came out in 2001. Now, you already know what I think about it. I think it's a competent enough game. I don't think it's better than the original, nor do I think it's a replacement. I do think it's a suitable enough game. But does it deliver on the vision and the concept of Silent Hill 2? Can you say you've really played Silent Hill 2 if you've only played the remake? Well, I don't want to be the one to make any judgment calls, but I would recommend that you at least try out the original, you know, to give you that compare and contrast, and then you'd be able to come up to that determination on your own if the remake is better or not, or even if it's just truly a good enough alternative for you to play to experience the plot. Yeah, that's what I would say. At least play the original to make up your mind. I know there are a lot of hurdles to that, thanks to Konami, when it comes to like accessibility, making games available. Just emulate, dude. Yes. So says me, the guy who hates emulating. There's also a as an actual PC version now. Now it's a bit outdated, but there are like enhanced edition mods for it. Basically, you can make it happen. But try out the OG. You know, finish it. It's not that long. And then if you still want to play the remake, you can play the remake, and then decide for yourself if the remake was truly a great adaptation. Because that's what I feel a more appropriate word would be. Not remake or replacement, adaptation. The same way a movie based off a book comes out, they call it an adaptation.
Began to subside a couple days after I first recorded this segment. I realized that I should make it clear that I don't think this is a bad game on any level. I never give games a numerical score in my reviews because it always brings up the debate on how exactly you should rate a game out of 10. Some people think it should be based
we
on
had trouble
some
doing
nebulous
that,
idea
rating the
of
remake out of 10.
Average quality of a
There's too
game
much,
released today, meaning that a 5 out of 10 in 2024 is way worse than a 5 out of 10 in 2004, which I just personally think is idiotic. Me, I treat it more as a grading scale, right? So the average quality of the game is probably more likely between 6 and 7. And the reason I bring this up is because I do think that the Silent Hill 2 remake is definitely an above average quality game. It's probably one of the best games that's come out this year, but that doesn't matter. Silent Hill 2, the original one anyway, is one of the greatest games ever made. I would give it a 10 out of...
Yeah, I know they're doing that with Castlevania, but they haven't done that with Silent Hill 2 or Bomberman, and even the number of Bomberman. There was a wellspring of Bomberman games they have the rights to. They've just not re-released, not even on NSO, even though a lot of those were exclusive to Nintendo consoles. Good to see with Castlevania. I know they're doing it also with the Metal Gear games, but it should really just go all around, right?
10 based on what the game is trying to accomplish, aka tell a depressing story about a man who's so stricken with guilt that he basically erases his own memory and is drawn into Silent Hill, which is basically his personal purgatory or hell. And it's one of the few times I think the gameplay and the cutscenes work perfectly in tandem to enhance the experience. Whereas with this remake, a lot of the soul, the passion, the effort is lost, and it just kind of feels like any other cinematic slop game that you've played in the past 10 years. This doesn't feel like a unique experience anymore. I'll admit I didn't do the best job in the world describing why that is the case in the review section of this video, but there's some things that are just too hard to describe. You have to play the two versions back to back to see how a lot of the
part is called soul
style
synthetic,
has been
all
toned
caps,
down and
soul.
made much more generic, and it's hard to say if that's
Also
just a
known as the
consequence
je ne
of
sais quoi.
modern realistic graphics losing a lot of that beautiful early 3D era style that
Boomer hating the new
consumers
thing.
and casual gamers
I don't think he's
who didn't
wrong
grow up
about
with them
too much at
really
this
seem
point.
to despise for some reason. I have a lot of nostalgia for PS1 and early PS2 graphics, and I think Silent
See,
Hill
at least he
2
admits his biases
absolutely
here.
made the most
I got
out
that
of those
same nostalgia.
limitations. However, again, I'm
Yeah, no
not
problem
going to
admitting that.
praise the remake very much in this review, but I do think it is a perfectly competent game. The reason that there's so much rage in this video is because there are people seriously trying to claim that they played the original and think this is the better game. If you sincerely believe that, you were never a Silent Hill 2 fan. So yeah, if I was being completely honest, if this was ever pretending to be a fair review at any point, I'd probably give this a 7.5. But am I supposed to praise a remake?
I would say the most frustrating element about that sect of people is the people who claim they're fans because they watched a playthrough or they watched their favorite e-celeb do a stream of it. So they're familiar with the game on a surface level. But they haven't actually played it themselves, and they've gate-kept themselves, like they've self-gate-kept themselves from trying out the game for themselves because of, you know, accessibility, you know, it's not available on modern platforms, or they don't want to emulate, or they're too scared of it, or they don't get it, they don't want to do it, it's too old. This is the most unfortunate one. It's either too old for them, ancient controls, bad controls, but they still like the story enough from the playthroughs they've watched and live streams they've seen of their favorite e-celeb playing it, so they consider themselves a fan at that aspect, yet they're not enough of a fan to try it out for themselves. Yet in the same breath, they consider it like a masterpiece, they consider it a work of art. But is it really a work of art when you're treating it like that? You say, oh, it's like, it's bad. It needs to be remade so we can polish this up. You know, we were talking about that when I was playing the remake, where people want to consider games to be works of art. You know, why can't people take games seriously? Games can be, you know, works of art. But then you go at it and you say these games are out of date and they're clunky. Nobody wants to play old games anymore. Well, how do you want games to be accepted as like more than what they are, as a true work of art, and then you denigrate it by calling it outdated? Like art as a visual medium should never be outdated. Like, that's like calling the Mona Lisa outdated. We need to update it for modern audiences. So how can you want it to be art, but then also want it to be like updated and modernized and all this shit? And so much of this too would just be easily hand waved away if Konami would just port the original to modern consoles. If they were even to just throw a lazy port of the Windows 2002 PC version to like GOG or something, but they won't. And it's unfortunate. Like most people are just so lazy that they just turn tail at the first sign of resistance. So if they come up to the hurdle of, oh, the original version's not on modern storefronts anymore. Oh, okay, well, that's it. They're too lazy to go any further than that. They're not going to play the OG. They'll just settle for the remake and then just accept that they have experienced Silent Hill 2. Now again, I'm not here to make your judgment call. I'm not here to decide for you what to think. I'm not an influencer, as it were. But I would say if you played through the remake and you think you've genuinely experienced Silent Hill 2, I would at least ask that you try out the original and like see where it all began. And then just decide for yourself, you know, is this a good remake? Is this a replacement, as some people are arguing? Is this actually, is it a work of art? The more I think about it, the more I settle on that word from earlier, at adaptation. And when you make a movie based off a book, based off a show or something, it's an adaptation. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to replace it. Even the word itself, remake, has just been kind of poisoned. Let's queue back up.
That took a 10 out of 10 game and downgraded it to a 7.5 so that the masses could enjoy it? Hell no. This remake shouldn't even exist. But yeah, I just want to make it clear, I don't think...
No, but I agree with you, Cog. If you expect if you expect the remake to be 1-to-1, you're gonna be disappointed. I was arguing that too when I played the game, because it's like, okay, well, you're gonna have to change some things, because if it's exactly 1-to-1, like just look at the Lion King CGI remake. It's 1-to-1 to the original animated 2D version from the 90s. So it's like, why the fuck did you make it? So obviously there's gonna be some changes, but you also gotta do that in moderation too. Like, you can't just change absolutely everything. Then it's not a remake anymore.
This is bad for those of you who think just because I dunk on this game the entire review, that means I think it's dog shit. No, it's not dog shit, but it is a demake. That's the point. And before I ramble on about this for another 15 minutes, let me just make one thing clear.
This video's an hour long.
For all of you tourists from Reddit, Twitter, Discord, etc., etc., if you haven't played the original Silent Hill 2, your opinion doesn't fucking matter. Nothing you have to say about the story of Silent Hill 2 matters. So just save your retarded ass comment. Not that any of you idiots are gonna watch this far in the video anyway. You just watch some clip that was spread around on Twitter and then write the gayest comment I've ever read in my life and think that's some kind of gotcha. Look, I know you're not watching the video. My fans know you're not watching the video. You're wasting your time. But thanks for the engagement, idiots. These remakes can never truly replace the original. As much as the powers that be would love this to be the new reality, it never will be. These
worthless
people
humans
will never
for the
be
views.
Silent Hill fans. So first off, I am going to cover the supposed only benefit of this remake, the gameplay. Now, I know that I admitted that the gameplay is better in the intro, but I was being somewhat sarcastic because while, yes, a Last of Us clone is better than a classic survival horror game in terms of how fun the mechanics are to actually play the game, once again, I would argue the point of a survival horror game is not to have fun shooting things, it's to survive. That's where the fear factor comes from. And the ultimate problem that the Silent Hill 2 remake has is that there is way too much combat for how few enemies there are. And that's not just a problem of repetition, it's also a problem of fear or lack thereof. On normal difficulty, I died 0 times. Yes, 0 over the course of the entire game.
Maybe I should have played on normal instead of hard.
Normal difficulty is also a fairly easy game, but I don't think it was so easy that I had 25 syringes, the equivalent of the original game being first aid kits, by the end. But people being disingenuous and saying that this remake is more difficult than the original just tells me that you are bad at video games. And when there is no challenge in the combat, because you can very easily adapt to the 3 enemy types that only have 1 variation each, so you can very
get
quickly
one more enemy type
learn
by the
when
hotel.
to dodge each attack and then just beat every enemy to death with a fucking pipe. You basically don't even need your guns. Oh yeah, there's a sidestep. You know, that's what Silent Hill really fucking needed. A sidestep with invincibility frames. What is this, fucking Dark Souls? So if we're being really generous,
That's what I
it's 6
said, like,
enemy types,
especially the
plus
bosses.
a handful of bosses, and
What
2
were they
enemy
thinking with
types
that
that
part?
show up a few times near the end. And
They turned the little red squares of paper into bonfires.
and then you can ignore one of those enemy
you know.
types completely. Like
Modern survival horror is dead. Controls and cameras are too good in general. Yeah, it was kind of absolutely a product of its time. Look, you can look into old interviews. Director of Silent Hill 2 has said it. Shinji Mikami has said it. All that shit, camera angles, tank controls, those were all limitations they had to work around to present the games that they made back then. They couldn't have over-the-shoulder gameplay. And through the power of good artistic direction and everyone else working, with sound design, art design, all that, it made for a good experience. It was a good little package there. Everything worked together harmoniously. The game, those restrictions allowed them to present the games the way it was presented. Like, you're trapped, like, again, since it's not open world, right? These old survival horror games, you're trapped in kind of like a shoebox, and then as you move around with the tank controls, the pre-rendered camera angles, or, well, I guess in Silent Hill 2's case, it's not pre-rendered, but you know what I mean, because I'm also considering Resi here. The camera angles are presented in such a way, like, the developers get to choose what you see, how you see the rooms. And it adds to that feeling of tension. Now, in these newer games where you have even more control, it comes at the compromise of taking that stuff away. So they have to try even harder to maintain that old feeling of tension and fear that the old games were so easily able to present, because the devs had more control over what you were allowed to see. When you give more freedom to the player, it becomes more difficult for the developers to maintain that illusion of horror.
I said, I killed nearly 300 enemies by the end of the game. For frame of reference, I just played the original Silent Hill 2 on hard, and I only killed 81 enemies by the end of the game. The dungeons are twice as long as the original game each. My total play time ended up being 14
Don't even bring
hours,
up the hospital
which,
to me.
depending on how you count
Fuck the hospital.
gameplay, that is well over twice as long as the original Silent Hill 2. And I don't necessarily hate that as long as it's quality content being added. As for the dungeons, I was okay with the increased length and the new puzzles and the different items that you had to collect in each one, because it is a reimagining after all. It's nice to do some new things instead of just the same thing again. But so much of that increased length is the combat. And again, you're fighting the same 3 enemy types. Well, okay, you might be wondering, how are the boss fights? Because they're completely redone. Well, I'll be completely honest with you, I'll say they're a mixed bag. Some are definitely improvements. Namely, the Eddie boss fight, I think, is much better. But some of the most important ones in the game have become so generic and soulless.
Oh, I never played Control.
The Flesh Lips boss turns into a mechanical spider for no reason. The Abstract Daddy has a prolonged chase sequence before the boss fight starts, which you could say...
Yeah, I thought the Abstract Daddy was pretty good. Like, much better than the Hospital Pyramid Head chase. And it still has the element of, it didn't throw away how the old version of the boss fight works, because it still ends in an arena where you have to face the boss down. So it didn't get rid of how the boss was originally presented. It's more like a cinematic chase in order to get to the arena where you fight him. So it's like they added to it, not so much take it away.
Is symbolism for what Angela's dad did to her, but it's still not very fun to actually play. And the final boss turns into another mechanical spider in its 3rd form. I mean, really? They didn't have any other ideas? In the case of both Pyramid Head fights, I think Bluebird Team did fine. They're more or less direct translations to how the original fights played out, just with better combat mechanics. Though there is a problem with the first fight, which we'll go into in the censorship section. I also feel like I have to bring up the Closer, which is an enemy type from Silent Hill 3 that
it's
they
supposed
put
to be the
into this
Mandarin
remake for some reason. I'm not sure if they put this monster in here as a reference for fans or because they closely resemble
to be the
Mandarin enemy type, the ones that cling to the grates. But knowing that the monsters in Silent Hill 2 are supposed to represent aspects...
The Mandarins were really they were smaller in the original than they are in the remake, which makes me think they're gonna be reused for the closer enemies if they redo 3 next. And as I had mentioned during the playthrough as well, 3 also forces you to revisit the hospital from 2. So again, you're reusing the hospital assets, they're already made, and then you're reusing the closer enemy, which was already made for 2.
Of James' psyche, the closer obviously doesn't fit here, given that Heather Mason is the one that fought these things. Again, I'm not too torn up about this.
I mean, a disappointment for in 3 for me is that the monsters in 3 aren't really based on anything. They're just monsters. They aren't based on Heather's psyche or anything. So in 1, the monsters are based off of Alessa's childhood, you know, her fears and whatnot, memories of the bullies who would torment her. The dog enemies are based on dogs that she was afraid of. In 2, of course, they're based on James's repressed sexual psyche and all that, repressed sexual lust and whatnot. In 3, the monsters are just monsters. In 4, the monsters are based on Walter Sullivan's victims. So in 4, they go back to it. It's just, but for 3, there's really no symbolism there.
I thought the boss fight was okay, but it's certainly worth noting at the very least. So again, if you're somehow missing the point here, not only is there 3 times as much combat as the original game, but it becomes incredibly boring and repetitive before the halfway point. I don't know what the hell Bloober Team was thinking, turning Silent Hill 2 into Resident Evil, but let me just tell you, it absolutely takes away from the experience. I find it very funny how many people are praising this remake when one of the primary criticisms of Silent Hill Homecoming back in the day was that it had a much larger focus on combat in a game that's supposed to be about surreal horror and building up tension.
Homecoming was certainly brought up when I played the remake. So back in the day, Homecoming comes out, and it's much more action focused, and people hate it. They want to go back to the survival horror aspects of the game. They don't want it to turn into like Resident Evil, like new Resident Evil, not old Resident Evil. But then you come out with this remake, and it's again going for, you know, the same stuff that Homecoming already tried a decade ago. But because it's now modernized and we got like a different audience we're supposed to be appealing to, now people don't have a problem with it. But they had a problem with it back then. It's like it's essentially the same. It's the same packaging, just reused again.
Tension more than anything, fighting the same enemies every 5 minutes. Speaking of horror, let's talk about that a little bit. I think this remake is,
you know, at least Homecoming didn't have 3 enemy types.
And a big part of that is the combat aspect I just talked about, so I won't cover that again. But I also think there were a few deliberate choices made in this remake that definitely make the game less scary. The most obvious one being the over-the-shoulder.
Oh, yeah. The combat in Homecoming did make sense because Alex believed he was in the army. Now, I say believed, but yes, it does make sense for who he was portrayed as.
Older camera. I know some people are just going to blatantly disagree with this, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to personal opinion, I guess. But I think there is something...
I'll say the justification does make me think that the gameplay was sorted out before the story and characters were. Like that justification for him having that combat experience seems like they came up with that after the gameplay was decided on.
Inherently scary about fixed camera angles. When you can't see directly in front of you and you know a monster is in the room, not just because of your radio, but the thing is making weird noises somewhere that you can't even see, that's scary. The closest this game comes to replicating something like that is hiding the mannequin enemies around every corner. After a certain point,
I got scared by those. I don't know how many times.
Else. As a joke, I was calling the mannequin enemies legs, and these fucking legs are my arch nemesis throughout the playthrough. Every time I'm just exploring around, gathering supplies, trying to figure out where to go, I'd get jumped out of nowhere over and over and over again. You can't do the same trick 20 times and expect it to still be scary. The lack of fixed cameras also makes several iconic shots from the original game completely ruined. I'm not going to go into autistic detail with this, but there is one obvious example that trumps the rest. An example that ruins the entire scene. At the end of the hospital, you'll remember that Pyramid
hospital
Head
chase was
chases you
awful.
down a series of narrow hallways.
Whatever
while
he
Maria
says,
is
I
following
completely
closely
agree.
behind you. And this scene comes out of nowhere. There's basically no build
Coggers, that's not the only reason they hate Homecoming. That's one of the reasons.
up to it. It just kind of happens, and it's legitimately pretty scary the first time you play the game. In the remake, it turns into a generic cinematic slop sequence where Maria is in front of you instead of behind you. You can't even see Pyramid Head chase you, because why would you ever turn around? And because the hallways are so much larger, it removes the sense of claustrophobia, and there's a scripted part where Pyramid Head just Kool-Aid mans through the wall. It feels
Again, back in the day, when they had complete control over the camera angles and what you see, this chase worked so much better. Namely because Maria wasn't like magically teleporting behind you and in front of you. And if I recall, it's actually pretty difficult in hard mode in the original. It's actually pretty difficult to not only outpace Pyramid Head, but to also keep Maria alive.
so fake.
And just again,
This is
another
the
compromise you gotta
ultimate
make,
example
giving
of
the player more
Bloober Team
control.
being fucking hacks. Anyone who defends this part has not played the original game, period. Now, a lot of the other elements that make this game less scary are subtle things, especially things that you wouldn't even notice if you haven't played the original a long time. A great example that some of you have probably already seen is the side-by-side comparison of the cutscene where you meet Maria inside of Toluca prison. How the hell did they miss the point this hard? It is obvious that the harsh lighting covering up her eyes is on purpose to make this scene creepy. You know something is wrong, especially since, spoiler, you saw her die to Pyramid Head in the hospital, and yet look, she's right here. The new scene isn't creepy at all, and part of that is due to the voice acting as well, which we'll get to later. And another thing I almost don't even want to talk about because it is borderline heartbreaking, and I am not being hyperbolic here. I legitimately do not understand why they did this, is how they butchered the original soundtrack. And they didn't screw it up in the way you think, because Akira Yamaoka came back for this remake. So the music itself is still awesome. A lot of the tracks are reused, some of them are arranged, and when there's actual music
they did a good job with
playing,
Heaven Tonight in
most
the
of
remake.
the time it's great.
Still a good track.
Now, over the course of editing this, I did notice that there's actually quite a few rooms in the original Silent Hill 2 that have no background music, and the remake isn't quite as quiet as I remembered while I was playing it, but at the same time, I think the lack of soundtrack is used in all of the wrong places. Like I said, I'm not going to go into autistic detail on this, and you're free to
There were times where I found it to be quiet,
but even when they're playing,
but I guess having
some of the
headphones
creepy
allows
tracks
me
from
to
the original,
hear better.
The background music is just
Whatever
quieter.
backing tracks that they use. I read that this is just another thing you gotta take with the modernization of games. Like, old games are just inherently louder. Newer games are quieter. Something to do with the audio channels. I was able to hear the respirator breathing in the hospital. It's not like I couldn't hear it. Hey, Mr. Smith. Oh, I gotta swap the screens.
And I had all of the volume sliders maxed out, so I guess the only way to fix this yourself is to lower the volume of everything else and then crank it up with a mixer, or if you have speakers attached to your computer or something. It's just a roundabout way of saying that the volume mixing is kind of bad in this game.
I
feel like
don't think
if
I mixed
the
with the
horror
audio.
soundtrack was such an
Messed
integral
with
part
the
of the
audio.
experience, why did they make the music more quiet in the remake? And there's some other examples I could name of the game just being generally less scary or surreal or nightmarish in nature, like the mannequins.
Yeah, and the internet couldn't keep up with it, so he just he rage quit.
Yes, the enemies of Silent Hill 2 made
I don't know, maybe he'll come back
when you
tonight.
hit them, but it still
I don't know what his
sounded
plans
like a
are.
monster.
Maybe he just took a nap. I don't know if we got that.
I feel like I've already said this like 3 times this video, but I'm not going to go into any more
That's an L.
unnecessary detail on this. If for some reason you've played the original and you somehow think the remake is just as scary, good for you. I don't believe you. I really don't, but I guess that's just your opinion. Now let's move on to something that's less subjective. Let's talk about censorship, because there's been a hell of a lot of gas.
There were moments where I was scared in the remake, but I think I would say overall, yeah, the original was a scarier experience. Again, owing to the devs having more control over what you're able to see and hear.
Fighting going on over the past week. A lot of people claiming that nothing has been censored when that is just objectively false. So we're just gonna start off with the best example of this, the cutscene right before the first Pyramid Head battle.
Whoa, buddy. Don't worry, it's not what you think. It's certainly changed, but the whole scene, the whole boss fight has changed. You could say they just removed the whole scene and then replaced it with a similar scene of him doing something to an enemy before realizing you're there and initiating the boss fight. It's not supposed to replicate the old boss fight, exactly. Hello, JC. Yeah, we're looking at Synthetic Man go over the Silent Hill 2 remake. I've been sitting on this until I finished it, and you know what I think about it. So now you gotta hear what this guy thinks about it.
There's also 2 notable pieces of censorship around Maria's character. The first being when she bends over to pick a lock. In the original, James clearly stares at her ass, which I'm going to argue is actually a defining character moment for him. James Sunderland is not a good person. And look, I'll just say spoilers again, even though I'm assuming everyone here has played this game or at least already been spoiled on the story.
Most people don't.
His wife. But oh no, it's problematic. He stares at a woman's ass. We can't let anybody see that. People might spurg out. The monsters in Silent Hill 2 are sexual for a reason. They represent parts of his psyche. James is basically a coomer. So yes, him staring at Maria's ass is an important character moment that they removed. Now let's talk
said
about
no to sick kids having video games. If you mean Anne, yeah. He had to stop the stream. He was playing Seru's Resident Evil mod and then had to kill it.
Claim to have played the original
ISP wasn't letting him have any fun. So he probably took a frustrated, angry nap.
And kill
as he is wont to do.
And it gives you a game over in the original Silent Hill 2. Now, I get the feeling that the defense for this is going to be, oh, I thought everyone hated escort missions. Here's the thing, you only defend Maria for about 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay in the original, and there's a very low chance for dying outside of the Pyramid Head chase on hard difficulty, which is absolutely infuriating, by the way. I can vouch for that since I just played the game on hard for this review. The devs obviously didn't test that part on hard mode, but that's besides the point. In every other part of the game, Maria has pretty much a 0% chance of dying, but the fact that you can kill her makes the game feel a lot more interactive, and it's sort of a red herring to lead you away from the possibility that she is completely fake, like she doesn't actually exist. Clearly, at the very least, James believes that she is a real person, not cooked up by the town of Silent Hill. But no, it's problematic to let gamers kill women unless they're badass and brave female enemies in a Ubisoft game or something. And of course, the elephant in the room, talking about Maria, is her costume. It's obviously less sexual than the original, and they even show off the original costume when you visit a motel, as if to mock players of the original game.
Hey, you think I'd look good in this one?
I was told she shits on the old outfit, but it didn't happen for me.
Sure.
Not quite the ringing endorsement, but hey, I'll take it.
Once again missing the point that Maria is effectively a succubus. And man, I don't know if this qualifies as censorship or not, but speaking of elephants in the room, we have to talk about the ugly women in this game. Oh boy, this is always my favorite topic because it causes
This is my favorite anti-woke, anti-leftist based chud reviewer, man, destroying the woke Silent Hill 2 remake. I don't know, he's making good points so far. I usually disagree what he has to say, but I also usually cap for him too.
a knee-jerk
Yeah, I just saw that as a throwback
certain
moment.
Group of people.
The whole game is full of member-berry moments.
Because it causes such a knee-jerk reaction in a certain group of people that are not biologically female. Let's put it at that. Yes, the women were blatantly made more ugly in this game on purpose. Angela is the most obvious example. She had the biggest character assassination in this game next to Eddie, and I think a big part of that is genuinely making her look
I never thought she was attractive in the OG either. I think the thing with Angela is that they got an older voice actress to play her on purpose to better emphasize on how disconnected it is, because she's supposed to be 19, but she looks older than 19, and she's sounds older than 19. I think that was intentional back then. And thank you, Big Ben, the 28 months at tier 1. 28 months of positivity, and they say hello, Dingus. Hello, Benjamin.
like a man. Everyone who's seen the new version of the mirror scene,
he's a contrarian.
That's a fucking man, dude. Just look at that face. That is not an ugly woman. That is an adult male. And look, obviously I was being incredibly immature during the streams. You may have seen a clip making a reference to our boy Sargon back in the day.
Let's have some fun.
Whoa, it's a kinda Sav raid with a party of 20 viewers. Thank you, kinda Sav, for the raid. We're celebrating Splatoween on Swolloween with this massive Splatfest Extravaganza Spooktacular. Hello. I know you were playing Resident Evil 7. It was very spooky. I've never played that game, but I've seen gameplay of it, and I hope you had fun with it. Big ups, Sam. Welcome in. We're listening to our /our guy /synthetic man review the Silent Hill 2 woke remake. He's utterly destroying it. I'm, of course, reacting as a content creator should. I'm stealing his views by reacting to it, and by reacting, I mean listening to it and just occasionally nodding or saying, oh yeah, I agree with that. Oh yeah. Yeah, he makes a good point there. Look, I already did my over the credits review when I hit the credits. I'm focusing on this fucking high intense action gameplay, man. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We'll be doing a few sets until, you know, I can't go super late. Yeah, if you want to chill, you're at the right place. We'll just be watching videos and losing.
Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did.
Bitch, don't flatter yourself, please.
Okay. I should preface too, because the raid interrupted something that I forgot I was gonna say, but I'm gonna make mention. So this got clipped on Twitter. Everyone's got upset about it. But I will say this. This is a line stolen from another content creator. He is stealing a joke from another content creator. He is stealing a joke from Sargon. He is referencing Sargon of Akkad. Ah, yes. It's literally just stolen from a tweet he posted back in the day. The clip still went viral, and I guess it got a lot of criticism for him because he wasn't respecting, the themes of the game. It was a very serious scene. He was just making light of it. His streams are typically like this, where he just jokes around while playing the game, which is fine, because I just joke around while playing the game, but out of context, it does look pretty ugly, what we're about to listen to. He's, who is this? Did I introduce any synthetic? You did! This is the Synthetic Man, segment. Yeah, the liberals are about to blow this out of proportion. Let me, rewind to prepare.
streams, you may have seen a clip making a reference to our boy Sargon back in the day.
Go ahead. Say it. Or you could just force me. Like he always did.
Bitch, don't flatter yourself, please. I wouldn't even you. But Joe.
See, there's a tweet of Sargon making the original joke.
Aside, it genuinely does take away from her struggle the fact that they made her so hideous. And you can think I'm a bad person or incredibly mean to say, even though this is a fucking fictional character, not a real person, Twitter, you mentally ill freaks. But the halo effect is absolutely real. If this character is
so
hideous,
mean.
and she didn't used to be hideous in the original game, she was just an average-looking woman.
I mean, that's kind of a bad shot of her to
and she
use.
didn't used to be hideous in the original game.
That's kind of I would say that's not a flattering shot. Again, she's not meant to be attractive. I think she's meant to look older and sound older, you know, being voiced by an older voice actress, to again, you know, present that disparity.
She's just an average-looking woman.
Show how broken and disconnected she is.
I'm obviously going to be less sympathetic toward the character. And to get into something that is debatably censorship, they actually altered the boss arena from the original game. Now, you could certainly say this is the least subtle symbolism in all of Silent Hill 2. The holes in the wall and the pistons pushing in and out of them. Gee, I wonder what that's supposed to mean. But in the remake, the room is so fucking dark. Actually, the whole game is like pitch black. That's a whole other complaint I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. But let's just say the remake is pitch black for no reason, and no, it doesn't make the game more scary. It just meant I was wasting way more time just looking around since I couldn't see shit. Not only is this room way too dark for no reason, so you can't even tell the walls are supposed to be fleshy, maybe symbolizing the inside of a woman's orifice, but also the holes in the walls don't have pistons pumping through them. Why exactly? I have no idea. And once again, keeping on the topic of Angela, I have to talk about her final scene on the burning staircase. This is where I feel that Angela's character assassination is the most blatant. Part of it is due to the voice acting, despite all of the complaints, once again, from non-fans of the horrible voice acting from the original game, which is 100% intentional.
Angela's voice was the one I had the
Now
most, I took the most issue with in the remake.
Or average.
Everyone else,
or
I think, was
again,
pretty
in the case of
serviceable.
Angela, it's actually worse than the original. Her new voice is fucking horrible.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela, you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Wow, rude.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry. Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I'm James.
I'm the guy.
Angela. Maybe it's all we deserve.
Mangela.
We.
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid?
Yeah, I'm afraid you're gonna touch me.
Sorry.
She sounds like she's constantly on Xanax or something, where the original Angela was obviously unhinged. Now, it was justified given what happened to her, but she clearly has a screw loose, and nowhere is that more apparent than...
Now, as far as the model goes, I always thought Angela had like an eating disorder or something, because she looked really skinny in the original game, but her face is more fuller, filled out in the remake. I think it would have been better to have her cheeks a bit more hollowed out. Maybe I'm the only one who thought that, but she always looked very small. And I think it's certainly believable that she would have like issues with eating, given the you know, the issues at home she had with her family.
Her final scene. James even recoils, the camera changes to first person, and James steps back as she desperately tries to cling on to him and unload all of her burdens.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
That's not true. Hey Jay, what's up?
No.
More gaunt, like, yeah, gaunt's the
Don't
word I'm
pity
looking
me.
for.
I'm not worth it.
Like, just gaunt, haggard, you know, worn down, homely, frumpy, spindly. These are good words to describe how, you know, I always saw her in the original. I think they could have done a little bit more with the presentation of that in the remake. It could just be me. I think it makes sense, given the what her home life was like, if it also affected, you know, her, you know, self-maintenance, you know, keeping up with her health and whatnot. Of course, you know, making sure you're fed would factor into that.
Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought.
Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
It's not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it.
Yeah, so much is lost. There's no
true thing she said
haziness
is
to the line reads in the remake. It's quite
Maybe
unfortunate.
you think you can save me?
Like, the tone of this line here, you think you can say, it's just completely different. It speaks almost condescendingly in the original, whereas here it's like she's begging.
Care for me?
Again, like, the scene is ruined because they made her,
Pain?
like,
Hey, Mr.
so
Bond.
busted.
That's what I thought.
Again, I think it's obvious to anybody watching this that they fucked up the tone of this one.
Yeah, the tonal delivery of that just completely changes the angle of what she was going for. And again, in the OG, it's like, it's almost like condescending. I mean, maybe she doesn't mean it. Of course she doesn't mean it. She's an emotional wreck. But there, it's like more... It's more like she actually means it. In the original, she doesn't exactly mean it. It's like she's trying to prove a point to herself. But in the remake, it comes across as if she actually intends to beg that of James.
100%. And look, as schizo as I get in these videos sometimes, I really can't say for certain if this is censorship to make her more sympathetic, but it honestly had the opposite effect. It just made this way more forgettable, and at the end of it, I just felt
I don't
nothing.
think it was
All I could
forgettable.
do is tell edgy jokes to the stream. I feel like that's this whole remake in a nutshell. It really just doesn't make you feel. I'm not ashamed to say that the first time I played Silent Hill 2, I cried. I really did. It is a perfect game to play if you've ever been depressed at any point in your life. But this remake is truly soulless in the way that it tells the story. Goddamn, dude, mark my words. Just like I said in the intro, everyone's gonna forget about this remake in a month. Okay, let's move on to Eddie. He was the other most butchered character in this remake.
Oh, that's interesting. Other most butchered character. Because I thought they did Eddie, you know, more justice than some of the other characters.
In the original game, Eddie was a pathetic and somewhat sympathetic fat idiot.
Sad.
You're just a gutless fatso.
He killed someone's dog and then shot the guy in the leg, and that guilt was enough for him to get drawn into Silent Hill. Why? Because he's a coward and a loser. That was basically his character. You were supposed to feel bad for him.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Now in the remake, he's a deranged psychopath.
A person ain't no big deal.
Wait. So he says in the remake, he's now a psychopath, and then proceeds to play the clip from the original in the prison, where he is literally displaying psychopathic tendencies.
Just put the gun to their head.
Did we misplace the clip?
You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it. Besides, he was
Look, within the blink of an eye, he like Eddie seesaws from that psychopathic persona to going back to the sympathetic fatso persona. Like, listen to the tone of his voice here.
He is a deranged psychopath.
A person ain't no big deal.
So here he's in cuckoo mode.
Just put the gun to their head. You...
Then James enters the scene, and his tone of voice changes.
You killed him?
He's presented, so Eddie is presented with confrontation. As soon as he's presented with confrontation, he then goes into victim mode.
Wasn't my fault. He made me do it. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James.
I will say, for the original, this scene is very on the nose for trying to get you to realize that Eddie has gone, you know, he's gone off the rails.
He was dead when I got here. Honest. Put the gun to their head and...
Eddie?
Oh. Hi, James.
What happened?
See, I think that delivers on the same idea. So it's quieter, but Eddie is still kind of rambling psychotically. And then James comes up and talks to him. Again, you're presenting confrontation to him. And then you hear him very quietly change the tone to, hi, James.
Here. Who was that?
I don't know. It just came at me. The way he looked at me, I just had to do it. He kept looking at me, making fun of me. And I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
They ruin the tone of Eddie so fucking much. It's unreal, man. And again, if your pattern recognition...
The only thing I have a problem with in that scene is the music's a bit heavy-handed. Like what was it, the xylophone to like demonstrate how crazy he is. We could have lessened on the xylophone there.
He's going off. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed character...
he played it for his stream, Scrumbles. I think he said it wasn't worth a video.
...is no longer sympathetic and acts like a psycho. Gee, I wonder if there's any political motivation...
Wait, I gotta hear that again.
...is going off. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed character is no longer sympathetic and acts like a psycho.
Well, he never was sympathetic.
I wonder if there's any political motivation to make the most blatantly white guy look bad. But again, this is one of those things that if you haven't played the original in 20 years,
I got no comment on that. I got no comment on that, but I'll let it play again.
And again, if your pattern recognition is going off, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed character is no longer sympathetic and acts like a psycho.
He's insane.
Gee, I wonder if there's any political motivation to make the most blatantly white guy look bad. But again, this is one of those things that if you haven't played the original in 20 years or never at all, you would never know. But as someone who just played them back to back, it is incredibly blatant. Now, there's also other stuff I could bring up, like...
Is being fat a prerequisite for being white? I guess it is for being a white American.
Aries' voice acting is definitely worse. This is incredibly apparent in the final hallway before the final boss, and when she reads the letter at the end.
Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James.
Eddie, you're meant... I could see sympathizing with Eddie at the start when you just see him in the apartments, but even then, the player is able to discern that something is wrong with him, because there's a reason that he's in Silent Hill to begin with. Though I suppose if you're playing the game for the first time, you may not necessarily understand that when you first meet him. Sympathetic as in you feel sorry for him or sad. I can see that at the start, but slowly, at least by the prison, it turns into like not feeling sorry, but you just think he's pathetic. It's like a lump of whiny flesh, slowly devolved into a deranged lunatic, or rather, the deranged lunatic that he always was.
I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me. Please.
Yeah, I think every character in this game is white. Eddie is supposed to be Polish, according to the developers. He should actually be pogging out that no one was race swapped.
Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me. I can't tell you to remember me. But I can't bear for you to forget.
Wonder if race swapping was ever debated?
These
well, I can't look into the minds of the developers. Only way we'll know is, I guess, if one of them speaks out.
I'm so sorry for what I did to you. Did to us.
The letter reading by Mary here is so raw.
You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing.
Hey, Gondola.
That's why I want you to live for yourself now.
That's why I like this ending the most, but everyone just prefers for James to, you know, sewer slide himself, I guess.
James, you made me happy. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already...
Okay, a critique for, I guess, the version of the letter scene that I saw with my ending. I don't like how it pans over the town and all the various locations you've gone through. I think that's a bit distracting. When, you know, the old letter scene where it's just over the graveyard, it forces you to pay attention to what she's actually saying, because it just hangs there on a still, well, I don't think it's still, it hangs on the shot of the cemetery. Like, there's nothing else vying for your attention in that moment, so you have to listen to her. Whereas here, you have like additional ambience and sound effects, you have the piano in the background, it's going through all the shots of the town, and I guess it's supposed to show like, you know, how far you've come to the end of the game. I think it detracts. It will actually be extra nitpick moment that actually detracts from the original. Because in the original, there's not even any other sound effects or ambience. It's just her reading the letter with nothing else. Dead silence, dead air, just the voice of Mary ringing in your head as she like breaks down in the recording booth trying to read this letter out.
He did. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So
like, for example, look at this.
For who I was.
Get the piano, get these shots of the town. It's too distracting.
I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
But again, do you think the average person is going to care about this? They're never going to verify it for themselves. Again, because they can't play a game that's more than 10 years old. At most, they'll watch an all cutscenes video on YouTube. And for my final character complaints,
that's the saddest part about it, in my opinion.
Sunderland himself. While I think he's probably the closest to the original character,
I think people should go out and play the original if they haven't already. Especially if they played the remake, but they haven't played the original.
At the same time, the devil is in the details. I feel like he's simultaneously too emotional and not emotional enough where it matters. James certainly had some of the worst voice acting in the original game, but you could argue that it gave him a sort of detached feel, because deep down, he knows exactly what happened to his wife, and he's repressing it, right? He thinks he's a good person. He would never kill a human being, right?
I killed a human being. human being.
But deep down, he is a bad person, and rather realistically, this is...
I do think here, this line, taking away the I can't... What? Aqua Saber! Thank you, Aqua Saber, the tier 1 month at 22 months for this spooky squid time. What the? Yeah. Splatoween has come back. We're enjoying Swolloween with Splatoween. Oh, is it halftime? Alright, brief break from the woke, anti-woke review. We got halftime results. Let's see who's winning. Splatoween is upon us. Wow. Great splatting so far, everyone. Let's check out the halftime report. Go Shiver, hit us with the results. It's the moment of truth, but still, it's anyone's game. The team currently in first is... Big money, big money, big money, stop! Ah, we're last. It's tough, buddy. Okay, we got Brine-Water, Manta Maria, Shipshape, Cargo, Bluefin Depot for Pro. Tricolor is Scorch Gorge and Mincemeat. The only real difference I felt thematically from the original to the new one was it was slightly more ambiguous in the OG that James was a bad guy. The new one, he seems more obvious, but maybe because I'm biased because I know the end already. Yeah, knowing the plot going in, I think that does affect your interpretations of the characters. Like, you go in predisposed, like, knowing what happens to James and all that, so it kind of colors your perception of him as a character. Maybe you get a different point of view if you were to talk to someone who played it for the first time. No, I get it. Alright, let's queue back up.
But deep down, he is a bad person, and rather real...
Oh wait, I didn't even finish what I was gonna say. The scene with him, after he kills Eddie in the freezer, I thought this was good in that he doesn't say, I killed a human being. I thought it was good that they removed that line. They actually let James be quiet, and like, they let the scene speak for itself there. I thought that was good. Silent Hill the only non-Nintendo thing you really like, Dingus? No, I like Sony's platformers that they used to make. There are a lot of non-Nintendo things I like. Kingdom Hearts, unfortunately. Oh shit, I'm not even queued in. I was looking at my old games. But yeah, I tend to gravitate to platformers, RPGs, or survival horror. And if anyone was wondering, yes, I did beat Dino Crisis last stream. It took 10 hours, but I did actually beat it in one sitting. Proving to Dave that yes, you can beat that game in a single sitting. He's a guy at it. He's played through the beginning like 3 times over already, so surely this upcoming marathon will be 4 times a try, 4 times a charm. He'll finally beat it.
But deep down, he is a bad person, and rather realistically, this is only portrayed in very subtle ways.
Silent Hill seems very
in the original
non-dingus,
game.
you think
like
so?
Like I said, he stares at Maria's ass. He doesn't seem overly
I don't know, I can't explain what's
concerned that
dingus
there's a
and what's
child
non-dingus.
running around in this town full of
Dingus
monsters.
is a genre.
There's probably other examples you could name. The point is...
The way, before people appropriated it, the way people call cinema kino, you can apply that to dingus. You can look at something and say, oh yeah, that's a dingus game right there.
He's kind of dissociated from the whole experience. And it's sort of up to interpretation how much of that is intentional versus just the bad voice acting. Now, the new version of James not only is a lot more emotional, a lot more concerned about what's happening, isn't sleazy in the least.
I like the Maria ending because I like to think he has a second chance to redo Mary's death without the murder. Yeah, but then she starts coughing, and I suppose he can take away from that maybe he does it. He does it right by her and she gets better or something. It's a bit foreboding. And then there's the matter of her not even being a real person to begin with. She was manifested by the town. She could be, for all we know, a line figure enemy that James simply perceives as a real human being. So what happens when he takes her out into reality?
last bit, but also due to perhaps the modern graphics,
Oh, I
he
hate
just
Five Nights at Freddy's.
conveys emotions much more strongly on his face. He acts a lot more like what a good person would do in this situation, but he's not supposed to be a good person. That's
He
the
believes
point.
he is a good person.
It's actually hard to believe in the
He believes he is a good person, though. He says that that's shown in the original countless times. Like when he tells Angela that he wouldn't kill, he would not kill himself. There are other moments too.
remake that he even good person would do in this situation, but he's not supposed to be a good person.
He acts like a good person because he likes to believe that he is a good person.
It's actually hard to believe in the remake that he even killed his wife in the first place. Outside of more directly insulting Eddie in the new theater scene, yes,
I thought
they
that was funny.
replaced the bowling alley with a theater for no reason.
I thought that I thought this better communicates Eddie's descent, and also you know, the fact that he has things going on under the hood. Because see how he reacts, even without the line.
Scene, yes, they replaced the bowling
pauses,
alley with a theater for no
eyebrows furrow,
reason. It doesn't
wipes off
change
the ice
scene
cream,
in any
puts the
meaningful
tub
way,
away.
except make it really weird that they're not actually watching a movie on the screen. I don't know if the
Seems he
intention
missed
here
that
was
symbolism.
that Laura and Eddie can see a movie, but James can't because of the way Silent Hill
focused on
talks
the
with
movie.
people's heads. I don't really know. Either way, the bowling alley is still in the game. There's just no scene in it. Either way, I think you can see where I'm going with this. They made James a much more bland character than he was in the original, and it definitely hurts the story. The story is literally about him, yet he has pretty much no defining character traits in the remake, especially since such a large part of the game is supposed to be around the sexual part of his brain. It's why all the monsters are feminine in nature. It's why Maria is effectively a succubus, because it's supposed to be Silent Hill creating the ideal form of Mary. But if you remove any hints to him being a coomer, then the story doesn't even make sense anymore. But again, I feel like people are gonna say
I think that was a bit understated
man,
in the original. Actually,
play the games
I don't
for
think that's such a
yourself,
core
and you'll
part
see
to his
exactly
character
what I mean.
to
Then
put on
again, I
display
don't think
so
you should play this
blatantly.
remake at all. It doesn't even matter that
Hey,
you can
BR Joe.
argue, oh, it's like a 7 or a 7.5 out of 10. The original
That's the
is
score
one
I
of the
gave it.
greatest games ever made. And unlike the Resident Evil 4 remake, there is no reason to play this over the original game. It does not stand
What's the
on
reason
its
to play
own,
Resi 4
and you
remake over
played
Resi
Silent
4?
Hill 2 for the story anyway.
Poggers,
At least
tell
with
me.
Resident Evil 4 remake,
I thought you
could
said
have
Ada
a
was
unique
worse.
spin on a gameplay style.
You
I
told
was
me the
already
woke
familiar
mob
with and
ruined
loved,
Ada.
even if that game was definitely inferior to the original as well. Bloober Team Silent Hill 2 remake is considerably less scary than the original game. It has far more padding and worse pacing than the original game. Despite the combat mechanics being better, you fight the same 3 enemy types for like 95% of the game, which on its own reduces the fear factor, increases the repetition, ruins the pacing and the tension, and there's 3 times as many enemies as the original game as well. So
Okay, if you guys watched me play Dino Crisis, yeah, I'm gonna advertise the Dino Crisis stream. If you watched me play Dino Crisis versus if you watched me play the remake, you'll notice in the remake I'm constantly fighting monsters and whatnot, whereas when I played Dino Crisis, I was actively avoiding and engaging with the dinosaurs. I wasn't really I didn't fight the dinosaurs unless I had to. Whereas in the remake, I really did feel pressured to kill everything I saw. Rarely, you know, often I had to remind myself that I didn't have to kill enemies. There's only one instance in the labyrinth where you are actually forced to dispatch of all the enemies in a room. And it's those 3 little apartment dungeons, little mini dungeons that you're locked in, and all the enemies wake up and you have to kill them. But outside of that, you can sprint past all the enemies, and there's really no reason to fight any of them. It's not like there's any experience points in the games. But because of the new format, how they retooled it into an over-the-shoulder RE2 situation, you do feel more compelled just because of the new presentation to actually fight what you see. And again, it's not something I exactly realized when I was playing the game, but I realize it more now after playing through Dino Crisis, because the presentation of that game, again, pre-rendered survival horror, where the devs choose the camera angles, tension is different. I I see what the devs present to me, and I have less liberty. I got tank controls, I got less freedom over my character and what I do. That adds more tension to it. I felt more scared because I had less power over the dinosaurs. That's what compelled me and made me dodge them. I didn't want to fight them because I knew they would just respawn. I knew they had the power to break through rooms and follow me from room to room, which for the time was actually very impressive. Not a lot of games back then actually had the zombie monsters or whatever the fuck, the dinosaurs in this case, follow you from room to room. But yeah, I was avoiding combat actively, which again is something that early Resi games also encouraged, as well as Silent Hill early on. But a new game completely changes how you would play the original Silent Hill 2. In the OG Silent Hill 2, you could also just breeze past through all the enemies. Whereas in this one, just because it's now in this action, presentation, it's trying to be like the Resident Evil 2 remake, you feel more compelled to attack what comes up on you. Less compelled to just run through rooms and just go through the game.
For everyone shilling that this has way more fun gameplay than the original, I know for a fact you didn't finish it. On top of all of that, the story has been ruined by worse direction, especially way worse lighting.
Yeah, because the enemies chase you around.
Worse voice acting on multiple key characters. The character models are hideous on the women specifically, and Eddie is even...
Yeah, reprogram is the right word, BR Joe. Reprogram. I'm programmed when I see games like this with the over-the-shoulder view. I'm programmed into thinking action, 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 because that's the same kind of camera you would have for Uncharted, Last of Us, those Batman Arkham games. A lot of modern games use this camera, so I'm programmed to think that, okay, this is the action game. I gotta kill everything that's in front of me. I gotta clear out the room, clear out the enemy waves, and I think it detracts from what the aim they were going for originally. It wasn't about the combat and killing everything you see. You could just completely avoid the enemies and you're not penalized for it in the original.
The character models are hideous.
Let me rewind a bit.
Increases the rep.
Yeah, just back to the point he was making.
Greatest games ever made. And unlike the Resident Evil 4 remake, there is no reason to play this over the original game. It does not stand on its own, and you played Silent Hill 2 for the story anyway.
Every enemy should have threat, though. I don't disagree. I certainly felt like the dinosaurs in Dino Crisis had threat. Just because I was avoiding them and running away from them doesn't mean that I did not consider them a threat. If anything, it means I considered them more of a threat.
At least with Resident Evil 4
not to
remake,
engage
I could
with
have
them.
a unique spin on a gameplay style I was already familiar with and loved, even if that game was definitely inferior to the original as well. Bloober Team's Silent Hill 2 remake is considerably less scary than the original
It's an issue of
game.
having to strike a
There's
good
far more
balance.
padding
There was
and
no
worse
way
pacing than the original game.
There was no way they were gonna remake it and keep it the exact same gameplay style. Like, tank controls and camera control, like that shit was not coming back. So if they were gonna do it, and they had to do it looking like this with the over-the-shoulder camera, I still think they could have struck a better balance. Like, I shouldn't be playing a Silent Hill game and I'm like murdering everything I see. This is not how the games ever were. I do think it's an issue when you finish a Silent Hill game and your enemy kill count is in like the several hundreds.
Despite the combat mechanics being better, you fight the same 3 enemy types for like 95% of the game, which on its own reduces the fear factor, increases the repetition, ruins the pacing and the tension, and there's 3 times as many enemies as the original game as well. So for everyone shilling that this has way more fun gameplay than the original, I know for a fact you didn't finish it. On top of all of that, the story has been ruined by worse direction, especially way worse lighting. And
personally, as an extremely biased nostalgia person, I'm also biased by nostalgia. I do prefer classic survival horrors to over-the-shoulder action, gung-ho, shoot everything you see games.
Cutscenes. Worse voice acting on multiple key characters. The character models are hideous on the women specifically, and Eddie is even fatter for some reason. And of course, there's
For someone who is nostalgia biased, Synthetic Man sure did not remember the hospital trick or treat quiz section. He argued when he streamed it that it was a new addition to the game by Bloober Team, and then his entire chat corrected him and called him out for being wrong, and then they called him a fake fan, and then he had to like haha laugh and cope about how he must have forgotten that part of the original game.
Also censorship, and last but certainly not least,
that didn't make it into the video.
Just way too quiet. One of the greatest OSTs of all time is woefully underused for no real reason. Need I name more examples? I think I summed up the downgrades pretty well. So obviously, no, you shouldn't buy this game, and it looks like the sales weren't that impressive anyway.
Oh, that's cold, brother. It already
really
sold a million.
That good, especially since
that's cold,
Resident Evil 2 remake had something.
Okay, but we're not comparing it to Resi 2, unless we're trying to be extra. Correction, it was 21K, still not great for a AAA game, even if it does so well. So even if it does so well later on down the line, it will be forgotten in a month anyway. That is a bad coat, bro. It'll probably sell pretty good.
Is really not that good, especially since the Resident Evil 2 remake had something like 60,000 and the Resident Evil 4 remake had over 100,000 people playing it on launch day. Fuck these soulless cash grabs, and if you're excited for the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake after this, then you're exactly the type of sucker that Konami wants as their audience.
Oh yeah, I look, I know Delta's not by Bloober Team, at least I don't think it is, but he's got a point there. It is kind of like a sneak preview of what's to come, right?
Don't even make any new games. They just want to create these soulless cash grabs for a new generation so that they don't actually have to create any new art, and they can quietly censor any problematic moments from those original games, effectively rewriting history. Because they know none of you guys who play these remakes are going to go back and play the original. If you are a true fan of one of these franchises, do not buy these remakes in the hope that, oh, they're going to make new games again. They're going to botch those games anyway if this is what they do to their remakes. You need to stop being a fanboy and start being an enjoyer, or whatever you want to call it. You shouldn't be a pay piggy for $1 billion corporation just because you've attached your emotional worth to a franchise you grew up with. That's just fucking sad. I love Silent Hill 2. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I think the first 3 Silent Hill games are all great, all worth playing, and I've been playing some of the 4th one recently, and even that one is pretty good and certainly is worth a try at the very least. It's fairly unique compared to the other games. But that doesn't mean I want Silent Hill to come back from the dead, because I know Konami will screw it up. The way I see it, the only way to save the video game industry at this point is to just boycott every single video game that has the slightest shred of DEI or ESG in it. I don't care how extreme that sounds to the mentally ill that watch these videos just to spurg out, dislike, and write an asinine comment.
This is the mentally sound guy.
And I also don't care about the opinions of the casual gamers who don't even know what the fucking term woke means and have completely turned
there's no
off the
official
pattern
definition to
recognition
it.
part of their brain and will just buy up
It's whatever you
their
want it to be to
favorite
fit your
e-celeb
mold,
tells
right?
them to. So I look forward to the totally organic comments on this video from Silent Hill 2 fans who have never played the game, telling me how I'm wrong without naming any of the specific points I made in this video. I honestly don't think you should waste your time responding to these people. I'm honestly not even convinced they are people. But once again, if you are one
Only
of those people
bots
from
can hate
Reddit,
my
Twitter,
content.
or Discord, thanks for the engagement, losers.
Thank
Remake
you,
culture is
worthless
gay.
humans,
See you next time,
for the
guys.
views. All right, that's a Synthetic Man Silent Hill 2 review. Decent points, marred by his usual takes on gaming. Now we're going to listen to someone who I would say is a bit more level-headed. I would actually go as far as to say that I like his review more than Synthetic Man's, because he actually outlines his grievances with more footage from the actual game to back up what he's arguing with here, more comparisons. It's not just complaining about wokeness. I like remakes because of what shit used to look like in updates and mechanics too. MGS3 simply isn't old enough for a remake, though. 1 or 2, sure, but 3 still feels pretty modern. That's what people said about Resi 4, and they still went through with it. Why should I listen to a fake fan? I thought the quiz was added in by Bloomer. He just forgot about that part. When he's gonna review synthetic men such as Snatch for the first time. Well, if he heard you say that, he would call you woke liberal. Only liberals hate this man, I hear. But yeah, we're gonna watch a Boulder Punches review. Again, I think it's more level-headed. See if I can pull this up here while I'm losing. Oh no. I'm gonna lose. Oh, I didn't throw all my fizz bangs. But this is a Boulder Punch. A long-winded surface level reimagining is his title. I did Nurgle. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Pour one out for Anne, who rage quit the 24-hour-thon. I know! What a quitter! He should have raged against the ISP machine more.
Considering Team's reputation and past output, I didn't have high expectations for the Silent Hill 2 remake, but they did surprise me in some ways. There's some quality level design and solid expansions and additions on the puzzle front. Combat, while not great, is serviceable. That said, the remake suffers from excessive padding and bloat. A runtime that's about double that of the original. The tight pacing of Silent Hill 2 is gone, replaced by a meandering, long-winded journey that detracts from the experience. And then there's the narrative. The Silent Hill 2 remake feels like someone copied someone else's homework without understanding the reasons behind the answers. Sure, most of the beats are the same, and most of the dialogue remains, although there are some odd removals and additions. But it's the whole package that falters. The voice acting, pacing, lighting, cinematography, it's all off.
Now don't call him out just yet, he hasn't explained himself yet. He does provide more reasoning than Synthetic does.
One thing that's always stuck with me about the original Silent Hill 2 is what Takeyoshi Sato, one of the head creatives, said about their goals.
Wow, he actually cites the actual devs beyond the composer and the art designer. Whoa!
Psychological horror needs to shake the human heart deeply. I kept this in mind while playing the remake. The only thing that got plenty of shaking was my head at the creative decisions made, from the bloated runtime to losing the essence of the original's narrative. I'm tired of remakes, but if they're going to keep making them, I hope they can do the original justice. There are glimpses of it here and there, but they're few and far between. In this video, I'll go through where the remake does the original justice and where it goes wrong. As well, we'll go over some of the original's legacy, and its reputation of having a sizable fan base who's never played the game. There's merit to the meme of huge Silent Hill 2 fan excited to play it for the first time. Before we dive in, this is a full spoiler dive for both the remake and the original. And a quick note on performance. I had to brighten some of the footage in post due to YouTube's handling of dark scenes. As well as you could see, I didn't have the best experience performance-wise with my system. By no means do I have a powerful computer. I'm running an RTX 3060. Part of my runtime was devoted to constant fiddling of graphics settings and config files. Name a better duo than Unreal Engine and constant stuttering. Here's to hoping they patch the game for better performance. Special shout out to my fellow Boulder Punchers for supporting the channel through Patreon and YouTube memberships. If you want early access to videos, consider joining the family,
PS5 dub.
And now, in the words of Eddie from the original Silent Hill 2, because they cut the line in the remake for some reason.
Let's party!
One thing that stood out to me right away was the descent into Silent Hill. In the original, the heavy
noticed
fog
it too.
enveloped James as he made his way
changed
down
up the
path,
intro,
evoking the feeling that there's no turning back. In the remake, it feels like a jaunt into the woods on a foggy day. If you want to turn back, no big deal. There are moments in the remake where the fog becomes more dense to evoke tension. If there was a time to increase the density of the fog, the descent into town was one of them. Upon entering the town proper, the game shows its hand with its additions. Instead of finding the key to Woodside Apartments in an alleyway, we're off on a fetch quest. We have to collect various items from several locations. Remember those stores you saw in the original that you couldn't enter, like Texan Cafe or Happy Burger? Well, now you can. Some optional, some along the critical path. This is the name of the game for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Take the tight pacing of the original and kiss it goodbye, because it's padding.
This is something I noted in the first stream too, where they changed up how you access the Woodside Apartments, but I said it was more like reorganizing what you did in a different order, but it still ultimately leads to you going to the apartments. So in the original, you got to go to the trailer, then it gives you the note to go to the bar, and then you go to the alleyway next to the bar, and then you get the Woodside Apartments key. Now, I suppose, for repeat offenders, you could just go straight to the alleyway without going to the trailer. That cuts down on a lot of time already. In the remake, you're forced to go around these buildings, look for the items until you eventually... the jukebox puzzle, yeah, the jukebox puzzle items. And then that provides you, ultimately, with the key to Woodside. So it's still the same angle, you're just doing fetch questing prior to the first dungeon. But it is elongated in the remake for sure.
City, baby. One of the biggest red flags before release was hearing about how the remake was going to be about double the length of the original. Well, estimates given by developers tend to be an overestimation. So I thought, or they added in a bunch of side content. That's where the longer runtime could come from. And that was true to an extent. Most of that addition is along the critical path. And boy, did they bloat the game's runtime. They were on the mark when they said the game was about double the length of the original. Now, game length is a contentious subject. If you're paying $60 for a game, you want to get a fair chunk of time out of it. I've seen and know others who decide on game purchases based on how much time they'll get out of the game, something I've never been in the mindset of. The game gives me a great experience. Runtime doesn't tend to be a huge issue, but there's a sizable portion of customers who put great weight into the game's runtime in making a purchasing decision. I can understand that for some.
I can see why people would do that. You know, if I spend $60 or $70 on a game, it better last me a couple of hours. But then again, you run to the issue where devs like bloat the playtime just to justify the length of a game. Again, to justify the price tag. Without any of that bloat being, dare I say, meaningful.
Like an RPG or an open world title, but it doesn't work the same for horror games. Of all genres out there, survival horror is one of the last places you want a bloated runtime. Instead, you want a concise, tight experience that offers plenty of replayability. In the original Silent Hill 2, you had 6 possible endings. Some you can only unlock in New Game Plus. In the remake, there are now 8 endings. So there's no lack of incentive for players to run through the game again. But with this bloated runtime, no thanks, bro. It's the most egregious case of horror title padding its runtime since Alien Isolation. Now, I loved Alien Isolation, one of the best horror titles of the last decade, but by far its largest issue is how it overstayed its welcome. Cutting a good 15 to 20% from its runtime would have done wonders.
I've heard people say that about Alien Isolation.
Double its runtime was a fool's errand. If they shot for something in the 15 to 25% range, that would have worked. But beyond the surface level take of the original story, the game's bloat is by far the largest issue. By the time I reached the Blue Creek apartments, I was ready for the apartment section to be over. But no, it's time to find all the hands for the clock to progress further. The bloating continues after Maria.
Blue Creek was like nothing in the OG. It was very short. They really drew that one out. That was the second time I noticed the game had made a segment of it longer. The hospital was especially lengthened.
Joins us. Instead of taking a detour to the bowling alley in Heaven's Night before the hospital, we go on a longer excursion. We stop by the motel, in a short stretch that I didn't mind as an addition. But then we have a meandering stretch after Heaven's Night to a nearby park that should have remained on the cutting room floor. We'll find Eddie and Laura at a nearby movie theater instead of the bowling alley, before finally making our way to the hospital in pursuit of Laura. There's also a stretch within this bit where the fog grows dense and a large number of monsters descend on us, something that clashes with the game's tone and sticks out like a sore thumb. One of those modern additions that I guess we need to have, else the player will lose interest.
Thinking about it, I dislike these segments where the game forcibly ushers you along to the next main dungeon. It happened prior to the apartments and it happened prior to the hospital. It felt really out of place.
Remake doesn't have many moments like this, but they really stick out. I really did enjoy the hospital at first. Having the first stretch during a sunset was a nice touch. A calm before the storm. Once Maria takes a breather, it's now a rainy night. But once again, they overplay their hand with bloating the area out. By the time I got to the Otherworld section, I was ready to move on from the hospital. On the note of the Otherworld sections, why did they make them more in line with the other worlds of Silent Hill 1 and 3? In the original Silent Hill 2, they were more subdued. They're still here to an extent, but there's far more rust and blood, gratings, and spinning fans. It's as if they made assets they could reuse down the line for a certain title that uses some of the same locales as Silent Hill 2. I found it a bit ironic that I didn't mind the stretch between the hospital and the historical society. The reason for this irony is it's one of the areas in the original game that I felt went on a bit too long. It gave us time to digest what happened at the hospital before moving on to the prison. I felt it could have had tighter pacing. That said, I have to wonder if I feel this way due to the excessive padding elsewhere. I found the prison to have much better pacing than the apartments in the hospital.
Prison was very good pacing-wise.
I like the addition of giving yourself more light for a brief period of time. I wish I could say the same about the pacing of the labyrinth. It keeps going on and on and on. By the time I was able to enter Maria's cell, it was more of a sense of relief. Thank God that stretch is over, as opposed to the fact that Maria lies dead before James. At least the game's pacing is at its best in the end stretch. I didn't find the hotel to suffer any major bloating. You know, if they were so concerned
the
about
hotel was alright too,
you know what they
pacing-wise.
could have done? They could have included Born from a Wish. But of course,
Nah, they're
Born
gonna sell
from a
that
Wish
back to
makes
us.
for DLC they can sell down the road. I don't want to know how much padding they're going to add to that. And you know what makes all this bloat and padding a bummer? I thought they did a good job with the level design. Something that I didn't give much thought to before playing the game, but it took me by surprise. I found
they really did feel like Zelda dungeons. There was a reason I kept calling them dungeons.
Be the game's biggest success. They did a great job of taking the foundation of the original and making it into its own thing. Changes made to suit the over-the-shoulder perspective, with rooms no longer siloed off. One key element being the greater emphasis on interconnected level design. Not that there wasn't any in the original Silent Hill 2, but here they dialed it up. They offer a large amount of shortcuts to loop around areas. Opening up a shortcut is one of the many joys of a survival horror game. The relief of looping around to a prior area, or the realization of where you are.
Yeah, like I said,
Something
this
that
guy's a
never
lot
gets
more
old.
level-headed.
Well, sort of. If anything, the Silent Hill 2 remake goes overboard with how many shortcuts you can unlock. For the apartments, the prison, the hotel, they felt like they had the right amount. It's the hospital where they go overboard with all the shortcuts you can unlock, to the point of hilarity. Like, do we need one in this washroom when the hallway is right there? That said, the level design is one of the best elements of the Silent Hill 2 remake. It's too bad the game pads out so much of its runtime. And some of that padding is due to how the game handles navigation and how it guides the player. Leading up to release, one of the producers mentioned that they wouldn't use yellow paint or immersion-breaking forms of player guidance. Well, they didn't use yellow paint, but there were many cases of immersion-breaking moments. White cloth is the primary means of guiding the player. They give indication of ledges to jump over, walls to break,
Oh, I turned
holes to crawl
tutorials off,
through.
so
While less
I didn't
egregious and
know they
hokey
actually
than
told you
yellow
about the white
paint,
cloth.
It still overplays its hand. No, it's one of those modern gaming issues that have to contend with graphic fidelity. With so much emphasis on fidelity as opposed to art direction, you need to be a bit more heavy-handed while guiding the player. God forbid we give more emphasis on art direction these days. If you
Hey,
want to
Tiger.
talk about immersion breaking, nothing broke my immersion more
Yeah, we're
than
finally
dragging
watching
these
the
bins
Silent Hill
around.
2 reviews. You
Placing
missed the
them in
Synthetic
position
Man
to
segment.
climb through a window. The town of Silent Hill can do many things, but having the handles fall off the bins when put in the right place is a bit much, and the game used it over and over to comical effect.
I did dislike the moving dumpsters around segments, especially with how the yellow tape magically disappears after you put the dumpster where it needs to go.
That most took me out of the moment was right after room 312 at the hotel. James comes to terms with what he did. The hotel is now dilapidated, water everywhere. One of my favorite music tracks kicks in. There's such a bleak atmosphere in the air. Oh, now let's move this bin around to move forward. Talk about a buzzkill. The thing that makes the guidance and navigation disappointing is that the game does a decent job of it in other ways. Like the wind chimes in front of the record store grabbing your attention. Sections like the hospital apartments do a good job with lighting to guide the player. They've used lighting to put emphasis on certain areas or doors. So I have to ask, did we need to have so many walls to break down, holes to climb through, windows to smash and jump through? Do we need to have all these bins to push into place to progress? Do we need to have all these narrow passages for
Holes in the
James to
walls were a bit
squeeze his way
excessive.
through? In
I'd
some
agree.
cases, developers use these navigation tricks to mask loading screens. But it's not the only thing they use them
And they always require 3 hits to destroy. And sometimes the first hit doesn't register.
From what I understand, it's far less than what players think for masking loading. Squeezing through narrow passageways keeps the player moving forward and not giving them a chance to go back. There are a few cases where the remake does this, but that's the exception and not the norm. Do they think the player would become bored if we weren't given enough bins to push around or holes to climb through? Unless there are technical reasons for these to be here, they could have cut most, if not all of them, for a far better experience. In that case, there had been far little need for all the white cloth. I do appreciate that they didn't make James a blabbermouth to help guide the player. Those little grunts while trying to open a locked door were more than enough. James marking down things on his
agree with
map
that.
was a nice touch. I like to have pen and paper on hand for these kind of games, but it was nice for James to make note of combinations or clues on the map as we came across them. There's only one real moment that
realistic.
stood out to me of wishing James stayed quiet during gameplay. That was picking up the map at the hotel. Room 312 has Waiting for You marked on the map, in which James says, our room. I have to note this is less a case of praise and more a case of the game not adhering to some of the brain-dead, intrusive ways modern games guide the player. There are different considerations for guiding the player with an over-the-shoulder perspective compared to fixed cameras of old. While the remake does falter, there are areas where they did a good job of guiding the player. Speaking of fixed cameras, the game will bring up moments from the original in a not-so-subtle way.
Member Berry moment.
Glimpses of the past in certain rooms or coming across items, like the room of the coin puzzle from the original, which now has different placement. Some will even change to a fixed camera perspective, like where we first fought Pyramid Head in the apartments. It's very much a case of the game giving your shoulder a nudge saying, hey, remember that from the original? Remember that? These became eye-rolling over time and made me wish I was playing the original Silent Hill 2 instead.
Yeah, I don't think we needed the sound effect. It just puts too much emphasis on the hey, 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 remember this? Remember this from old game? Remember this? By like the 12th time you've seen it, it's a kind of takes away from the tone of whatever scene that you're supposed to be in. Like this to play the stinger, and you're looking at like a waste bin.
I didn't mind having them around, but let the player discover them. Make it more subtle. There's no need to make a whole song and dance about finding them. To note, you could also view this as less as a shoulder nudge, more that James has been looping through this journey several times.
No, we hate that
Silent
theory.
Hill 2 Remake, the word serviceable comes to mind. Of all the issues I have with the game, combat is lower on the list. It's what you expect from any over-the-shoulder title over the last 15 years. The previews of combat before release did not look promising, but it handles better than I thought. Is it great? By no means, but does keep some of that clunky nature of combat from the original. On the note of combat in the original Silent Hill 2, that's always been a contentious issue. That's clunky, that's awful, that sucks. Again, I'll bring out the word serviceable. That's how I feel about combat from the Team Silent era titles. For what the games were going for, combat was serviceable. Silent Hill was more about the atmosphere, the puzzles, and the narrative. It was never as focused on combat and resource management compared to its counterpart, Resident Evil. The first 3 Resident Evil titles, especially the RE1 remake, are the best showing a fixed camera survival horror combat and resource management. Aggressive enemies and narrow hallways. Evading them was an involved process. You had limited resources and a limited inventory to contend with. The Team Silent titles were generous with resources. Ammo was never in short supply if you were thorough in your exploration. You didn't have to contend with limited inventories, at least until Silent Hill 4, and they dropped the ball hard on their implementation. Enemies were easy enough to run by due to lower aggression, wider hallways, or open areas. In the remake, they made resources more stingy, and running past enemies more difficult. You can still shut off the flashlight and radio and walk to get by, but enemies are far more aggressive. As well, it's not like we could leave to another room and have them reset their placement. If their goal was to make the mannequins the most annoying enemy since those little buggers in 3 that knocked over Heather, mission accomplished. They dialed back the radio range, so we have far less warning of an enemy's presence. And these little buggers love to hide around corners or blend into the environment. I can't count how many times over the course of the game I'd fall for one of their ambushes. And it only got worse when they
There was one thing the remake programmed into me. It forced me to check the corner of every new room I entered, looking for these guys.
And climb during the prison section. There's a room in the hotel full of actual mannequins, where I was super
The climbing
on guard
versions
at
are
ambushes,
way
and
weaker
they
than the
still
regular
got me.
versions, though.
So kudos to the team and how much mileage they were able to get out of the mannequins. On the note of monster designs, bringing back Masahiro Ito was a good choice. Goes a long way of building goodwill. Plus, it gives them something else to do than argue with literal who's on Twitter. Dodging works fine for what they're going for. There's good visual and audio tells of when you want to dodge. Again, for what they're going for, it's serviceable. I was expecting a lot worse than we got. Although some of the hit detection can be a bit spotty. There are a few cases of taking damage from lying figures that I felt I shouldn't have. They should have spent more time working on hit detection than working with hit detection. It's again too bad the game bloats out its runtime with an excessive enemy count. Beyond that stretch where a bunch of enemies descend on James and Maria while making their way to Heaven's Night, there are some eye-rolling sections that never should have made it into the game. There's one bit in the prison where we have to navigate through the showers to find a key item. The room is large and the item is at the back of the room. If you played any horror game, you know warning bells are going off in your head. As soon as you pick up this item,
They weren't going off in my head, but to be fair, it was 5 in the morning when I got to that part.
Felt so out of place here. It works fine in other horror games, although a major cliche by this point. But the original never really did anything like this, and it clashes with the remake's tone. But by far the worst moment is in the labyrinth. There's a couple of rooms which lock you in until you clear out the waves of enemies. In a game like Dead Space, Resident Evil 4, something more action-heavy, fine. But this is the polar opposite of what Silent Hill 2 is going for. I mean,
I had
guess it could have
referenced
been
this
worse.
earlier. This is the only time where you're actually forced to fight enemies outside of bosses.
They could have included more of these. That said, they never should have made it past the planning stages.
I certainly thought it was
Again,
out of
Silent Hill's
place.
combat has always been serviceable, with more focus on the atmosphere, the narrative, and the puzzles. On the note of puzzles, it's one of the better successes of the Silent Hill 2 remake. I had a lot of curiosity going in, seeing what they would add, change, or expand upon. I did have puzzles set on hard to get the most of them. I love how they expanded on the coin puzzle in the apartments. Instead of one riddle, we worked through 4 of them. We can now flip each coin, so there's more combinations to consider.
It really
Having
made
the
me
riddle
think.
visible at all times was a nice touch, as opposed to having to flip back and forth in the original. Same goes for the news puzzle. Having everything in one location works better than having to move back and forth between rooms.
This one I like too. I was actually actively discussing this one and like reasoning it out with the chat there. And I figured it out. I got it on my first attempt.
And thank God they made the rotating cube far less annoying.
The cube, I
I
hated the cube.
Now you can see what the rotations do without having to walk away from the cube. Some puzzles got me writing on paper, doing math, and keeping bed mass in mind. While not in the hard difficulty, I have to know it's pretty funny they made 0451 as one of the safe combinations on easier puzzle difficulties. The additions of what I like to call palette cleanser puzzles work well, like sorting books in the right order, weighing scales, or putting a glass in the right location on a broken mirror. Short and sweet, and a nice feeling upon solving. They avoided what I like to call the regurgitator puzzle, where you make note of something in one room and put that down elsewhere as a one-to-one copy. Something also common as a puzzle in survival horror games. While they have similar puzzles here like that, you still have to work through some hurdles to get the right answer. Of the puzzles, there were only a couple that I didn't really gel with, like the one in the apartments of finding the combinations written on the
I think everyone agrees with this one.
walls. The other one being the returning.
And this one I just solved out of pure happenstance. I didn't even really feel like I solved it. More like I think it was my first random guesswork attempt on the second part, and it just gave it to me. I don't understand how I solved it at the second phase.
Music box puzzle in the hotel. Something bare bones in the original. I didn't care much for what they did with it here, especially the turning of keys. Solving it felt less of a case of aha and more of, well, I'm glad that's over. On the subject of music, Akira Yamaoka returns to spruce up the soundtrack. Like Yudo, bringing him in adds a lot of goodwill to the game. The original soundtrack was knockout after knockout in its delivery. Some tracks remain the same, other with new layers and instrumentation on top. I mean, it's been over 20 years. If you're creative revisiting old works, you may want to make tweaks. Take what you've learned over the years and add a coat of paint on top. But there are some questionable changes, like the scene of first meeting Marie in the park. The original track did a great job of evoking intrigue and mystery for such a pivotal moment in the story.
You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria.
My name is the guy.
Ghost, do I?
Here, the track takes a funkier tone, more sleazy. For lack of a better term, it makes use of porno instrumentation, like something you'd hear from a 1970s adult film. Not that I know, but that's the best way to describe it. Something I found distracting in the scene in the case of a track being overdone.
I'll show you if you want. Unless you have somewhere else to be. Something else to do. Hey, easy there. I'm just messing with you. Come on. It's this way.
There's a similar approach to the instrumentation additions to the song in Heaven's Night, but it works much better there. The more sleazy environment makes these additions more suitable.
Can we stay? Just for a little while. Catch our breath before we head back out there.
I don't have time to take a break. Mary could be out there, waiting for me.
Then you have scenes with different music altogether.
Just waiting for
like
you
the scene
in
of
your
finding
car.
Maria dead in the cell in the labyrinth. In the original, you're hit with this haunting, dissonant track that makes a scene another gut punch. The track continues until James jumps into the hole in his grave.
Maria? Maria? Maria, no! What happened to you?
Why?
The remake does contain the track, but only plays after the scene of James mourning Maria's death. Instead, we get a straightforward, sad piano track that has nowhere near the same impact.
The acting for that scene in the OG was pretty hammy.
Or the scene at Mary's bedside.
Removing the dialogue there works better, but they still messed up the music.
The leave ending, which for whatever reason they cut from the in water ending. Original had this minimal, beautiful track. One that's a perfect complement to the scene.
Well, I don't feel this guy so far is asserting that his opinion is the correct one. He's kind of just, you know, explaining what he feels about the game, how he feels about it, and then actually citing things to support his points.
Of confessions, forgiveness, and the last goodbye between James and Mary. A game full of amazing...
I don't feel as though, like, if I was a big fan of the remake, I don't feel as though the video is telling me I'm wrong. So far.
Scenes. This one floors me every single time.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true.
It's not true.
You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you.
Come on, Ari. I think a good rule done for all Silent Hill games is that they're open for interpretation. Absolutely. That's why they mess with your mind.
If that were true, then why do you look so sad?
The scene in the remake gets the same treatment as Maria's death in her cell with a music change. We get a sad piano track that's fine, but has nowhere near the same impact as the original track.
The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my
Yeah,
life
I agree
back.
with him here.
If that's true.
The OG track has more oomph to it. Like, you feel like Mary's words are more of a gut punch, with the background music supporting what she's saying in the OG.
And on the topic of lacking the impact
It's really,
of the original,
complimentary.
let's now get to the story. I mentioned the game's doubled runtime was a huge red flag before release. But to me, the largest red flag was the story. What they showed in trailers up to release did not impress me. It looked like a surface-level understanding of what made the story work in the original. Like they copied the homework without understanding the whys behind the words. Having played through the remake, it is a mixed bag. Some character arcs are able to land more than others. Some scenes do a reasonable job of evoking the spirit from the original. There are a few decent additions. But when it comes to the key scenes and character beats that have made the original so beloved, discussed, and dissected for over 20 years, they fall flat. It's the entire package. It's not only the words they say, words they added, or words removed. It's how they're said, the pauses, the body language, the lighting, the cinematography. The original had such a strong grasp on all these elements, whereas the
It's a
remake
mixed
does
bag.
not. So let's go through the
Right.
characters and the major beats of the story, and look at what went right and what missed the mark. Before we dive in, I want to bring up the voice acting of the original Silent Hill 2. It's a contentious issue like the combat. Some find the voice acting in the original hokey, amateur, awkward, stilted. I do
It
understand
is.
why
It's
some
all of
people
those
feel that way.
things.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
I personally don't think it was on purpose. It was just who they had on tap for people who speak English and also live in Japan. It does ultimately serve the story well,
no, it's okay.
given who the cast
I didn't mean to
is.
scare you. I'm kind of lost.
The characters themselves feel lost, to the point that even their voice acting
But was a deliberate
supports
choice on
that.
the team's part. It's to evoke that dreamlike, detached, otherworldly feel that you'd find in the works of David Lynch. That's dialed back in the remake to something more straightforward. While I don't find the performances up to par of the original, I don't think the performances here were bad. It's a tricky thing to get right, but I think the actors did a good job even with what they were working with. It's the direction, the lighting, the pacing, the cinematography. The entire package is lacking.
Fuda guy was
Of all the
seething
characters
earlier.
in the remake, I found
He
they
really
did
did not
James
like
the most
it.
justice. There's still that sense of
At least he admitted it was a
desperation
competent
in his
enough
actions
game.
and his words, but it's more quiet, more
Not the
subdued.
worst game ever,
He's
you
still very
guys.
much an everyman. There's an ad scene between James and Maria at Heaven's Night, which felt like a logical addition, as I always found it odd that there wasn't any scene between the two in the original. In this added scene, Maria offers James a drink. The original made reference to his struggles with alcohol in the flavor text. Here we get to see that play out. The camera focuses on the drink in his hands. You can see he's considering it before he suggests they leave.
Now, I missed this when I played the game, and I got to this scene. I didn't catch it. I did catch the wedding ring in the lost and found bin, but I didn't catch what he's gonna show here.
Down that road before, and he knows where it leads. It's a great little addition that says so much about James' character in all but 10 seconds.
Here's to hope someday.
Look at his body language here.
We should probably get going.
Fine.
The eyes, too.
As far as Laura goes, they
Until
did
he's
a
thinking about
reasonable
it.
job with her. She has a different kind of bratty attitude than the original. Notice the difference in how she laughs at James when she kicks the key away in the Woodside apartment.
Ow!
Ha ha.
Hey, wait! Damn it.
She comes across as older here compared to the original, despite being the same age. I did like the addition of James asking about her parents when he runs into her after the apartment.
Oh, I missed this too.
The reaction says all we need to know about that subject.
That's not very nice. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
The scene with her and James in the hotel is one of the better scenes in capturing
good
the
reaction
spirit
there.
of the original.
You say it
Interesting that they
communicates
had
a lot
Mary
without
voice the
saying
letter to
anything.
Laura, whereas in the original we read it ourselves. They did record a voiceover for Mary reading it, but cut it from the original. I have to note the hilarity of how much of a red flag they make of the room in the hospital where Laura says she left Mary's letter. The room where she locks us in where we fight flesh lips. In the original it didn't seem like a big deal at first, not until James enters. Here they make a big deal about it before we even enter. They might as well have written boss fight on the door.
In there.
Oh, we better watch out for that room at the end of the hall there.
As mentioned, I found combat serviceable for both the original and the remake. How about the boss battles? There wasn't much to them in the original. Doing a quality boss battle with fixed cameras can be tricky. Silent Hill is always more focused on the atmosphere, the story, and the puzzles as opposed to its combat. In another case of game bloat, the remake pads out the bosses. While we only fight one flesh flip, it has another phase to it. Multi-phase boss fights is the name of the game in the remake. If there's one thing that the game's combat should be avoiding, it's reminding me about the existence of Homecoming. This won't be the only fight that does so. Eddie's where things become more mixed. Look at the differences in his intro. In the original, the washroom is a lot smaller. Eddie's right there. He spends most of his time over the toilet and not looking at James. While he might be a friendly face, there's still something off about him. He has his own demons as well that brought him here. It's a very claustrophobic feel in the air. The remake, he comes across as more sympathetic. There's a larger space between him and James in the larger washroom. He's facing James for most of the conversation. He comes across as someone more to pity and not to be afraid of. Whereas in the original, there is that feeling in the air of something being wrong with him. And then we have the pizza scene. Well, sort of. While the pizza box is there, he's digging into ice cream. Nice touch of seeing his breath as he digs into the ice cream, seeing how his final
Yeah, I like what they did with the being able to see his breath.
So the infamous pizza line is still in the remake, but you have to seek it out.
This town is full of monsters. How can you
Hey,
sit there and eat pizza?
I'm doing fine, thank you for
The ice
asking.
cream scene takes place in the movie theater instead of the bowling alley. You could stop by the Bowlorama before heading to the
Missed
Historical
us
Society.
reacting
You can find the
to
pizza
the
at the
Synthetic
bowling
Man
alley
Silent Hill
and
2
those
review.
glimpses to the past.
Now we're
James
listening to
gives
this
a
guy's
more
review.
nonchalant response to its being there.
This town's full of monsters. We could just sit here and eat pizza.
It felt like the game was trying to be too cute with this. Why not leave it as is and have it occur during the scene with James and Eddie? Outside of a couple of the endings and a few other moments, it's a nice dose of humor in a game with little. Bringing up another remake. The actor who played Leon in the Resident Evil 4 remake mentioned in an interview that the infamous bingo line wasn't in the original script. There was something else in place. While filming the scene, they decided to give the bingo line a shot for the sake of it. And that's what they ended up keeping. I have to wonder if they did give it a try here and found it didn't work out, or it didn't fit. Still, I was very curious to see how this exchange would play out in the remake, and what we get is a disappointment. The lead up to the fight with Eddie is a great example of the remake losing the plot with its cinematography. The constant shifting of the camera in the original is gone. There it's clear that Eddie is imitating those who made fun of him. Here he gets all up in
I
James's
kept the
face
4 out of
about it, and
5.
it took me a second to realize what he was doing.
My thoughts on it haven't changed
Piece of
with
shit,
the passage
you
of
make me
time.
sick. You gonna cry, fat ass? You gonna run to your mama? Waste of skin? Why don't you just kill yourself?
Removing the first part of the fight from the original was a wise move. Along with James dodging the bullet Eddie fires his way. Instead, the fight only occurs in the room over. And that's pretty brave of James to take a swing at Eddie while looking down the barrel of the gun. But it's a bummer they cut the "have you gone nuts" line. It's very much an uh-oh moment in the original. James, what have you done?
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
What? What the fuck did you just say?
You too. You're just like him, James.
The fight here works fine for what they're going for, keeping the spirit of the original but giving it a more claustrophobic feel, but falls victim to the game's padding of adding phases to the boss fight. Something that again goes on longer than it needs to. Interesting to note that they cut the real human being line. Instead, James is silent after the fight. To be honest, whenever I hear a real human being, the meme pops to mind. What about Pyramid Head? In the original, when you first come across him in the one apartment, it was a shocking moment. The game throws it right in your face upon entering. Here there's a build to it, and while in some cases that can be good, it loses much of that violent nature of the original scene. There's a few more thoughts I have about Pyramid Head, but hold that thought until we get to Maria. Then we have Angela. This is where the reimagining of characters begins to really go off the rails. When they announced that Bloober Team would be developing the Silent Hill 2 remake, there was a lot of concern with how they would handle the story, especially Angela's story. Her history of abuse and suffering is heartbreaking. Dealing with dark themes is a very tricky ordeal. There's a very delicate line when dealing with such subject matter. There's a good reason you don't see this kind of subject matter handled in many games. If not handled right, it comes across as tasteless and hacky. If you want a perfect example of that, look to The Medium, one of Bloober's prior works. It tackles themes of childhood abuse with a grace and subtlety as a sledgehammer to the face. So how did they do with Angela's story? After all, they had a template to work with. While better than I was expecting, it still loses much of the nuance and subtleties of the original. It comes nowhere close to delivering justice to her tragic story. Angela's appearance and voice in the original is one of those contentious issues. She's supposed to be around 19 but looks far older. Her voice is off-putting. Again, this was all a deliberate choice. She looks older due to the effects of stress and abuse. They went with a voice actor who is older. So when she talks about her mama...
That was their reasoning behind removing all references to like craziness and nuts and Paper Mario.
It comes across as
that's
off-putting,
true.
uneasy, that something's not right. Her shifting tones throughout emphasize these points.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her.
Most of those elements don't transfer over to the remake. I'm talking beyond how distracting it is with how much she looks like the actor David Duchovny. The performance given here is one note and flat.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so
Even
long
he
since
didn't
I've
like
seen
Angela.
her.
I'm not sure how much is on the actress. Part of the equation, but not all. The writing and choice of direction plays a large role. There's literally shift moments in her.
Yeah, you
when she
gotta
tries
say
to give
they're
the knife to
wild.
James in the remake, it loses the impact of the original.
No! I'm sorry! I've been bad! Please don't!
We do get an additional scene with Angela after the hospital and before the prison. It's fine for what it is. Nothing spectacular, but nothing that stuck out like a sore thumb. It does a reasonable job of capturing that uneasy feeling in the air, a sense of detachment. But then we get to the abstract daddy fight. Now in the original, it's not like it was subtle of what the room was implying. It was a concise stretch that said all that it needed to. It left the rest for the player to fill in the blanks. In the remake, it becomes a drawn-out affair with the subtlety of a sledgehammer to the face. The abstract daddy will chase us through memories of Angela's home. He'll barrel through walls like he's Jack Baker from Resident Evil 7. There are some small spaces to hide. Places where Angela hid growing up. You can hear bits and pieces of her father's words during this fight. I can see what they were going for. They want to integrate more of her backstory into the fight, but it comes across, for lack of a better term, video gamey. There are various degrees in how they change the bosses in the remake. For example, the fight with the two pyramid heads near the end remains more in line with the original. If there is a boss I felt that needed the least amount of change, it was the abstract daddy fight. There wasn't much to it as a fight, but there was a great importance of it on the narrative front. While not exactly subtle, it said all it needed to say about Angela and her tragic past. It left plenty of room for the player to fill in the blanks. That is all lost in the remake. That said, I did appreciate that they didn't make the abstract daddy an enemy to fight in the hotel, something I never agreed with in the original. It took away from the boss fight. Having a boss fight become a normal enemy is one of those great gaming tropes, in the right game, not in Silent Hill 2. So props—
I mean, they still ended up doing that. You fight the closer, and then immediately afterward, the closers start appearing in the hallways of the hotel.
For not including it in the hotel. A testament to how much mileage they were able to get out of enemies like the mannequins. And then we have her farewell scene. In the original, in a game full of incredible scenes, this is near the very top. It's one of the best examples with how much is lost in the remake with how it's shot. In the original, we get a stretch shot from the first person. Angela's looking down on James, mocking him.
Or maybe you think you can can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought.
Here they're more or less on equal footing, and in some cases looking down on Angela. The more one-note approach in her performance loses most of the weight to her mocking James and the scene itself.
Or maybe you think you can save me?
She was having a naked and laughing moment there. No! Welcome back, Jesse.
You love me.
Well, you love me, Jesse.
Care for me. Heal all my pain.
You think you can save me, Joshy?
Another element that's lost is how we don't get a walk around the room after. In the original, we could try to climb the stairs, only for the fire to stop us. In the remake, James leaves the room during a cutscene. It's a small little moment, but giving the player the chance to at least try to climb the stairs and leave when they want would have done so much. Let's take the room in.
No, we can't do that. The player will be confused on where to go.
Leaving and cut to a cutscene. The best thing I could say for the handling of Angela's story is it wasn't as bad as I thought.
Oh, big ups, Heavy Metal Gamer. I had some yesterday.
With similar themes in games like the
I'm really getting down with those spinach cheesy sticks. They're fucking baller. Better than the pepperoni cheesy sticks.
Medium, I was expecting worse. That said, it loses so much of the nuance and the tragedies of Angela. It doesn't do her story justice.
Like
and
an emergency
enigma,
pizza
that is
coupon,
Maria.
free pizza.
She's one of the key reasons the story of the original works as well as it does. She is a
ASCD.
tricky character to get right. Now, Team
Wow,
Silent were
rude.
able to do so
But yes,
as
I
a
will take your
testament
kill.
to their strength as storytellers. Maria's actress in the original, Monica Taylor Horgan, turned in the best performance of that game. One of my favorite performances of a game character. How the remake handled Maria is where they really dropped the ball. A lot of the time it comes across like they weren't sure how to write her character for the remake, starting with her appearance. Beyond the odd proportions of her head, there's the issue with the outfit. The iconic outfit of the original is gone. Well, sort of. There's a scene where she comes across it at the motel, a nudge to the player of, hey, remember this?
Hey, you think I'd look good in this one?
Can you fuck up pepperoni cheesy sticks? I'm not saying they fucked it up or that it's bad. I just say, you know,
sure.
The spinach cheesy sticks are more appealing to me right now.
Hey, I'll take it.
I had the thought that at some point, she may take off her jacket to tempt James, give him more of a peek of what lies beneath. The additional scene at Heaven's Night seemed like the perfect place to do so.
No,
but
we can't do that.
never
That's
happens.
objectifying
The original
her.
outfit was a key
Even though
element
that's
of
her
who
whole
Maria
occupation.
was, part of that playful, seductive nature of hers, a temptress to James. And while not the full equation, it's still part of the equation. God forbid we let a woman show her belly button these days. I guess we have to take into consideration modern sensibilities. I'm sure we don't
Marinara.
offend those who will complain about it, yet aren't the target audience and will never play this game. The first meeting with Maria is another one of those showings of the remake losing the spirit of the original. The remake tends to stick to shot, reverse shot.
So it's not like his talking points, at least for this segment of the review, are all too different from Synthetic Man's, but he's able to deliver the exact same talking points without being like such a fucking embittered cunt about it.
In the original, there was a lot more energy and momentum with the shifting camera shots. In the remake, Maria touches James with her hand. In the original, she took James's hand and placed it on her chest, a change that takes away from the playful, seductive nature of Maria, along with the removal of her implying that James hated Mary. Nothing about the hotel is brought up. Instead, we begin the meandering stretch of wandering around to various locales before heading our way to the hospital. Her death scene in the hospital is one of those great examples where you can lose so much when you're not using fixed cameras. Pyramid Head chasing you through the halls in the original had this claustrophobic feeling, narrow hallways and shifting cameras giving a disoriented feel to the chase. Here we get a by-the-book, ho-hum chase scene.
Yeah, he's providing more, explanations and comparisons. He's showing you why he thinks what he thinks. Versus Synthetic's review, which I felt a lot of it was him telling us what he thought.
Hop over a few things along the way. There's a real lack of tension. Then you have the odd cut of James ending up ahead of Maria, despite Maria being in front a moment before. There's a lack of frantic energy.
He definitely would have noticed the odd cut.
Her door open
her
for
being
Maria before
from
Pyramid
in front of
Head
you
kills
to
her.
behind.
The end result, like so many scenes, is the remake losing the impact and the constant gut punches that the original delivered. Then we have the I'm not your Mary scene in the labyrinth. Oh boy. When they first showed this in one of the trailers leading up to release, I was like, good lord, did they butcher this scene. Now, to be fair, the final product is better than what was shown. That whooshing ambience in the background helps, and with the full context, it's better. But it's nowhere even close to what the original was able to capture. The original scene is a masterclass, especially once it switches to an FMV. It's my favorite scene in the game, the series, one of my favorite scenes in any game. The dreamlike feeling is at zenith. There's a credible level of tension and confusion in the air. Is James talking to Mary or Maria? Where does Mary end and Maria begin? The way it's shot, is it Maria behind bars or James? The lighting, the shadow over Maria's eyes add even more to the foreboding atmosphere. That minimal, ambient whooshing in the background is a perfect complement to the scene. Pacing,
very
dialogue,
good.
vocal performances. It's one of those scenes I could watch over and over and pick up something new each time. It's one of the best examples, to bring up Takayoshi Sato once again, of the game deeply shaking the human heart.
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
What?
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
When he says that, you know, if you're Mary or not, her tone gets so much more hostile so quickly, and you don't even notice it the first time you're playing through. But you know, if you got headphones, you could hear it. I'm not your Mary.
I am. If you want me to be.
Then she gets sweet again
in
here.
In the remake, there's next to none of that magic. Sure, most of the words are more or less the same, but how they're said, the pacing, the lighting, it's all off. There was a clear distinction between Maria and Mary in the original, with Maria's change in tone. There's next to none of that confusion if James is talking to Maria or Mary.
You forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
Oh yeah, I hear it.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
Yeah, they missed the mark.
So you are Maria.
I am.
Again, it's those little subtleties, the finer
All I want
points.
from you is an answer.
But they all add up in the
eye roll
end.
that Maria does before placing her hand on the face of James. One of those little moments that said so much about Maria and her character. The way Maria's face falls out of focus when she placed her hand on James loses the impact of the moment. It's one of the best examples of Bloober copying Team Silent's homework, but not understanding the why behind the answers. Like all the voice acting, Maria's voice acting is more subdued in the remake. Part of the equation of a loss in that playful, seductive nature of hers from the original. Now, I don't think it's a case of RE4 remake Ada Wong situation where it's clear they made the wrong casting choice. It's more due to the writing and the direction. Again, it felt like they weren't quite sure how to approach her as a character. She comes across as more emotionless, less playful, and loses that lurking feeling of unease along with it. Her "I'm not your Mary" delivery fails to capture any of the vitriol or unease from the original. The same goes for the "anyway" line when we reunite with her in the hospital.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there.
Anyway, that's great.
I've never been so scared
Anyway,
my whole life.
look what happened.
She does do a better job with Mary. While not reaching the heights of the original, I felt the hallway scene with her berating James kept the spirit of the original intact. But there are a couple of scenes in the Unstretched that lose some of their impact due to the inclusion of music. One being the videotape of James coming to the realization of what he's done. The remake went with the choice of
I'm going to lie, I'm DSP, Persona 3 Final Boss, seething right now on the hidden boss of Metaphor. This is fucking worse than Nyx from P3 FES. I hate this. Whoa. Is that, I'm assuming you're toward the end of the game? It's probably, I don't know. Goon will be facing off against that boss eventually. Probably.
adding in music while Mary's talking to James. I prefer the minimal elements of the original, where you can only just hear the dialogue and the video crackling. There's also an odd bit of how room 312 in the hotel changes to that derelict,
yeah, are you getting charm spammed?
Fade-in. It loses the impact that the original had from stepping outside the room and seeing
the
hotel
okay, true
for what
ending,
it really
hidden
was.
boss.
They kept the room the same, but had a cutscene play out as we exited the room, that would have been a better choice. It would have had a far greater impact with its shift. I felt they did a reasonable job with the two pyramid fights at the end. They didn't do anything fancy for multiple phases. Instead, they made it all
You think
about
they did a
timing your
good
dodges
job?
against two of them.
I died like 30 times to that
into
boss.
his weaknesses and why he created them was a bit puzzling. Then again, you could say that about most of the changes or removals throughout. A puzzling addition was James becoming all Canadian and apologizing to Maria before fighting her in the Leave ending. It undercuts how he's moving on and coming to terms with what he's done and who Maria is. Like there's a sense of remorse instead of realization of what he needs to do.
else can I be?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop.
Maria's not real. You don't have to apologize to her.
It's time to let it go.
The final fight's
in your mind, bro.
But again suffers from making the fight multiple phases. If they kept the first and final phase, that would have been fine. The addition of the middle phase where James falls through the floor is another case of the game padding out what didn't need padding.
So
These
both
bosses
synthetic
can
and this
feel like
guy think the
forever to
second
go
phase
down
is
at times.
useless.
I did double check that I had my combat difficulty set to standard. Once again, the last thing these fights should be doing is reminding me of Silent Hill Homecoming, which this fight did as we move past the first phase. And then we have the letter. In the original, it's one of my favorite voice acting performances in anything I've heard. It floors me every single time. The pacing, the words, it's astounding and an absolute gut punch. The lack of music, the scrolling text of the letter, it's perfect. While the actress gives a good attempt in the remake, it's nowhere even close to the original. But there's other questionable factors, like the addition of music. It takes away from the focus of the letter. No longer is there scrolling text of the letter, which had a bit of a hypnotic effect to the letter reading. For the leave ending in the original, there is a static shot of the graveyard. In the remake, it cuts to various locales, and a bit of a distraction, something that's not an issue for the in-water ending. And
Yeah,
to cut
I thought-
that, I can't tell
yeah.
you to remember me, that I can't
It's
bear
better to
for
just
you
have it
forget
hang
me
on the
line
graveyard.
is mind-boggling. That's the line that always gets me. What a powerful, devastating line. Closing off with James, "You made me happy." It's one of the most powerful, moving moments in any game I've played. But in the remake, there was a feeling of indifference on my part. Shoulder shrug. A shoulder shrug and indifference is how I felt about the remake's attempt at the story. It does have some moments that capture the spirit of the original. There are a few nice additions or changes, but a vast majority of it felt like Bluebird copied the homework of Team Silent without understanding the why behind it. What made the original so special, so beloved, the elements that have led many to peel apart, discuss, and dissect for over 20 years, there's little to none of that here. Combine that with a bloated runtime, and you have a remake that fails to do the original justice. Being able to do the original justice was a monumental challenge, no matter who was at the helm. And while it was great they brought in people like Masahiro Ito and Akira Yamaoka in, they should have brought in more from the original team to get the foundations right. My obvious choice would be Mr. Human Heart Shaker himself, Takayoshi Sato. He was the CGI director and had a lot of say on the game's story. That said, he's been working at Nintendo for well over a decade. What about the original?
Whoa, Nintendo finds its way to sneak into this stream yet again. I really agree with this, because a lot of people put a lot of, you know, they gave a lot of credit to Akira Yamaoka and Masahiro Ito when it comes to Silent Hill. But Ito just does the monster designs and Akira just does the music. They're again, you're giving these figureheads to people. You're making them out to be like this was a one-man show. Like only one man created this product. These are team efforts. There were more people involved with the games. So I think it is a good showing of goodwill to bring some people back. Especially the names that people care to remember, like the composer or the monster designer. But it probably would have been even better to, you know, take a bigger stab, make a bigger effort to get back to people who actually wrote the script, you know, did the cinematography, the original, and all that. Not just the people that people care to remember.
Director, Masashi Tsuboyama, or Hiroyuki Iwaku, the scenario writer, or Akihiro Imamura. He was the director in the game's earlier stages before stepping into a producer role. I couldn't find much information on whether they're still at Konami or elsewhere. I don't know how much of an attempt there was in getting them involved in the project, if at all. But it would have been a far better choice than bringing in consultants known for making video essays. While the bloated runtime is one of the key failures of the remake, failing to capture the story essence of the original is its greatest failure. There are moments, but they are few and far between. The deep shaking of the human heart of the original is nowhere to be found. On no shaking the human heart, I want to change gears for a bit and talk about the original Silent Hill 2 and its reputation. The original Silent Hill 2 has a reputation as a game people are fan of but haven't played. You might have seen this meme of huge Silent Hill 2 fan excited to play for the first time. To note, this is an edit. The original comes from a harddrive.net article entitled "Huge Earthbound fan excited to play it for the first time." And there is truth to this. For the Silent Hill 2 remake, this may be the first time that they're playing Silent Hill 2, but are aware of the original. From playthroughs, streams, or videos on Silent Hill 2. I ended up doing a couple of polls on my channel on people's familiarity with the original Silent Hill 2. One before the remake released, and one after. For the poll before release, there were about 4,600 votes. 21% had beaten the original once.
41%. I have never played Silent Hill 2, but I watched playthroughs or video essays. Huh. Interesting. Interesting.
6% had completed it multiple times. 41% had never played the original, but watched playthroughs or video essays of it. 11% had never played it and were not familiar with it. I did a poll after release for those who have played the remake. I also had the choice of, I played the original Silent Hill 2, but never finished it. I got about 3,800 votes. 21% completed the original once. 31% had completed the original multiple times. 33% had never played the original, but watched playthroughs or essays on it. 7% have never played the original and were not familiar with it. 10% have played the original Silent Hill 2, but never finished it. So while these numbers aren't perfect,
though,
I'd love to have
this
more
reminds me of that
respondents.
Butchered Uzumaki adaptation that just came out.
Being a game people are a fan of, but haven't played. I did a follow-up post asking those who had played the original but were familiar with it through playthroughs or videos on Silent Hill 2. What were some of the reasons they never played the game themselves? There were a multitude of reasons, but 3 were most common. Number 1, too scared to play. Number 2, the lack of accessibility. 3, the tank controls and fixed camera. The game doesn't look fun to play, but I did enjoy watching. So let's start with the first point, being too scared to play. There is a reason that watching Let's Plays or streamers playing horror games is so popular. People love that shared experience. For some way, that's the only way they could deal with the horror. There's not much I can really say on this front. That's your own choice. I could say
Number 3 is the right Drake answer. They gotta remake it so the controls don't suck.
The most interesting point was the lack of accessibility to
This is my
Silent Hill
attempt at the
2.
right Drake
Some of
laugh.
this does tie back to the first point of being too scared to play. Some mentioned that they were too young or not even born when the original Silent Hill 2 came out. By the time they felt ready for it, the lack of accessibility got in the way. Konami hasn't made it easy. You have the PlayStation 2 and Xbox release from 2001 and a PC release in 2002. In 2012, you had the Silent Hill HD Collection, which was a bundled remaster of Silent Hill 2 and 3, a remaster working with incomplete source code given to a studio that wasn't up to task. The end result is a butchered remaster. A bit ahead of the curve, as we see so many butchered remasters
Right
these
Drake
days.
laugh.
This edition
Most
is where
of
the
what I put
infamous
out
Comic
is
Sans Silent Hill
can be
rent
regarded
sign
as
comes
6 out of
from.
10.
There are a couple of workarounds if you want to play Silent Hill 2 on PC. You could use a PS2 or Xbox emulator, or you could play the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition for a PC, a fan project that allows you to play Silent Hill 2 on modern systems. It offers a high level of customization. To me, it's the best way of playing the original Silent Hill 2. Grab a copy of the PC version off my Abandonware or the Internet Archive and install the Enhanced Edition on top of it. But here's the thing about these workarounds. For many, that's asking too much of them. Some mention that if it's not on Steam, I can't be bothered. As much as I hate this, it's the reality. I've been using emulators or fan patches on various games for years. I know many others are in the same boat. We have experiences with tweaking and fiddling around with files.
But the
Something
normies
that's
just
second
don't want to
nature
do
us.
that.
But there is
Like
a large
me.
audience out there who aren't familiar with that. If they can't find it on Steam, it might as well not exist. They don't want to fiddle around with files or don't have the knowledge to do so. A few years ago, there was an article that gained traction about the younger generation not understanding file folders and directories, something university professors started to notice in the mid-2010s. Kids had more experience with smartphones and platforms than computers and folders. So for those out there who can't be bothered, here's my plea to you. There's tons of videos on YouTube on how to set up Enhanced Edition or how to get emulators up and running. I've seen emulator setup videos that walk you through how to install 7-zip for heaven's sake. They'll walk you through all the possible settings with their recommendations. You can get these up and running by the time the Silent Hill 2 remake finishes downloading. Don't be like Pyrocynical. You're better than that.
The worst thing is I've never played Silent Hill 2. I've only played the first one. But I know like how the entire game works because I just sweated like Let's Plays of it. I swear it's so hard to get Silent Hill 2 to run properly on PC like as an emulator. Like to get the director's cut. Actually, it probably isn't that hard, it's more I just can't be asked.
Now, in an ideal world,
The
Konami
absolute
would come to some
state
kind
of
of agreement with the
Zoomers.
team behind the Enhanced Edition and get the game up on Steam. Give them a cut of sales or compensate them for the work they put in. Some kind of recognition. Or get the game up on GOG with the Enhanced Edition ready to go. What I like about GOG is that they'll include fan patches for games. For example, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines on GOG includes the unofficial patch. A patch that makes the game playable for modern systems, fixes bugs, and restores content. If you get the game on Steam, you have to go through the process of installing the unofficial patch yourself. And as much as
The
I love
Zoomers not know
GOG,
how to Google
it's still a
things.
fraction of the
It's
size
more
of
like
Steam.
they're very
It's not a case
lazy.
where if it's not
Like again, the first sign of resistance, you already give up.
Steam, people aren't going to bother.
Just give it to me on
Which
Steam
is
for
too bad.
$60,
There was ever a
stupid.
time to have the original Silent Hill 2 on modern storefronts. This was the time. The same goes for Sony. The remake is a PS5 exclusive for at least a year. You'd think they have
Yes,
the
guy
original
with two
Silent
names.
Hill 2 or the
We're
Team
all
Silent
getting
era
old
titles
here.
available in their PS Plus classic game
No.
catalog, but no. From what I understand, the internal PS5 emulator for past consoles is far inferior to fan-made emulators like PSSX2 or DuckStation. As always, leave it to the fans to the job when it comes to game preservation. Now let's address the third point. Tank controls, fixed camera, something that looks fun to watch, not to play. Like the accessibility element, if you weren't raised on this type of gameplay, it can be seen as antiquated. That tank controls are clunky as all hell, and you'd rather have control of the camera. Well, you do have a few options. You can change the control scheme to behave more like a traditional 3D title. The 2014 remaster of the Resident Evil 1 remake did something similar. That said, they built the game around tank controls.
I have
and the
so much
fixed cameras.
time left
But
on
that's
this
the
mortal
sticking point.
coil.
You
I
switch to
can't
something more like a
possibly be
traditional 3D
expected to
title. There are
download
a lot of
patches
nuances to tank
manually.
controls. The RE1 remake is one of the best examples of it. You could trivialize much of the game, such as evading zombies, if you play with modern controls, but becomes a far more involved process with tank controls. Give them a shot. Try it for an hour and see if the tank controls click. You may surprise yourself. And with that, you open up a floodgate of old classic survival horror titles to check out. Or what about the fixed camera? What if that doesn't vibe with you? Well, if you do want something more modern, there was a Silent Hill 2 camera mod release in
Look
August.
at how much work modders have to do to get Zoomers to fucking play these old games. Look what they did to my boy.
Well, if you do want something more modern, there was a Silent Hill 2 camera mod released in August of 2024. You could switch 2, 3, or 4 to over-the-shoulder or first-person perspective. It's not perfect by any means, but if you'd rather play them that way, you can. That said, the games are not built around them. They built them around the fixed camera. So these are baby steps if need be, but I encourage you to stick with the tank controls and the fixed camera. Give yourself some time to get used to them. It always warms my heart to receive comments from the younger generation who give these games a shot and end up loving them. Now, I'm not expecting everyone to do so, but please, give it some consideration. Now, why am I so insistent
no,
on this?
I'm just gonna go on the
Isn't
internet and
watching a
complain.
playthrough or a stream of the original enough? Or videos breaking
He's
down
a
the game
Drusilla. I have
itself or
not
its
seen the
themes?
verdict.
To an extent, but you're not getting the full
It's
experience.
here, BG.
This leads to the question. Can you be
Welcome
a fan
to
of a game you haven't
Splatoween,
played?
fellas.
YouTube channel
Hello, hello.
Shred Nerd has a great video on the subject. He was a recent guest on my podcast and we talked about the subject. From this perspective, you're not a fan of a game.
I don't mind tank
You're a fan of
controls, but
playthroughs or
I guess it's
let's
just 'cause I grew
players,
up with them.
streamers or esports. How do I feel about it? Do I think you could be a fan of a game you haven't played? It's going to depend on the game. Some more than others. If you have a gameplay-heavy game, you're going to lose out on more of the experience.
It's actually more annoying to use a... Because they have like an alternate control scheme in these games to change it to be more traditional, as it were. But then it fucks up because the constantly changing camera angles it fucks with your control when you're moving from scene to scene. It's like if you're using tank controls and you move from a room that changes camera angles, you're always going to be moving forward. But if you move it relative to the character, you have to change direction every time you move to a new scene because you're trying to play it like a normal game. But that's not how it was made.
Without you in control. What about something like Silent Hill 2? Not what I call a gameplay-heavy game. It's more about the story and the atmosphere. You'll get more of watching the game compared to something more gameplay-heavy. But at the end of the day, for the full experience, you'll need to be the one in control. To get the full experience, you'll need to move at your own pace, take in the game at your own pace, get the full context of scenes and the game itself. I've brought up the media in one of Bloober's games a few times throughout this video. I played it earlier this year to get a better understanding of what to expect from their work. It's a walking simulator with basic puzzles. I was aware of the game's issues beforehand, like the story. Yes, I could have only watched videos on the game or playthroughs. It's not very involved on the gameplay front, but I still experienced the game at my own pace to get an understanding of the game itself. It gave me a better idea of what to expect from the studio helming development of the Silent Hill 2 remake. So this is my plea to those who haven't played the original. Get the full experience by playing through it with a controller in your hands. Gather thy courage if it's faulty, and take frequent breaks if need be. Use an emulator or the enhanced PC edition. Any computer more powerful than a toaster can run it. As much as I like to see the game show up on storefronts for convenience sake, digital or otherwise, seems like that's never going to happen. There's many guides out there, text or video to guide you through setup. Ones I'd feel comfortable with showing my grandma if she wanted to play Silent Hill 2 for whatever reason. Don't be like Pyrocynical. You're better than that. Give some time to get used to the tank controls and the fixed camera. Or if that's too much, you can ease yourself in with more traditional 3D controls. Get the full experience.
Yeah, no,
of playing
3D
the
controls
original
are
yourself
awful
if
for
you
survival
haven't.
horror games.
You get some of the experience through playthroughs
Pop
or
in the
videos
fucking
dissecting
tank,
the game,
Shinji.
but not the full experience. And with that full experience in hand, you'll see yourself how the remake failed to do the original justice. So let's start to wrap this up before the video becomes more bloated than the remake's runtime. You might think I've been nitpicky, I've been overcritical. You might think I'm blinded by nostalgia, that I should let people enjoy things and be happy that Silent Hill is back. If you like the remake, that's fine. I'm not the target audience for remakes. I've enjoyed the remakes that have come out over the last several years. There are elements of the Silent Hill 2 remake that I enjoy. While I find remakes to be unnecessary, I understand there's a large audience for them. Look at the success of the Resident Evil 2 remake. It's the best-selling game in the franchise and a very high-selling franchise. Despite my feelings on the necessity of remakes, if they are going to keep doing them, they need to do the original justice. In some areas, Bloober surprised me with their output. They put the work in for the level design and the expansion on puzzles, but then they pad the game to about double the length of the original and kill any semblance of pacing. And on the story front, I'll ask this of you. You may be on high with the hype of the release, especially after what we got with Silent Hill Ascension and the short message. But in the coming days, the coming weeks, months, when you think back to the key moments of the game's story, which version will you think of? What version will you think of with Maria behind bars in the labyrinth? The scene where James first runs into Pyramid Head in one of the apartments. The scene where James comes to terms with what he's done in room 312.
I guess only time will
setting
tell.
the staircase on fire. Mary's letter.
Spoiler alert, it'll probably be the original.
What version did a better job of evoking emotions and shaking your heart? I'll leave that answer up to you, but it should be obvious that my answer are the original scenes. Doing justice to the original story was going to be a monumental task, no matter who was in charge. Part of me wonders what a remake of Silent Hill 2 would have looked like if they took the approach they're using for the Metal Gear 3 Solid remake, using the original dialogue but update it to play like a more modern title. Or if they kept development of the remake in the hands of a Japanese studio. Before Konami brought in Hexadrive to help with them on the short message, Hexadrive made a pitch for the Silent Hill 2 port. This changed into a full-fledged remake, although Konami turned down their pitch. There's a bit of a je ne sais quoi factor in how the Japanese develop video games. I would have had more confidence had they kept the game's primary development with Japan. But that's not what they did. Instead, they shipped it out west, like they did with the series back in the late 2000s to the early 2010s. Lower costs for having the game's development in Poland as opposed to Japan. And what's their return on investment like? As of writing, there's no hard numbers yet. The all-time peak concurrent player count on Steam is a little under 24,000. This falls well short of the Resident Evil remakes and the Dead Space remake. There's no given numbers yet for the PS5 sales numbers.
Underrated YouTuber, first video I watched from him. I like him.
So there's not exactly
Maybe
a lot
we'll
of
keep up
competition
with
on that
them
front.
in the future.
One game, I don't know why. It remains to be seen if the game is a success sales-wise. And to note, despite its reputation, Silent Hill is very much a niche franchise, both to horror and to Konami. Overall series sales numbers are around 9 million by the end of December 2018.
He watched
Compare
the
that
guy.
to Metal Gear, another Konami
What did he think?
franchise, which has sold around 61 million units. Several Resident Evil titles on their own have outsold the Silent Hill series. To note, Resident Evil has always had a more mainstream appeal, with much more care given by Capcom compared to how Konami has treated Silent Hill. Excluding the remake, Resident Evil 4 has as many additions as Skyrim. So it's hard to get a gauge at the moment if this will be it for Silent Hill remakes. There have been rumors that Silent Hill 3 would be next in line, which from a development standpoint would make sense. You have assets and locales that both 2 and 3 share ready to go. Sure, the story is a continuation from the first Silent Hill, but they can make changes to make it more of a standalone title. But we'll have to wait and see how that turns out, if at all. And if it never comes to light, that's fine with me. I want to be clear, I didn't want the Silent Hill 2 remake to fall short or to fail. Well, at least at this point in time. There may have been a time earlier where I was hoping for it. I am tired of remakes, but I've come to the understanding that, well, they have a sizable audience. So if they are going to keep pumping them out, at least have them do justice to the original. As well, making the original version more accessible would go a very long way. Something that Konami has been an utter failure at with this title. At the end of the day, the remake in my mind fails to do the original justice. What's made the original so beloved, discussed, and dissected? Sure, the beats are more or less the same. Most of the words are the same. But again, it comes across like copying someone's homework without understanding the whys behind the answer. There is some quality work here. Again, the level design well surpassed my expectations, but the end result is a long-winded, surface-level reimagining of a psychological horror classic, one that's bloated and shallow, one that fails to capture the core foundations of what made the original such a compelling game. So as the days, the weeks, and the months go by, as the hype passes, ask yourself, did the game shake your heart deeply, especially when compared to the original? I'll leave that up to you. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to support the channel further, do consider joining on Patreon.
I think he knows what our answer will be.
Special shout out to those in my top
Very
two
cute that he
tiers.
leaves the ball in our court.
Tier,
But I feel
Boot,
like
and
he
Tom
knows
Terrible.
what our answer will be. It's a very, very good video. And as I noted, a lot of the same points as a Synthetic Man video, just delivered without a stick up his ass. I might watch more of this person. Apparently he knows who DSP is, which isn't exactly it's not exactly a hard thing to do. But okay, yeah, I like that. I don't think I disagreed with anything he said. I would say the biggest takeaway is the part where he talks about people's resistance to playing the original. Again, going back to considering games art, but then in the same breath saying they're outdated or need to be updated or changed. No, I won't experience it until they modernize it. You're not really treating games like art then, are you? Remakes today are like Linkin Park now, making new music with some doofy lady thinking she could be Chester. Sure, the musicians are the same. Some parts sound alright, but it ain't Linkin Park. Yeah, more I think about it, the more I lean towards adaptation. I think that's a stronger word to use than remake or even replacement. Adaptation, alternative, but I also agree with him when he says you should at least try out the original. Don't just play the remake and feel as if you've experienced Silent Hill 2 that way. Like that's the way to experience it. I experienced it. I only played the remake. I feel like I have a good grasp on Silent Hill 2. I won't say you're wrong, but I would at least inquire that you go ahead and play the original. And I like that he outlined all the various methods in which you can do that, you know, mentioning the mod patches, mentioning emulation, even the fucking HD collection. It would be cool if they did a modern port, DRM-free, like GOG or something, but Konami gonna Konami, I suppose. Play the remake. Idiot. Wait a year for it to come out on Xbox. Okay, I need to refill. We will continue watching videos. My goal is to get to Ruler. I'm at Champion right now. Like 500 points and I'll be there. What can we put on? Let's put on some Wingo. Wings of Redemption doesn't have to deal with the trolling anymore. And Banana Joe. I guess that's a troll name. I don't know who that is.
Damn, son, you can't find this on the internet. Damn, son, you can't find this on the internet. I found it on the internet.
I will be back.
I found it on the internet.
Hey everybody, how you guys doing? I'm trying to be a little more quiet tonight. Oh, morning everybody. No, I don't have the Vault Edition. I never really buy that stuff. So who wants to play? No, I haven't pissed Kelly off. Yeah, you gotta understand, like, Kelly doesn't want to play the games, and like the whole Dark Souls streams is kind of frustrating to sit there and watch. Which she's gotten way better. I don't know. It's all good. Yeah, play with people. No, I haven't lost my voice. I'm just trying to be quiet because it's like 2 o'clock. I was willing to wake Kelly up yesterday, but I'm not going to constantly wake her up. Well, the issue, Advert 4, is like people take like me and Kelly having disagreements and me getting frustrated with her past entertainment value, which it is, right? We don't take those grudges into our everyday lives. And they're like, oh, look how bad the relationship is. Look how bad of a husband Wings is and that kind of stuff. And they create videos with that narrative, which is not true. Like I'm getting to the point where it's like I'm almost starting to feel human again. I still got a lot of like abdominal pain, and there's like the right side I feel like I fractured a rib or something sometimes, but like it's not constant. So I don't know. It's just probably a muscle that's just not happy. Hey, I like them all. There's not really a gunfight map on there's not a gunfight map on this game. Just straight dislike.
When you watch the Talk to a podcast, you eat lunch with and drink Prime.
Don't Lunchly come with Prime though?
Yeah.
I'm on that Lunchables bandwagon myself.
I like my cheese moldy, bro.
You think cheese moldy? That's the shit I hate about Call of Duty right there. Come on. Come on, guys. Can you please stop running to the other side of the map? There's two of you.
Sit down there low. Sit down there here. One behind you, Wayne. One behind you.
Like, I know I'm negative right now, but I can tell you for a fact this helicopter's not my fault. My deaths have been so far between. Come on! Dude, how the fuck? Like, really? I'm gonna go poop. Alright, let's try again.
What up, Wings?
It started with a terrible match. Like, we had no map control. Like, nobody was actually talking about doing anything. No coordination. No UAVs. Just a frustrating experience. And I decided to try to use a weapon that isn't easy mode, and just got frustrated with it. And the worst part about it, I was the only other person on the team with positive at that point. Like, I was like 12 and 11. Everybody else was negative.
All right, what's he crying about this time?
Dude, come on, dude. Like, how many fucking times are you gonna throw at me? Dude.
Where's my fucking teammate?
Fuck, man.
Oh, my lord.
Come on, boys. Fuck!
Jordy, I just killed myself for you, man. Win the round.
What a waste of a life, if that's what you did.
Shut up, bitch.
Revival, what is that gun?
Come on, dude. Every time I die is a fucking sniper. Got on top of the pool roof.
Is that
go ahead and ban Progressive Bottom and Jessica Dole.
I jumped
Progressive Bottom?
And Junebug, aka Banana Joe.
Excuse me?
Those motherfuckers, ban them.
Well, I'm just saying, like
ban them
like,
permanently.
they're not donating and they're talking shit. Like, that
They're not
gets you banned.
donating. They need to donate to stay in the chat. Wingo.
Go the fuck on.
Wingo.
Wings, do you get annoyed by the questions?
He gets annoyed by most things, yes.
It's just a bunch of trolls right now.
It's just a
That's
bunch
all
of trolls.
that's
You
happening
ask
right
questions,
now.
you're just a troll.
People trolling.
I mean, it's kind of true.
Jordy, did you hit your goal
Only
yet?
trolls ask
For what?
questions.
Donations?
85.
Yeah, for the stream.
We just cost $20 for the stream. Like all has been is basically people trolling.
Right, but I consider you the your goal, your remaining goal.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's fine. I've already hit my goal for the month.
Goal for the month?
Wow.
He's gonna do a long form react or something? What was the goal?
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and ban Banana Joe. Dude, seriously.
Banana
You're
Joe.
obsessed with a guy on the internet. Just your whole life is centered around him.
You mean he's wing sexual? It's fucking wing sexuals, man. That ass, man.
I banned the wrong guy. I banned everybody that was even interacting with trolling. Like, I just don't want to deal with it. Like, I don't have to deal with it no more.
Oh, you know more. Has something changed?
Whatever.
Did you grow a backbone? I don't see it.
Like, I fell asleep yesterday at 5 a.m. 5 p.m., I'm sorry. H-Rod, don't answer thoughts on Black Ops.
But that's like, that's not even that's a gaming question.
You got on this fucking van. Come on, dude. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm back in 2007? That's what the controller's smashing. Oh, he rage quit. It really is 2007.
This has been the worst. This has been a terrible fucking stream.
I know, right? I'm sorry. I'll put out better content
Looks like
tomorrow.
This stream's getting deleted.
Did he really end after that? Oh, buddy. I swear, he's a completely different person on Locale Live. You know, over there, he at least put out the occasional zing! The zingers zing! But over here on his own streams, he's such a sourpuss. See, Kelly calls Wings of Redemption weak. Marriage on the rocks. Clickbait. When you hear a dope melody. Anything that's fast is a felony. Dude, Kelly's already here. Hi, everybody.
Are you still friends with Diamond Skittle?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't betrayed Jordy yet.
He's just not unbanned right now because it's a pain in the ass to unban.
Why did we ban Diamond Skittle?
Because he probably is coming here talking shit 120.
He's just talking shit, man.
Alright, we're gonna back up. I'm trying to back up here. Oh, I died. Darn.
Oh, she's playing?
I didn't watch my bar long enough.
The first mistake you made is you didn't even bother locking onto him.
Is that the first mistake I made?
Mm-hmm. Can you let Ellie play something fun? Ellie won't like anything we play, honestly.
Like, honestly.
And no, I've never been skinny before.
Ellie won't like anything we play.
I mean, she used to be much bigger.
Oopsie.
I am painfully sleepy right now.
Know what that sounds like?
Yeah, they should play Stardew.
You trying to weasel your way out of something.
No, I'm just telling you the truth. I ate me a Lunchable.
I ate me a Lunchable.
Right.
Yeah, because I really do want a pair of Ghost Max 2s.
Do people buy Lunchables for like
I have like
to eat at home, like outside of school?
Pairs of shoes, but I don't have that particular type of shoe.
You literally have 2 pairs of shoes you probably wore 3 times combined.
I'm wearing my purple ones tonight because it matches my shirt. It also matches the color for
yeah, I
domestic
had me a
violence
Lunchable.
awareness.
Shit hit the spot, man.
By the way, I've also made peace with it. I don't really want you to come tonight.
Why?
Because I don't want you to be bored.
Then why ask me to come every time if you know I'm going to be bored?
Because it's a gesture that you came.
I want you
that you
to
put
want to come, and I know you don't.
That he put aside his time and what he cares to do to go do something with her. It like shows that you're putting an effort. You're putting an effort. You're putting your best foot forward out for her, even though you know she and he both know that you don't want to be there. It's a thought that counts. Yeah. Hey, Nurgle, your nephews would get Lunchables to eat at home and not at school? It's just kind of weird for me. Like, also the fact that he's near his 40s and eating Lunchables. I don't know. Being a hater.
Want to come, so...
Well, it's not that I don't want to come and support you. It's that I look at it like... I look at it with the same, like, conviction as I look at, like, going and sitting in a waiting room.
The conviction of going and sitting in a waiting room.
Well, I never be like, hey, Kelly, come watch me play Rainbow.
Or how I feel having to go to everything locale related. Did y'all see what my husband has said?
Yeah, she kind of smoked him there.
I died.
Dog, don't even get me started to think about the camera. Like, she was asking me, is there
Alright,
any way to make
Nurgle,
the
I didn't
camera
know. It just,
auto-follow
you know, sounded weird.
before
I
we started
it.
the stream up.
Heck yeah. And I had to drive a lot because Mr. Man couldn't because he was sick. It was rude.
Yeah, I only had like a hurt liver and like a tube coming out my ribs.
I'm glad you can finally admit how weak you were.
Whoa!
What's wrong with the Impala? Kelly wrecked
Marriage on the rocks confirmed.
She hit a stationary object in the middle of an empty parking lot.
Stationary?
I should have seen what I did to the trailer and the golf cart the other day.
Marriage coin is down for Jordy and Kelly.
I wish he was Burger King Banquet and Sean Rayquin. We'd have more money. Like, I don't understand why we don't get Christmas cards from them because literally they create no content on their own.
Let's not talk about the troll stuff.
Okay.
But she has more fun with she has more fun with the trolls than he does.
Which is hard. Which I understand. Like that's one of the hardest things to learn in a survival game.
I got coded down there to get my souls back. That was fun.
Yep.
Hope they send Christmas cards now. I'm surprised they haven't already.
No, I'm just over a week out of surgery.
Technically, the DSP people came up with that idea first when they sent Derek a birthday card.
I'm not supposed to pick up more than 5 pounds for a month.
It was a digital card, though, to be fair.
And squats and exercises and push-ups. Not gonna happen.
I don't do squats anyway. I hate squats.
I don't do squats, man. They only ever lightly razz Kelly from what I see. They just call her Smelly Kelly, and then she just lightly razzes them in return. They have a better, dare I say, she has a better dynamic with the trolls than Wings himself.
Lock on. Use your camera. There you go. You know when you lock on, the camera follows them too.
Does it? Oh my gosh.
Well, you act like it feels like you're just going through the motions and you're half trying.
It's almost like she doesn't want to be here and she doesn't want to play the game. She doesn't want to be shambled on stage by you to make pennies for you. It's almost like you're exactly right.
It feels like you're just going through the motions and you're half trying.
You like how right after he says that, it's hard to see, but right after he says that, she looks at her wristwatch.
Feels like you're just going through the motions and you're half trying.
Oh, that's tough.
If anyone else is wondering, it's just been 25 minutes. You shouldn't be allowed to do that if I'm trying to get healthy.
Yep.
What? Say it.
Yeah, I liked another Krebs treasure. The genre is not for me either.
You just don't learn it. I'm gonna say it one more time. One more time.
Why is he treating her like this?
And then if you can't get it, we're gonna make you stop playing this game.
This could have been like an actual fun thing for them to have fun with. Like, you know, him introducing her to gaming.
Unless you learn this tactic.
He's being so surly about it.
You gotta practice on it. You can't just hope to learn it on him. Alright? You need to start looking at the enemy's attacks and determining if I can attack them without taking damage and actually reading the enemy's attack. Why do you think that's there?
But Nurgle, he brought her. He's the one who brought her here. She didn't ask to play. I mean, like, this is what he asked for. It's like, you get what you pay for.
You get mad at me, you did the same thing earlier.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, pop in Puyo Puyo.
I played it this morning. I actually enjoyed Black Ops 6.
Oh wow, he likes it.
The money for my Airbnb just came out.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we gotta make that money back on this stream. Jordy, you better make back the money from the Airbnb.
Fridays. We've missed the last 3 weeks. One because like the local camping trip, and then I think Kelly had to do something.
Yeah, that's it.
When you put your feet up there, don't hit the power button like you did 1 week.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. I love it. That's how I get out of this, right?
You only got another hour and 10 minutes on it?
Just another hour and 10. I haven't even been doing it as long as I got left.
Oh, you played 40 minutes before. That's probably feels like usually we're almost done now.
Well, I was a struggle.
You've actually gotten worse since we sat here.
I think I've gotten worse since I got my protein shake.
You have, since you think about it. Let me,
Why is he like
I'll show you how
this?
to do this area one time. Alright?
Just let her play the game.
One time.
She's not supposed to get good at it. She's obviously not a gamer. The humor is derived from the fact that she is not a gamer, so it's silly and funny to see her
Shield
lose.
up. You should be walking around with this shield up like this. See how he reacted? That means he's gonna come for you. I want you to start dodging attacks. See, backing up, keep your shield up like this. Alright. See how he's doing attacks? Like, look at this long windup. Just watch the enemy, what they're doing. Kind of stay out of his range. Is this a form of spasm?
Dude, she is so bored. Hey, Brian.
I'm not helping Kelly. I'm just showing her, giving her an idea of what she could be doing.
Melikella is so bored, man.
Juddy, you bought a membership. You have a lot more lenience. Everything you walked up to your point is. You're not gonna out DPS it.
How do I get away from him at this point? You don't
He's a boss. You don't get away from him.
You sat there, watched me. I did it nice and slow. I even was talking to you while doing it. I took one hit at a time, but the first time you got a chance to take a hit, you used your entire bar. Nobody's tired. It just gets annoying when, like the whole idea is they want my spirits to be broken and shit like that. And it's like, I'm not gonna lose my channel over this nothing burger.
It's already broken. Spirit's already sloshed.
And even if they somehow manage to get me like suspended, it's not gonna stick. No, I've never committed insurance fraud. It's never happened. What I did was I told somebody a way of committing insurance fraud.
Whoa, it's Almighty underscore Tevin. Wings of Redemption is berating his wife while she plays Dark Souls to make pennies for him.
Like 10 seconds later.
I didn't go do.
And we're celebrating Swolloween by indulging in Splatoween. It's the Halloween event.
I've been up since like midnight last night. Man, I took a little nap earlier, like an hour
just when you thought I was done, they pull me back in.
And I killed myself.
I told you that once.
Don't worry, Kelly, you were already dead inside.
With the crossbow thing on.
Well, how am I supposed to find them?
It's like, look at this shit right here. It's just like this.
Look here, look, listen, look at what you could be accomplishing.
And it contradicts your more recent excuses. There's nothing to contradict, dude. You never did an interview with the kid. Never happened. They say they want me to tell this damn story, whereas like, the people are going to be questioning it now if I don't tell it. Well, I basically had a live-in girlfriend who had a child that was having bathroom issues. We took him to the doctor, and the doctor basically said he was perfectly fine. He could be, I don't remember what the doctor said. I'm not going to try to make up what the doctor said. But what I ended up doing is the doctor told us that if he continued to do it, to give him a enema. So we did. His mother didn't want to do it, so I did it. And the trolls are trying to make it sound like I'm some monster because I gave somebody an enema under doctor's orders. How's this big yikes?
I feel like I've heard that story told differently, but I'm not gonna comment on it.
You gotta pillage the body.
No, you can quit playing.
Why?
Because I'm gonna delete this stream at this point, and we're not gonna continue this series.
Why?
Because I'm tired of dealing with this.
Did he tell that story on purpose to give him an excuse to like stop this series? Stop the stream? They wouldn't have to play with his wife anymore?
I mean, do what you're gonna do, but I don't think we should discontinue the series. I think eventually I'll get it. I just got to be persistent.
Their marriage is on the
I'm
rocks.
tired of always quitting and stuff.
Well, I'm not leaving this one up.
Okay, that's fine.
The constipated story? Is that the one where his grandma had to wipe his ass? Apologies if anyone's eating.
We logging off now?
No, probably. I just wish people would actually support me instead of letting these people just tear me down over and over and over again.
Can't we hit the goal?
Like, it's almost silly that people in chat won't even like talk shit to these people.
We'll do part 4 redo. Kelly
Is nobody shit talk the trolls?
Like, I'm not even getting support from you. Like all you're telling, all you're doing is sitting here telling me like, don't worry about it.
He wants his own Kino Casino.
Because that's the best thing you can do.
Locale Life sucks. Where are the Locale Life fans to shit talk the trolls? He needs his own Kino Casino. Where are my fans to like shit on the haters?
I know it's the best thing I can do, but but it's like
that's why
I want you to support me, and you're just
imagine. Look, this is a domestic in real time, verbal domestic. I got to be fair and honest. This is a verbal domestic in real time. Now, I'm not gonna get too much into like the what ifs, the factors of their relationship, but I'm willing to bet what's going on between them right now in this video happens so much more off camera. Like, look at the body language, listen to the cadence in their voice. Like, no relationship is flawless, right? You probably argue with your significant other here and there, right? But I'm willing to bet these people, this power couple probably argues more than the average couple.
Support from you. Like, all you're telling all you're doing is sitting here telling me, like, don't worry about it, just say nothing.
Because that's the best thing you can do, honey.
I know it's the best thing I can do, but but it's like,
that's why
I want you to support me, and you're just not doing it.
Honey, I'm not supporting you the way you want me to support you.
Where's my support?
But I do support you. I love you.
Look at this, sham.
It's okay.
She doesn't mean it. She remembered they were on camera.
Oh, I got gained weight. All right, you ready to just cut it and go take a nap?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Shameful that she indulges him like this. You want to just go hide in your room again?
Looks like this stream's getting
And he
deleted.
cuts it without a goodbye. Now Kelly's trying to go on the self-improvement route, but he keeps bringing her down with him. Is she still a nurse? She should make good money. Anyway, Wings of Redemption plays Black Ops 6 for the first time, eating less fat, 412 pounds. emotes.
Shout out to the hoodlums, yay! I just felt like my stomach was at the bottom of this pit. Let's go!
Let's go! Can we hit it?
How'd you women feel? Delicious.
Barely even winded me. It's a solid piece of muscle.
The only social media I have is Twitter. And I just banned everybody on Twitter.
Banned everybody on Twitter.
Bye, my lady.
Hey, everybody. Why does he always do that with his hands? Is he gonna say anything?
Oh, I'm getting off track here. Hey, everybody. Hey.
Well, that took a
I was
minute.
looking at Discord. I've turned into one of those Discord nerds.
It's a very easy app to use. Unless you're Keemstar. Or Review
I
Tech.
don't watch porn like that, Paige.
Or Bookie. Or Wing. Okay, I guess it's not that easy to use.
Like with the with like what you're saying there is on my like Reddit homepage they'll put like some not safe for work shit. Ain't a really cute black girl. I mean, like whatever. It's like what is that? You click on it. Let's start my Katie off in the negatives.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
I don't really care what my KD is on these games anymore.
I don't really care, man.
Yeah, it's there's no point. I don't. Make
Rainbow
money
though,
off the
Rainbow,
game,
that's
so
a
I don't
completely
give
different game.
She's just different.
Care about Katie there.
I make money off the game and I still don't give a shit. Ooh, that was a juicy fart.
What?
I was over here rolling the dice, chat. After you have your gallbladder out.
Camping trip level.
You hear about this?
Well, after you have your gallbladder out. Ooh.
Oh, I actually heard it that time.
That was a juicy fart.
Why? 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 Why?
Ooh, that was a juicy fart. I was over here rolling the dice, chat. After you have your gallbladder out.
Camping trip level.
Well, after you have your gallbladder out, you're supposed not to fart because it might just be poop. But like, no.
Okay. Thanks for telling me something I didn't want to know.
I'm about to die.
He's coming.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
I got him.
I got to invert my thing and I don't know how to invert it. Oh.
Ben says, had my gallbladder removed and that never happened to me. But you're just not as big as Winko.
My day's just starting. I got a busy day today.
Yeah, he's gonna no life Black Ops 6. A lot on your plate today, huh?
Oh, he was in the rotunda. Fuck, you gotta call out, man.
I don't know.
I went 8 and fucking 7.
The only thing rotund here is him.
My win-loss is 0. I'm a monster.
I was gonna say, what the fuck?
We played 2 games, we've lost them both.
Right side.
This looks just like every other Call of Duty game.
Oh, hey.
I guess that's what the fans want.
And we lose again!
Yes!
0-3 for the day right now, chat. 0-3 for the day.
You just said you didn't care about your
Hey,
win-loss and your KD. Well, he hasn't brought up Katie yet.
What is that?
One of his party members just burped?
Okay. I'm gonna be loud.
I'm gonna be loud.
I'm gonna be loud.
I'm gonna be loud.
Okay.
I'm playing Black Ops 6.
Yeah, he's gonna be yelling at me. He just ran past.
Is it his wife or his mom? Treating Kelly like she's his mom.
Yep.
I'm gonna be loud, man. I'm sorry.
On the left side.
Telling her you're gonna be loud, really quietly, hoping that your chat doesn't hear.
Shit, wings.
Why not just mute?
Did you see Smile 2 yet?
Mm-mm. No.
Man, I haven't either. I'm probably gonna watch it tonight.
I got to do the Kelly Dark Souls stream today, and then I got to go to Kelly to a 5K tonight, and I'm thinking
That was the video we just watched, the sham marriage video. We're kind of like going backward here.
Let's go.
2 in a row, boy. Do I realize fat and protein are more essential than carbs? I can't have more than 40 grams of fat a day, so I got to really watch my fat intake. And like doing that has made me feel.
Well, you
so
certainly
much better.
failed at doing that.
I'm losing weight and everything. I'm not even like you see me drinking a fucking Pepsi right now. Like I'm not even doing anything, but it cuts out a lot of fast food, right? Like most fast food I can't have. Like, and when I do, so when I do get like fast food, like for example, I'll go get like, say I want to go to Wendy's, right? Instead of ordering,
he would go
like,
anywhere
what I
else.
normally order, I would get like a spicy chicken patty.
Well, I guess he'll go to
Just a
Sex
patty
Beast
by
and Country
itself.
Cookout and
I'd get
Bojangles
the
on
patty,
occasion.
and then I'd get like maybe a small chili, and that would be the vast majority of my fat that day. And I'd have to eat like applesauce and low-fat yogurt and stuff like that to compensate for that.
I think you overcompensate for a lot of things, Shorty.
Hey man, it sounds like you're doing really good with that.
Does it? Does it look like he's doing good with the new
How much weight
diet?
have I lost?
KGPM.
I'm currently 412, and when I
Celebrating Swolloween,
heaviest I got
the
after the
Splatoween. It's a
camping trip
Splatoon's
was
Halloween event.
423, so I've lost about 10 pounds.
It's a rare Wingo update
since I
moment
went to the hospital
over here.
in Buffalo.
He's still sad.
What's my regular Wendy's order? My regular Wendy's order would be like a 20.
Hopefully when you have a girlfriend and teach her Dark Souls, you don't delete the stream. No, apparently he deleted the stream because he's told the story about the enema, the classic enema story. But I feel like he may have only told that story to give him an excuse to delete it because he didn't want to play Dark Souls with his wife anymore because it was very boring and she didn't know what to do, and he got tired of trying to coach her on how to play the game correctly, or at least play the game correctly as he understands it, because he's also bad at Soulsborne.
Like a large Coke. That would be like a regular order, but like, I don't like Wendy's fries.
Yeah, he's told the story before. I feel like I've heard that story told differently, though. That paints him more in the wrong. But I'm not gonna say he's wrong, because I don't remember how it was told originally. I just remember... I remember there being more details than were in the version of the story he told right now. But I don't remember what those details were.
Oh, wow.
What's the enema story? For the last video that we just watched, with the he was dating some girl, and then the kid was sick, and a doctor said to do an enema, and the girlfriend didn't want to do it, so he did it. It's one that people bring up, given his alleged perceived proclivities, along with what he said about the age of consent, yada yada. I'm not gonna actually quote what he said about that, because I'm not gonna be tricked into saying it, but you all know what he said about the age of consent. Oh, you weren't here? Oh, God. Yeah, that's basically just the gist of the story. I remember when he first told that story, there were more details, I think. The retelling from that video that we just watched was a little bit more straightforward than I recall. But my memory is hazy, as it is with most things.
Press it.
It's crazy.
What's the teams in Splatoon? Wizards versus Knights versus Ninjas.
Good win. Good win.
Wouldn't do that on a kid that's not mine. Imagine a kid's dad hearing that shit, right? But like the girlfriend didn't want to do it. The doctor said if it got okay, the doctor, according to Wings, said if it got worse, then do the enema. I feel like if it was so pivotal, I'm not a health expert, I'm not a health guru. If it was so pivotal and important to do the enema, why didn't the doctor do it himself right there? Like, surely, if anything, we would trust a doctor. And then afterwards, you'd probably go doctor, then biological father, if he's present, and then, like, then the mom. But yeah, it wasn't, he says doctor's orders, but the doctor's orders specifically were, if it got worse, then do the enema. But he didn't require it to be done. If it was so necessary for them to do it, I feel like they would have done it at the hospital, but I'm not a doctor. But he ended up doing it because the mom did not want to do it. And, you know, he was dating the mom, so the father wasn't around. But I'd hate to be the dad hearing that shit. Yeah, we went wizards. Because the idea is, who would you want to be in a fantasy world? And for me, wizard is like, duh. Knight, being a knight is boring. And the other option is ninja, and it's like, ninja? Ninjas are not in fantasy, like, locales, correct? Some old bullshit. Said, Eastern bias at it again. Not that an enema is probably not the worst thing, but still, yes, okay, so it's a medical thing. Like, obviously it looks bad put next to the things that he said in the past. From what we know, he did it for medical reasons. It's a medical thing, but it's still very odd. Yes, it's just still odd. Even when you get the circumstances as he presents them. I think most people would see that as inappropriate since he's not a nurse and not related. Yes and yes. I feel like if they really did need to do it, someone at the hospital could have did it. Otherwise, the mom should have just sucked it up and did it herself. If the story's true, the mom looks worse. Yeah, for just not doing it herself and making Wingo do it. Well, we don't even know if she made Wingo do it. It could have been like Wingo volunteered. Like maybe had he not volunteered, maybe the mom would have sucked it up and just did it herself. But what if she says, "Oh, I don't want to do that," and then Jordy's immediately he's like, "Oh, I'll go ahead and do it for you, sweetie. I'll do it for you, baby." It's like you're not the kid's dad biologically. It's kind of weird for you to just step up and volunteer there, sir. But I'm gonna put words in his mouth because we don't know the exact context of what happened and like what caused him to like ultimately be the one to have to do it because he really wants to tell that story. Oh shit, we're winning. Okay, I think we got that. Okay, let's watch one more. Nice little Jordy update. It's been a while since we did one. Oh, here's a new one. Kelly is upset. Literally uploaded 10 minutes ago. Kelly is upset at Wings for playing video games all day.
My nieces are hoodlums.
My nieces are hoodlums.
My niece that absolutely loves Lumos.
Yeah, you're right. She's upset at him making money all day, or at least trying to make money. Hey, everybody. Still has the same shirt on.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Dusty.
Still writing that Black Ops 6 release weekend hype. Let's go! Pick up Scrumbles, the video redeem. Look at it.
So, oh my god, my microphone's way the fuck up here. My bad, boys. No.
Oh no, I haven't seen this.
John
Okay.
Anderson. Matter of fact, go ahead and put John Anderson in timeout. And I'm timing you out for 10 minutes, John Anderson, because those are the lines of questions I don't care about answering. Like, dude, like you are the reason that makes streaming miserable.
I'm
like,
miserable, man. Just fucking
dealing with
miserable.
People either mimicking my southern dialect or.
Wait, what are you saying?
Streaming miserable. Like looking over and just dealing with people either mimicking my southern dialect.
Mimicking my southern dialect. Dude, I would be gone from that chat so fast. I'm a southern gentleman. This is how I talk, sir. I can't help it. I am not putting on a voice right now. This is the natural dulcet tones that I present unto my audience, man.
Dude, like you are the reason that makes streaming miserable. Like looking over and just dealing with people either mimicking my southern dialect or like people
He
want
typed
to see
man
me be
in the
happy and
chat,
upbeat,
ban him.
but like you just beat me down over and over again.
How is that beating you down?
And it's not fun. It makes streaming not fun. Go ahead and time out the stepmoms as well.
That means they like you. They like your voice.
Come on, Blueberry, why?
Blooper, why?
Damn.
Ban anyone talk about my voice.
Sorry I can't talk. I'm concentrating so hard not to get fucked up. Dude, I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, got him.
Dude, how?
I did not get him.
You see me at FurryCons? You never see me at a FurryCon, dude. You barely see me outside the house.
Fucking see you at the McFlurry Con.
Go ahead and someone else, please. I don't know why you guys coming here just to fuck with me.
Well, it's
So
a new
annoying.
game release. It's the only game you care enough to play. It's literally the time to fuck with you. Outside of like
How the fuck
Christmas.
Are you behind me? Really?
Name a more prime opportunity to fuck with them than the release weekend of the only new game that he still cares enough to buy on release. But you know what? He's probably playing on Game Pass like everyone else.
How am I the worst player on the team and I'm over here fucking trying my dick off?
I'm surprised he can still see his dick. DSP Wings COD stream. Well, he hates Boogie. We can probably still do a collab with Jordy. It's not off the table, I don't think. Did he quit? It's between matches?
Please.
Oh no.
Bro, it's just like I just. How the fuck? I'm not even. Wow. I didn't even pick my kit and it spawns me in?
Everyone should hate Boogie.
You know, I can't lie. That guy's a fucking baller. Staying in.
Hating Boogie is a prerequisite for being a fucking American.
Thank you.
This fucking country is built on hating
No,
Boogie.
I'm not. I'm not gonna dress up as a Klansman for Halloween for a $100 donation.
No, wait a minute.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna dress up as a Klansman for Halloween for a $100 donation.
I'll do it.
Thank you, baby.
You got plans for Halloween, Wings? I don't know if you.
I'm gonna stream this about another hour or so, and then I have no clue.
Okay.
I'm just glad I'm enjoying Call of Duty.
I mean,
because like the last
yeah, Scrumbles,
two
I
Call
am
of
on
Duty
Team
streams I've
Wizards
done
right
have been
now.
Fucking trash, donation wise and viewer wise. Like
I
if
can't
didn't like
think
that-
of no greater candidate.
No. I made $41 in like 4 hours.
Is that before or after Uncle Sam?
your favorite animal, Wings? Like zoo animal?
I don't care, man. Elephant.
Very cool, very cool.
Like I'm just in a bad mood because my streams have been doing so terribly.
Elephant is fitting.
Alright, man.
Well, he is a Dumbo.
I ain't gonna be mad at you.
It's one of those things like I'm gonna give it like one more stream like at prime time, and then at that point I'm just gonna be done with this COD again.
Pachyderm, more like a pack it in, buddy.
Yeah, liked it and
It's
making
cooked.
money off of it is two different things, dude.
I mean, they're kind of
Like,
connected.
the games don't pull viewers, which just hasn't, and it don't pull money.
Sometimes
which just
people like
hasn't.
things, and then that pushes
It
them to
doesn't
give
get
you
played. I
money.
can go play Rainbow and make money.
Big ups on the Pepsi. I got some Pepsi. I'm cooling it up for anime night.
I'm sipping on a Pepsi. Hey, my grease.
Yeah.
ESP played Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, I didn't
And
know that was a thing there.
he hated Baldur's Gate 3, and that made a ton of money. It
No
killed his
sound.
channel, though? You fucking idiot. No, I'm not gonna post evidence of that. It just killed the channel, believe me.
Hey guys, if you guys can help your boy out, hit me with that like. Throw that like up there on that stream for me.
Can we hit the likes goal?
Boom, 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 boom. I fuck with savages, you're a fuck boy and you can't hit
Yeah,
me.
it won't be sleepy for anime night. I think he actually did take a nap.
Posted up my fucking game.
Took an angry power nap.
When is that back?
Dude.
He's got actual issues with his PC. Him and Seru have been kind of troubleshooting it. Might have to get a new build. In case you wonder why he doesn't stream too often. Like his shit will just die even during anime night. He'll have to reboot his whole system. He doesn't know what's affecting it. Seru was thinking it could be CPU, could be the motherboard. I'm no tech wizard here.
He is one shot. How did we lose that? He was absolute one.
Not one shot. He was not one shot. I shot him 3 times and it did not kill him. Where'd he go?
Is this something you plan to do all day?
Well, I'm trying to make my donation goal. I mean, I can't help that they're not donating. Huh? Huh?
He needs to go balls deep on Spectrum. Do you think it's the ISP? But what about the times when his shit will just straight up reboot?
That's my first kill with the DM10. Can you believe it?
This is gonna be my last game.
Okay.
Well, Kelly just wants she wants to have her cake and eat it too. He's gotta make money and then also like be
Kelly's mad at me.
socially engaging.
Right side, middle.
Dude, that guy is... Plays it.
Oh my god.
It's all about the letter of the marriage and the spirit of the marriage.
Looks like this stream's getting deleted.
Now I know we got the Scrumbles video, but there's one I really want to watch, just to see how the guy's Black Ops 6 premiere went. It'll be a quick momology watch. Just want to see how his big premiere went. It's been a while since I've seen him do much of anything. Did we win? ESP threatens people for not paying up after giving him Call of Duty wages and bans them. Hello, everyone. Hi, Peter.
Wagers. How do they work? Today, as I'm playing Call of Duty.
I thought this was against the
Here's
toss.
what you guys can do. You can challenge
happened to that?
to try to complete an objective in the game.
Hey, Paul Primus.
Now, admittedly, the first...
Does Anlate have a Intel CPU, specifically 13 or 14 gen? It has come out that those CPUs are having voltage issues causing them to die super early. Well, I don't actually know what he has. He's something to bring up to him.
game or two, I want to warm up. I want to play. I want to build my loadouts, and I want to start playing with basic loadouts. But
Where
let's
did
say
the
I'm 2 or 3
loadout go?
games in. So now you can make a challenge. Phil, I want you to make top 3 on your leaderboard. And if you make top 3, I'll gift a sub.
Dude, this was like a controversy for like the entirety of January 2023.
You win the match and get
just don't
first
care now, I
place
guess.
On both leaderboards, I'll give 5 subs to the community. You see? That would be awesome. Now, the thing is,
Oh, okay. We just gotta change the term around. No, these aren't wagers. These are challenges.
Going to be doing this with
They're
people
not
like trust.
bounties.
I'm not going to be like, oh, some nobody I never heard of comes in and says they're going to give me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not going to believe them then, right? But if people who I trust come...
Why does he give himself away like so quickly? It's like, yes, I'm not going to believe you if you're not somebody with prestige. So to even offer this quote-unquote challenge, you have to have prestige in the chat. You have to have already given him money for him to take you up on this offer. Because there is input from his part. Like, it's like, oh, you gotta like knife 5 people or something. Like, it changes how he plays the game.
Man, and make these challenges.
So to actually have an effect on the gameplay, you actually have to give him money first. And then you have to promise to give him even more money.
I will believe them and we'll try to accomplish them. Now, here's some fun things we can do with this. Phil, you have to do a handgun only challenge run. Like,
bots for
you can only use
advertisement,
a
fake
handgun
engagement for
this
ad revenue. Oh, Diggers is in trouble then because he told Tipster that he got in trouble for invalid clicks on the RTU channel.
He'll have to get like 15
It's
kills.
okay, he deleted his channel. That was the real reasoning the whole time.
Handguns, and
he
then
accidentally
I will
linked his
reward
DMs.
you. So then I'll just try my hardest. I'll seriously try my absolutely hardest to complete these objectives. That'll be the whole objective of the match, right? Knife runs and knife kills, right? So how cool would that be?
I don't know.
So there you go. So that's how wagers work. And I used to do these with Call of Duties many years ago. Here's the deal. They're completely,
Spectrum
utterly,
being lazy.
100% allowed everywhere.
But if it's
I'm
mobile or
serious,
another
that's
part of
allowed
it's
anywhere.
old,
There's
then yeah, it
no
needs to replace that
actual,
stuff. I feel like it is the hardware.
problem with that on any streaming
Because sometimes
site.
they'll just straight up, like,
Alright?
the
The
whole
only thing
thing
is
will
that it's real
reboot.
gambling, which is
That's not just the ISP.
Okay? Or if there's like...
Oh, he
threats
is
of,
in
like,
the,
oh, you
his
must
ISP
pay
is
me,
shit.
and if you don't pay me, I'll ban you and stuff like that. That's not allowed. Alright? But if we're just doing wagers like this, right? This is not a problem whatsoever. Okay? So, FYI, we're going to do it today. We're going to see how it goes. I'm excited for this. I do want to play a couple warm-up matches where I make my custom loadouts and we run through and I try to learn
The
some of
fact
the
that this
map.
even
But
needs to
then,
be a
I
segment
wanna
at
do
all
some
is
this.
kind of
I
a
wanna see
testament
what
to
wagers
how,
are you guys willing to challenge
how
me with
toxic it
and
is.
go from there, right?
Rest easy.
Like, okay, we're gonna do this, but here's how it's gonna fucking work. You're not gonna ruin it for me, right?
Driving RCXD.
Okay.
Maybe just don't do this. Or don't make a whole rigmarole out of it.
Oh no! Oh, the ultimate embarrassment. I blew myself up. I forgot that it
Yeah, this gameplay is pretty embarrassing.
Explode and not speed up.
I
And
agree.
I pushed speed up and killed myself because it was explode. Oh my god. I mean, that's literally the definition of being your own worst enemy. Ballin' Colin did a 10 months as a member says, looks like the
Thought he was
daily
gonna say
challenges are
Ballin' Cox.
randomized. Is that true? Is it? What the hell? Are you kidding me? What kind of a start was that? I didn't even get to do anything. I had just appeared and I was instantly murdered.
The problem with this FTC stuff is enforcement. Like, rarely, even when it is like, you know, something that crosses the line, you never really see that shit get enforced.
Hilarious. First time on the map, running around with a knife. Positive skill, positive skill set ratio. Ridiculous. Oh, you gotta like diarrhea yikes poo. What I find hilarious is people are like, oh, you're playing bots. It's like, yes, because in Call of Duty, what Treyarch does when they make their bots, they call them diarrhea yikes poo. So that's how you know it's a bot, right? Guys,
Maybe they did that on purpose to make you think it wasn't a
What is
bot.
going on over there? Why are you guys dead silent? This is the opposite. Usually Kick talks a lot. Kick is quiet as hell today as I play Call of Duty, and I don't get it.
Yeah, the Kino people don't like your gameplay.
You guys are super quiet today. What's going on?
They only
Why
show
are
up
you
for
guys
the
not
actual
talking
streams you do at Kino.
Did you fall asleep, everybody? Are you asleep on the stream? Should I
It's
turn
RoboCop?
some like lullabies on for
Yeah,
you
it
guys?
is.
La la loo, la la loo.
I'm glad I missed this stream.
Sleep, Star Sweeper, la la loo.
That RoboCop playthrough was one of his worst playthroughs for audio mixing.
Can I do R16?
Not that it's improved much since then.
There you go. This thing sucks. You can't drive it anymore.
Some devs will pull player usernames for bots. Pokemon Unite does that. Mario Kart Tour on phones does that as well. So Dave is an idiot. That has actually caused me, BR Joe, that's caused me to see slurs used for bot names, which is pretty funny. What is that? Is that supposed to be? Is that like the Junkrat special of this game? Look at him go!
Oh my god. No, that was me. I killed myself. Oh no. Oh my
Who
god.
does that? Have you ever heard of someone killing themselves in Call of Duty?
Again. I can't believe it.
Oh my lord! Only Dave.
I can't believe I killed myself again. That's the second time.
This is the second time?
I'm so bad. I'm so bad. No. Oh my god.
Yeah, how
Dude,
he
I
drives that
can't-
RC car is how he
no.
drives in real life.
What is an assassination kill? I don't even know what that is. White says get 5 assassination kills, but I don't even know what that means, actually. What is an assassination kill?
I mean, killing him from
Devola
behind?
says
You know what
$5 for
assassination
third,
means?
$10 for second, 15 for first.
I don't
So
know.
Devola is challenging me to make top 3. So you're basically saying 1 gifted sub for third place, 2
Hey,
gifted
Perez.
subs for
Yeah,
second.
you just team up with his gaming
3
soulmate,
gifted
Andy.
subs for first, or are you saying tipping Devola? 'Cause you're on
yeah.
tip, right? Either one would work. Whatever you want to do. Okay. No, I'm not doing 20 push-ups, so you can just stop your nonsense right now. All right, guys, on the YouTube side of stuff, if we get some support.
Dude, he has to yell over
Right
the
now on
game.
YouTube,
That's
we only had a few
wild.
super chats and no members today.
Hey, Pancake
It would
Mix,
be
thank you
great
for
to
the
get some
emote.
stuff over there. A lot of the
Temperature.
support today has come straight out of Kick. So if
Yeah,
you're
I wonder
watching on
why.
YouTube, please support the stream. Let's split the part. When I come back,
Where's the
second
YouTube
hour
money?
of Black
I need
Ops
that money.
gameplay. Very nice.
You got to double
Black
dip,
Ops 3,
idiot.
Black Ops 6,
You can't just
excuse
support
me.
one platform.
All right, thank you, Devola. The wager is still on. It didn't count. Yeah, I started so late. So.
Thank you, Pancake Mix, the emotes.
We're losing Charlie. Hostile counter UAV established above.
We did it!
They never stood a chance.
Second place. Fuck, I wanted first, but I got second. They never stood
20
The challenge
off-camera
was top
push-ups
3 with
coming
the
right
handgun.
up.
I had a positive kill-death ratio. We won the match. Second place. I almost had first. I was off by 100 points.
I was the best person on my team.
All right, so I got the handgun wager down. Now I guess we could try to do sniper, which was, I believe it was, I was going to be rewarded a few subs every 5 kills, correct? There you go. So
God,
what
the
was-
whole
who
stream-
was it
the
that
whole
challenged
stream
me
is
for the
money.
handgun? They said handgun and knife only, and I did it. They said
I don't
top
know
3.
why
don't
I'm so
remember who it was
surprised.
now.
Why did I expect
know
anything
Lansbury
else?
has the extra challenge, and Devola is the sniper challenge. But who was the other one? I don't even remember who it was.
Look, this is probably a very unfair compilation, right? We're just jump cutting between begs. Surely the whole stream wasn't literally
I'll go
begging.
to Semtex now. It was Raja. All right, so Raja had offered the bounty. Was it 20 subs? I believe they had said 20 subs if I make top 3 with handgun or knife.
Yeah, very
only.
disrespectful.
And I
Can't
did.
even
I got
remember
second.
who put up
I
the
almost
challenge.
had first. So let's see if Raja
I
lives
would
up
at
to
least
what they
remember
said, or if
who
they are
like bet the 5 subs.
They're not allowed. Well, let's go. Let's go with the sniper challenge now. Every 5 sniper kills, I said 2 gifted subs, right? There we go. Petty Materialist says 10 sniper headshots in 1 match is 10 gifted subs. But he says, then I have to turn my mic off. No, shut up. No one's doing that, idiot. What a complete idiot. What seltzer am I drinking? Wild cherry flavor. Wild cherry flavor seltzer. I think this Ranger guy was full of baloney because, as you can see, there's no gifted subs coming in over on Kick. So I think my first wager.
His card got frozen. Why are you accusing him?
Was a lie. It's all good. I like playing with the various weapons regardless. I'm not upset. It would be nice if the
sorry to hear that,
was not a
Benjamin.
scumbag, though.
A 4-phase?
Watch it. It didn't kill. Well, this sucks.
13
No, this
turns
really
per
sucks.
turn. Had him on a
This
slither
fucking
of health.
sucks. This sniper rifle is terrible. I need to unlock the better sniper rifles. I hit them
mean a
directly
sliver?
with the rifle. No one, they didn't die.
I get you.
Come on.
Keep it down.
Looks like this
Falling
guy was being a
behind
fucking
me.
asshole
Great.
liar because I don't see any
That's the
gifted
game.
subs.
Random. Wow, what a great game.
Wow, what a great game. Yeah, I remember when he played that Ghosts and Goblins game. It was horrible.
Yeah, forget this.
Now hold it.
Forget this.
Falling behind.
I can't do anything with this at all. I can't.
Yeah, I can't do anything. I'm done.
I need a better sniper rifle that has faster fire rate, that you could fire multiple times. This thing is a slow piece of shit. The starter rifle is terrible. Look at that, I couldn't even fire. I tried. I couldn't even fire. Well, I shot him in the balls like point blank. That'll do it. He didn't die. Come on, why does it not kill? What? Oh my god! Fuck this, dude, come on! Why does it not kill? It's such a bad rifle. Awful fucking sniper rifle. One of the worst I've ever seen.
Soon the bed compilations are just gonna be the whole stream. Raw.
They're just spraying wildly. Come on. This gun is fucking crap. It's the worst sniper rifle ever, man. I hate it. Look at this. I hate this gun. You try to aim it, it's like,
I mean, David isn't exactly a 360 no-scope
try to look
god.
down the sight, like, and then it wiggles like this. There's so many better sniper rifles. Run it down. Well, I did get 5. All right, I got the 5. I was told for every 5 sniper kills, I would get 2 gifted subs. Let's see if that happens or not.
Let's see.
Thank God, at least I got the 5. I'm going to keep playing
just
with
put
it and
their
try to get
trust in
better
these
with
people.
it. But I want to unlock the better sniper rifle. This one is shit. Devola, it doesn't count if I didn't use the handgun. That wasn't the challenge. The challenge was 5 sniper kills, 2 gifted subs per 5 sniper kills. That was the challenge. Had nothing to do with the handgun. I could have easily pulled out the handgun.
The
and got
whole
killed
stream
in
is
grenades. It
challenge,
doesn't affect our
challenge,
so you're lying now.
challenge.
So you
Challenge,
want to get banned?
challenge.
That's what you're doing. You lied to get out of it. You weasel out of it. I got the challenge, and now you're weaseling out of it like a dick. So you can either do it or you can get banned. It's your call. So there you go. So that's how wagers work. And I used to do these with Call of Duty many years ago. Here's the deal.
I love
They're
that jump cut.
100% allowed
I love that jump cut, the money shakedown straight to. Okay, so that's how the wages work.
everywhere. I'm serious. That's allowed anywhere. There's no actual, problem with that on any streaming site. All right?
No,
The only
DSP
thing
told
is
me
that
it's not
real
against
gambling,
us.
which it's not. Okay? Or if there's like threats of like, oh, you must pay me, and if you don't pay me, I'll ban you and stuff like that. That's not allowed.
He didn't do that on that
I'm
stream.
not gonna have liars in my fucking chat. I mean, seriously, how dishonest can you be? The challenge was every 5 sniper kills, 2 gifted subs. So if I get 5 kills, it's 2. If I get 10 kills, it's 4, and you keep going. Now you're gonna say, oh no, you pulled out your handgun. The fuck does that have to do with sniper kills? Nothing. You don't change the criteria after it's done. So it's 2 gifted subs, or you get your ass kicked out. It's your choice.
I mean, that is kind of extra, isn't it? Oh, you pulled out your handgun for like 2 seconds. Did he get a kill with the handgun? Is it just like pulling out the handgun at all? He's coping and sneezing. He doesn't want to pick up the subs. You shouldn't have put the challenge for, idiot. He was never gonna pay up anyway.
All right, he's done.
Bill's a fool for believing
Now he's
him.
even changing it again. Oh, you also had to win the game. He never said that. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you.
Fuck yourself.
Listen to this idiot. So now he's gonna make 17 new goalposts. Like he thinks that I'm gonna fucking listen to that. Get the fuck out of here, you bitch. What a fucking idiot. Okay. Whoa, what just happened?
What happened?
Exactly, it ain't cool. These idiots coming in here and they're gonna say, okay, here's the challenge. I hit the challenge. Oh no, you also need to do this, this, and this. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You're done, bitch. Didn't have to do shit.
I thought he was only gonna take challenges from people with prestige.
Raja, you're a liar. It was for top 3
What?
pistol
Still
or knife. I
engaging.
did it with
Just
the
get him
pistol.
out of here.
If you don't fucking get them, you're banned. Enough with this bullshit. People are fucking around, inventing shit up, saying that wasn't the challenge. We all knew what the challenge was, and I did it. People
Yeah, he's blinded by the pot at the end of the rainbow, but this ain't a rainbow.
You give them now.
You're in a thunderstorm, buddy.
Oh my god. Fucking dunce. You're gonna lie and shit. Be dishonest. Alright, ban Razor right now. Just
Ban him.
He's not
Ban
gonna do
him from
it.
the
He
chat.
lied.
He lied.
You don't get to change the wager after the fact, so get the fuck out. Seriously.
Wonder what his chat was like.
Banned.
during this.
Gone. Forever.
The LARPers were probably
you should have
spurting
known
out.
that everyone who was gonna do this is gonna be like a crazy bitch and a liar and a troll.
Why do
right?
it then? The potential money isn't worth it. Look at how like wound up you are. PvP was right with that wound up comment he had last night.
Wow, you did so good.
Not last night, couple nights
Oh
ago.
no, there was a different criteria. There's no different criteria. You're banned.
Look at him, he just can't relax. He needs to be like me, playing
That's the
Splatoon.
criteria.
Just relaxing.
To be
Relaxing and relaxing. He can't relax.
Well, guess what?
This is a bit of his own design.
Someone took me $100 anyway. From $2. They said, nice win. $2. Hit me $100.
Are you gonna
said,
shut
nice
up?
win today. Wow.
You got your money.
Well, it wasn't the person who promised it, but it's a very nice person with a $100
Look at how much
Thank you,
happier he
$2
gets.
For $100.
Instant frown turn upside down. You know what? I would be happy. I would also be happy if someone gave me $100 out of the
Damn,
blue
dude, animation
for
is
doing
so
absolutely
sick. What
fucking
happened?
nothing.
Yo, that was amazing. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, shitty fuck. Shitty fuck bait.
Shitty dicks.
Oh, my God. What the fuck? Whoa.
Don't lose him.
You're kidding. They didn't die. They didn't die. From that range, they didn't die. This is ridiculous. By the way, YouTube chat is completely dead. No one's talking on YouTube. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Why is chat not talking? What is going on?
Why is the chat
Other than that,
silent?
the chat's
Hello?
completely frozen. No one's speaking. What is happening? Why is no one speaking?
Yeah, I'm sneak begging. Give me
Seriously.
money now. I'm not hinting, I'm outright begging. I mean, I'm outright telling you. Okay, I just wanted to see how his Black Ops premiere went. It went about as good as you expected it to have gone. Got some true crime from Scrumbles. Teen's twisted murder fantasy exposed by his mother.
I can't believe it.
This is not me in that car, you know?
I can't believe it. Oh my god.
It's kind of a time to not really know what to do, so.
At random, too. I don't get it.
How old is Brian?
He's 19.
He's 19.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, brother? Hello.
Okay, so parents have some concerns with some stuff they may have found in your room?
Yeah, I believe so.
And
Dude, look at
what
his
would it be?
chin.
A human head and hands.
Like,
What?
For real human head and hands?
Yes.
From?
That fella who went missing recently.
Which fellow was that?
Oh, anime villain time.
Warren Brown? When did he go missing?
Why does he just confess just like that?
The night of the 27th? Okay, and how did you end up with him?
I murdered him.
With what?
A knife.
Why would you have done that?
I've always wondered what murder felt like.
2021.
He's autistic.
Grand
Clearly.
Junction, Colorado. It's the first day of March, and Warren Barnes, a 69-year-old man known to hang outside of Monique's Bridal and Formal Wear on Main Street in downtown Grand Junction,
Oh, he did it to like a homeless guy?
hasn't been seen since Saturday, February 27th.
If you've ever been downtown, you guys would see him. He
looks
walks
familiar.
Main Street. He's always.
Brett probably knows him if he's talking
Yep,
to him.
he's always on Main Street, just with his backpack, just walking and coming down to the shop to sit in his chair, pretty much.
How do you know Warren?
I own Monique's Bridal downtown, and I give him a chair to sit and read his books.
Well, that's nice of her.
Homeless gentleman?
He's not homeless. He stays in a place. He pays for a room. Every day he comes back in the shop because we keep his chair inside the shop to deter other people from sitting in it behind my shop.
The woman speaking with police is Monique Lenati.
Why is the chair there if you don't want anyone but him sitting in it?
Since 1995. Monique and her daughter spent time getting to know Warren over the 4 years he's been a fixture behind her shop. He loves reading, feeding birds, and eating Subway sandwiches. To outsiders, he may have...
We have him sit in the chair so no one else can sit in the chair. It almost sounds like they don't want the chair to even be there.
Appeared unhoused
I'm overthinking it.
Work, simply because he wore the same clothes every day. But Warren is different.
He works for a company that does just like temp agency, and they were the ones that actually contacted me because he's never missed work, and they know that he sits behind my shops.
So every morning it's around 6?
Yeah.
Without fail?
Without fail.
7 days a week?
Yes. He is there every morning.
All by himself?
Yeah.
Those who know him quickly take a shine to his kind and gentle soul.
And he's the nicest guy ever. Rough looking, but he is the nicest guy.
He put the shop down as his emergency contact if anything happens to him. That's how they called her.
Warren Barnes is quiet and never bothers anyone.
I guess he doesn't have any family.
He passes the time reading books, so the locals dubbed him the Reading Man.
But I know he goes to the library a lot as well, because he, like I said, he reads books.
Loves to read.
And Warren has a routine, one you could swear by. So when he didn't show up to
He seems
work
like a
on
nice
Monday
enough fellow.
morning, March 1st, his employers at the temp agency were concerned.
What raised concern with you today to report him missing?
Because the place People Ready called to see if I had seen him because he didn't show up for work, and he's never once not shown up for work in the 4 years he's been working for them. So I said no, and that I hadn't seen him since Saturday. I don't know. I just have a really bad feeling because it's unlike him. And that's the weird thing is I said, I'll see you tomorrow. He said, I'll be here. I'll see you tomorrow. And then I didn't even think about it when he wasn't there, really.
Does he ever have anybody sit and read with him or next to him? Has he mentioned talking to anybody?
No, he doesn't associate with a lot of the transits because he's not like them. He's very intelligent. I don't know why he's homeless. I never really got into why he chose,
I'm sure you asked him.
This is just the life he chose, lady.
So he has, I believe, at least one child, but they don't talk.
Somebody contacted Chair Lady to know if he was there. She contacted police because he was missing, and they went to the company to ask questions.
And he said that they talk maybe once every 3 or 4 years on a holiday, but that he hasn't spoken to him.
So he probably didn't go for a visit.
No. He wouldn't have, and if he was, he would have told the People Ready place he wasn't going to be there for work. He was very all about having that so he could afford his place to stay.
With no family that she knows of to call upon, Monique decides to start searching for him.
Yeah, no family.
She posts a picture of Warren on her Facebook page asking people to be on the lookout. Meanwhile, 5 miles across town, something odd had been unfolding over the weekend.
Fraga
in the
lurking.
Colorado River,
Big
just
ups,
off the
Fraga.
Blue Heron boat launch, a car is partially submerged in the water. The driver, 19-year-old Brian Cohey, had accidentally driven his 2007 Ford 500 into the river and was in over his head. Literally. So he called his parents, Brian Sr. and Terry Cohey, to come to his aid. And they called the police for further.
Are they going to tell the story entirely through body cam? I like that. I haven't watched it through crime structured that way before.
Assistance. The tenor of the scene just off the Redlands Parkway is lighthearted. Everyone's laughing and joking around, even though it's in the middle of the night and it's dark and
Very
freezing.
unique style.
Yeah, we made him wait till he was almost 18 before he got his driver's license because we didn't want him having any accidents like they do when they're 16 and 17. And
Gotcha.
Things.
This your son right here?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, partner, you want to come out and talk to me real quick?
Sure, I mean,
Appreciate it, man.
I'm really cold. Is it okay if it's in here? Because
It's fine. Because he is
That's fine. I did not know that. No, please stay in the car. All right. Nobody else in the car?
No,
Okay.
just us. I'm the father, that's the mother, and this is our son. He called us 20 minutes ago and said, Dad, I parked in the boat ramp and I messed up. I tried to get out of the car and it slid down.
Well, you're not hurt, right? You're okay?
No, just a little cold is all.
Beside your pride a little bit.
And probably $7,000.
Okay. All right, man. Do you have your ID with you, driver's license by any chance?
I do. Thankfully.
What were you doing down there?
Little did the officer know
I
he was
felt like I
speaking
needed
to an
get out,
insane
like-
psychopath.
And I figured, why not park here and just
relax a little bit?
Relax and think. Okay. And I parked on the boat ramp, and I thought it would be easy to get out. But when I tried to,
Where did you park exactly? Were you down the hill a little bit?
Yeah, just a little bit. And then
when you got back in, go ahead.
When I got back in, I tried to put it in drive, and it didn't go up. So then I tried putting it in low gear, shimmying it a bit. That didn't work.
Were you facing down?
No, I was facing up.
You back down?
Yeah.
Really good idea.
Does that seem like the easiest way? Because of the propulsion of the rear tires, I figured they would be able to push.
Okay.
But yeah, then. Yeah, then it slid into the river. I was able to get out.
Because I was like, it's not a
Hey,
crash.
Diddy Duke.
He just
I'm just doing some Splatoon here. I'm already ruler.
And basically
Probably go another hour.
Up, it just lost traction, looks like, and then he actually went in it. Just down in the water. He's not hurt at all, so I'm like, how are you gonna get this car out if possible?
Does he need to stay here?
Watching true crime
Is
here.
he free to go? He would.
Teen's twisted murder fantasy exposed by his mom.
I'm sure he'd like to go home and get warm.
I'm sure he'd like to get some pants on.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's not a crash. It's
okay. It's just a stupid act.
So.
All right, I'm gonna take him home and then we'll come back here and see if we can figure out what's what with the
Your son has no pants on.
After taking Brian home to put some pants on and warm up, the Cohees returned to the scene at the boat ramp around 3 a.m. And this is when things take a turn. The crew recovering Brian Jr.'s sedan from the Colorado River has just spotted something troubling.
Uh-oh.
Hey, quick question for you. Sure. The back bumper, I don't know, you can probably see it from here. It's a lot of red on the back of that.
It is, DD. It
Down
is.
it all a little bit. That's underneath the license plate. A little area right there.
These cops got some good eyes on
A
them.
lot of red.
Yeah, Aqua.
Looks like blood.
Blood?
Yeah.
Blood?
I don't know if did your son hurt himself on his way out at all?
He might have, he just didn't know it. I don't know.
That's why I'm asking. It's a good question. He's at home. Is he make sure he's not got a cut or
He just said he's going to bed.
something out on him somewhere that he's not aware of? Maybe because his adrenaline was a little high. Maybe just have him do like a self-check.
He's not high, he's autistic.
Brian, are you okay? They see blood on the back bumper of the vehicle.
Really?
Yeah, did you get hurt?
No.
Are you sure you don't have any injuries?
No, I'm fine.
You probably should have said you had injuries.
We're not sure.
He's autistic, he's compelled to tell the truth.
Something red underneath the license plate.
Similar blood stain.
Oh no.
Oh.
But you're not injured. You don't have any cuts.
Imagine the OPSEC if like he said yes, and then between the cops and the parents getting back to the house, he like cut himself or something to justify the blood being there, and then had a cover story for why and how the blood would have gotten underneath the license plate.
No, I don't know what would cause blood or just whatever it is on that bumper.
Though I guess that still wouldn't account for forensics.
No, I'm not injured.
I'll call you back.
Ooh, it's cold. Is it good? My car good? No, Brian, they're trying to get it out. They got to rehook it and try it again.
Yeah, like that's why. Again, sometimes family, family stays by family. They through thick and thin most of the time. The mom doesn't believe that the son would be capable of doing such a thing. All too common. Like you don't want to believe, because then it becomes a matter of like, is the person I knew even really the person I knew? Like who is this person that I thought I knew for a portion of my life, and it turns out they're capable of doing, a murder or something else, a sexual assault, or anything like that. Often why, even when a mother understands that their child is capable of doing stuff like this, they'll still go out of their way to protect them.
The car is finally removed from the Colorado River, but the blood is still piquing the interest of everyone on the scene.
Well, What'd they say about us looking in the trunk?
They're good with it.
The officers are unable to get into the trunk. Brian seemingly locked it before driving it into the water. The car is released back into the custody of the Cohees the next morning. Brian Sr. decides to clean his son's car. After all, it had been in the river for hours and badly needed it.
Told me about these kind of things. This car's right with Brian. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. So right away, I popped the hood, unhooked the battery because it was dead. Tried to charge the battery. I started going through the car, backing in all the water. Did as much as I could just Saturday. Went back out there this morning just to continue. And I opened the glove box and there was a knife in the glove box underwater. Okay. The glove box is full of water. Very large knife. Okay. And then as I go under the passenger door, I open the passenger door and there's a wallet in between the door and it's gone over. Okay. And I open up, that's not Brian's wallet. It's frozen solid. That's not Brian's wallet.
Between the blood on the bumper, the knife,
He didn't get rid of
and
the wallet?
stranger's wallet, Brian Sr. had some questions.
I thought autistic people were like hyper focused and like very they're attentive to details.
For his
That's
son.
what DSP told me.
But first,
they're very
he makes
dangerous.
a phone call to a company whose business card was found in the wallet.
So I take him inside and I ended up getting one of the wads of cards out. It's a label ready. I read that. So I called label ready. And then another one, there was a social security card. Okay. I was like, hey, this is a weird call, but I've got a wallet here with so-and-so's name, and I'm hoping he works for you all, or he's going to be, you subbed him out or whatever. Oh, yeah, my one, we've been missing him. Yes, he didn't show up today. I'm like, oh, my God, never been missing person. Okay, well, I found his wallet at Blue Hen Program. So here's my name, here's all my information. If you get a hold of him, tell him I've got his wallet here at my house. Okay, so I left that like that.
Brian Sr.'s next phone call is to Brian Jr.
Dude looking like Jack Doherty.
Brian, what's going on? Why is it long?
Hey, for a lawbringer.
Oh, I found it down the book room and I was down there walking around. And I need assistance.
We are attentive to details until we actually do the thing. Then we get sloppy. It's got to be routine to be a machine. I like that. I like that's a good slogan.
I took it all. I want to believe him. This is my son. Sure. Found him. Brian, how come and all this going on in the last 2 days? How come you didn't tell us about the wallet? Dad, I was just so excited with all the going on. My car getting towed. Look at this wet now. It won't start. I just didn't think about it. I didn't think it was important, Dad. I'm like, Brian, who is this one, whatever guy? Dad, I swear to you, from the bottom, I only know one Warren. He's my school friend. It's not him.
He knows more than one Warren. It's a very uncommon name.
Sr., his wife Terry, who operates
I like the dad. The dad's got a good heart about him.
Is almost simultaneously making a chilling discovery.
He's not a hard ass like Papa Dingus. Oh, we love Papa Dingus.
My house doing some drywall repairs, just doing other things. Left the car.
Dude, imagine DSP in the chat committing a murder while looking at the chat. People in the chat are saying, grab his wallet. What fucking wallet, morons? He didn't have a wallet. He's a homeless, broke bum. Why would he have a wallet? The next day.
I'm gonna try out. My wife called. Get over here right now. Drop everything, leave right now.
So apparently I'm getting called into the station because they found a wallet or whatever. How was I supposed to know he'd have a wallet?
I found something in my son's closet wrapped in a plastic bag.
Okay, what was it?
I think it's a human head.
It's a what?
I think it's a human head.
He just kept it in his closet?
Because it looks like it's all an ear.
Is it bloody or does it like anything like that?
What is with this dude's OPSEC? Like, surely they would have smelled it. Not even in the freezer?
I had to take a picture and send it.
Did he watch any true crime growing up?
Is your son there now?
He just pulled up. We wanted to make sure he was here before we called.
How old is he?
19. He's had a little bit of a fascination with the morbid, but he was channeling it, I thought, into becoming a crime scene investigator.
Oh, that's pure hope, Mama.
Do you think he's going to be cooperative with us?
No, he just wanted to be on CSI.
He'll be violent. just came back from his friend's house.
Does he have any weapons in his room, or do you guys have any in the house?
I don't know. I think that he has a shotgun, but we can certainly read it before he gets in his room.
He has a. He's got a shotgun.
Still in the closet.
No, it's in my kitchen sink, and there's a secondary bag that I have not opened.
Officers from the Mesa County Sheriff's Office respond to the Cohey residence on South Broadway. At this point, all the children in Terry Cohey's daycare have been picked up by their parents. Outside the home, at the end of their gravel driveway, Brian Sr., Terry, Brian Jr., and Brian's brother Andy await police.
Okay, so parents have some concerns with some stuff they may have found in your room?
Yeah, I believe so.
I believe so, yes.
A human head and hands.
Like, for real human head and hands?
Yes.
From?
No, he just wants to be like CSI. It's not real.
Recently.
Which fellow was that?
Warren Brown.
Warren Brown? When
You said
he
you only
missing?
knew Warren from school.
The night of the 27th.
The night of the 27th? Okay, and how did you end up with him?
I murdered him.
With what?
A knife.
The dad just
Why
walks
would you
away.
have done that?
Look in the background. The dad just turns around and walks off.
Okay, where did you do that at?
Underneath the bridge.
Which bridge?
The one past.
Okay.
Near the weird intersection.
Okay. Do you have anything on you? He's gonna cut, poke, hurt, stick me anything without reaching for nothing? Don't reach for nothing.
My phone and my wallet, that's
okay.
it.
Well, I'm gonna have you face that way. Put your hands on top of your head for me real quick. I just want to make sure you interlace your fingers for me real quick, all right? Go ahead.
Well, that was easy.
Phone. Okay. How do you know this guy?
Welcome, boys.
They told me that was what was in the wallet.
Shit taken, shut up.
What do you mean that was?
The easiest felt in history.
I was driving.
You really self-felted, huh? Right?
So I parked my car and investigated it.
Okay.
And I found it to be a man sleeping.
Okay. Where's the knife at?
They're treating him like he's a kid.
It is in my sunken car.
I mean, he is
Well, it's
mentally.
in my car.
I had that
Previously sunk.
This is going to be an investment, and I'll take it from there.
So,
They got the
did
kid
that
gloves
happen when
on
you
for this
crashed your
murder.
car? Or is that totally different?
That's related, but a different event.
Okay. How's it?
It's like, yeah, he I don't know. It's like he did take measures to hide it, so he knows right from wrong. But when confronted, you know, he's like Eddie from Silent Hill 2. He just immediately folds. I'm comparing to him like a video game character. He's just like me, fur, but not like me. He's just like him.
Related.
Well, when I killed him, I tried disposing of his body by putting it in the river, but
Okay,
I parked too low in the river.
Where's the rest of his body at?
Yeah, not even attempting to lie.
Where's
Just
the rest of the
resigned
body
to
at?
his fate.
What parts?
The body, Brian. Where's his body?
Down the river.
Okay. I'm gonna have you walk over here. You're gonna sit in the back of my partner's patrol car for a minute, okay? Not yet. Okay. Just sit back there and hang out for me, okay?
The cops are bemused. They don't know what to think of this.
Brian Cohey is cooperative
He
and
just
polite,
he just
if
admitted
not
it.
a bit awkward. The female officer from the Mesa County Sheriff's Office helps the 19-year-old into her patrol car.
How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you? You said your name is Brian?
Yeah. I'm not feeling too well.
You're not feeling too well? All right.
No, these past days I've been very, very anxious.
I'm very anxious, sir.
Understandable. So what we're gonna have you do here is I'm just gonna have you sit in the back here, okay? I'm gonna turn on the air for you in a second.
They don't cuff him?
That way you're not too hot. Are you hot-blooded or cold-blooded?
They don't want to touch him. I wouldn't either. I'm not the one who's gonna put the cuffs
You
on.
prefer the cold? Okay, fantastic. All right. So hop in here. I know you're tall, so it's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but like.
Wait, he said last night he didn't prefer the cold.
All right.
Meanwhile, the male officer needs to go inside the house and see for himself if there actually is a human head in the sink, like Terry Cohey claimed in her 911 call.
Yeah, these guys can't believe they're actually gonna get to go home early.
Let me do it. You go inside.
Well, let's stay out here with me for a minute.
Sit down. Come on, sit down, dude.
Can I go in there and verify here
Oh,
first?
yeah, please. We haven't seen it. Yeah, we haven't
Okay.
looked at it.
It's under the towel in the sink.
Okay.
Maybe he's bullshitting, guys. Let's go actually verify it before we have him sit in the car.
Stay with your mother. Give her a hug.
Give her a hug.
I can say that. You can go in the same place.
Well, yeah, okay.
There. No, you can house is empty.
Okay.
Oh, it's fine, Lawbringer.
I learned about what happened this weekend. She said there's a bag in your closet, and she opened it up. And she called me and said, get over here right now. I covered over to the top. Okay. Let him see it because we didn't want him to run. I don't want to look at it.
What do we got here?
Yep.
Thankfully, it's blurred.
22, 42, you clear for a call?
Got my water.
All right, I'm giving you a call.
I gotta go get a water. I can't stand this shit. I'd be reaching for a water myself.
Let me get this figured out. Oh, yeah, you might want to call investigations. So, oh yeah, he already, I asked him what was going on. He said, I killed the guy. I stabbed him, that's his head. I dumped his body in the river.
It's like a checklist. Yeah, I stabbed him. His head's right there. Torso right there. I was gonna throw out his legs today if it wasn't for you meddling cops. His feet, I haven't gotten the sawn off the feet yet. You kind of just like came in right in the middle of it.
So I guess this guy's name is like Warren Brown or something. So, all right, I'm gonna secure the house, and he said there should be hands and the head's in the sink. The body is in the river. So, what's that?
Yeah, the mom does not want to believe it. But you know deep down, you know, she knows her son more than anyone there.
By my voice that it looks real?
She knows it's real deep down. She just can't accept it. It's accepting it, that's the problem.
After the officer confirms the head is indeed real, Brian Sr. then recounts the story of the last 24 hours again to law enforcement on scene.
He left Friday night, late in the morning. Our phone rings at my house. Dad, this is Brian. My son Brian. Same name, same birthday, January 10th. My firstborn. My car's stuck in the river.
Same name, same birthday?
Wait, what? So we go there and he gives us
He's
a
a devil child.
It's a full moon. He wanted to pull down to the water. And next thing you know, since it's a one-wheel drive, he tried to put it in reverse and the car started sliding, and next thing you know, he ended up in the river. So we get there to pick him up. We call the police at 2 o'clock in the morning. My son put his car in the river. So they called a tow truck company. We called 4 tow truck companies. Couldn't get the car out of the river.
Where's the car?
Blood all over the bumper.
Where is the car?
So we towed it to Scotty's to see if they could fix it. So I called Scotty's and said, don't touch it. Okay. I already called him and said, don't touch it.
Nothing was taken out of the vehicle.
Yes,
you know.
I did. Yes.
What did you take out of the vehicle?
I cleaned it up. Bottles, everything. Incriminating
You know
stuff.
where that stuff is?
Yes, it's all.
The dad's he's more honest.
Okay,
well, he's as honest as the son.
I didn't know this had happened first, so I'm thinking.
I moved. I don't know what's going on. I took out evidence, incriminating stuff. Like I took out everything. I didn't know. I didn't know.
We're gonna get it all fixed up.
Right.
Call Scotty's. They're gonna start it up.
Right.
But then things started unfolding.
Okay.
We saw blood on the bumper. We asked Brian, Brian, what's this from? Oh, I think I cut my finger. What else was got? I found a wallet, so I'm going to the car this morning. Okay. There's a wallet in the car, and I'm like, Brian, whose wallet? Oh, I found it at the boat ramp.
And where were you going through the car this morning?
And it took some guy's random
house.
wallet.
We towed it to my house.
Oh, so now it's at your house.
Yeah, Dad, it was like $500 in it.
No, when I found out I couldn't start it, I called the tow truck company, and they towed it to Scotty's this morning.
Oh,
so they just got it.
Okay.
Car was towed there, and I'm like, well, I started pulling out bottles, this, and I'm like, Brian, why is there a knife in your glove box? Dad, I don't feel safe.
So you touched the knife?
Oh, absolutely. But the knife was underwater. The car was underwater.
Right, okay.
What was underwater? I touched the knife, of course, but knife was underwater.
All this stuff's at my house.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just, as I was pulling it out, I'm like, what?
The officers
Yeah, I don't feel safe. I need this giant-ass kitchen knife.
update each other on the new information they've gathered while Terry Cohey...
Hey, I like the dad. I like his accent. I like his mood. You can tell he's got a good heart about him.
Sobs in the background.
So he had the car.
He's eccentric. Yeah, he's animated. I like his energy.
Brian Sr. His house. I have the address.
Go ahead. I copy.
So I told him we'd hang tight until investigations came, and then he can take them there where all the items are.
Go ahead. No, we're fine. We've got him sitting in a patrol car right now.
No idea. For some reason, there was blood on the car. Now there's a wallet and a knife. Maybe he was connecting the dots as he was finding the wallet, and then the knife, and then the blood. But again, you don't want to think that someone that you know, or you think you know, as you know, they didn't know he could be capable of this. Someone that you think you know would actually be capable of something like that.
And it's just the family here, so we're good. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the mom's wailing in the background.
Okay, so
It's
where's...
very sad. Gotta hurt doably for the being a parent, because then it calls into question not just the fact of whether whether you truly knew your son or not, but also whether you raised him correctly. Like, is it your fault that he turned out like that, or was it just something that was gonna happen no matter what?
Pulled the knife, all sorts of stuff. I said there was blood all over.
Okay. Hold on.
You're good.
Car-to-car ore stuck. We'll also have a second address that will have to either go through on consent or through a search warrant. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm forensics over here. I'm waiting for them to stop the interview so I can go test the blood. I'm splatting, intermittent splatting between interviews.
What was going on?
Dad's super cooperative about taking us there and letting us look at it. So I just told him we'd wait till investigations got here. Just keep him here. They have another
Kid was going to be a serial killer 100% no matter what. Parents could not have prevented this. Yeah, like, certainly they didn't choose for the kid to be autistic, so... Unless anything comes out about, like, how they raised him growing up, yeah. Just something that would not have had control over. From what I see in these interviews, it seems like they tried to raise him right.
their location. I don't believe this is their house, or maybe this is their second house.
Yeah, I copy. They're cooperative out here, and our suspect...
Even come off as well-meaning parents.
While the Cohees await instructions on what to do next, they have some questions.
I know you guys have a lot going on right now. It's a lot to process, so we'll work with you every step of the way as much as we can.
Yeah. How long till the news company shows up?
We're gonna try to keep that a while, so we're hoping.
We need to get the clearance from you so we can get out of
They said he liked morbid stuff. I wonder what he was watching.
We can't have news in front of me. I run the light.
Because true crime doesn't make you... true crime content doesn't make you into a murderer.
Even if news shows up, we're not gonna let them down here.
Thank you.
So.
Same thing with the video games. What content was he consuming?
See stuff from up there too. Well, nobody else should know about this right now.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay. So, and again, be careful who you guys talk to, who you tell anything.
Nobody. Nobody knows. Nobody knows but you.
Perfect. Same goes for you.
Yeah. Yes.
Are you family?
My son. Yeah. Second brother.
All right. Okay. And your name? Nice to meet you. Sorry, we're meeting this way.
No,
oh my God! I can't believe it.
It's not me in that car, you know?
I can't believe it. Oh my God! It's kind of a time to not really know what to do. So
Maybe terrorist footage? I don't know. I watch true crime all the time. I don't want to kill anybody. And even if I did, I certainly wouldn't admit it on stream.
Random too. Why? I don't get it.
Yeah, exactly, Palm Primus.
He's 19.
I'm saying that literally right now, so people don't think that I want to go out and kill people.
110-02.
Mom, what's your name? Terry. Terry. Okay. Are you okay? Do you need any medical?
Well, we're waiting on a call from my doctor.
Okay. Okay. All right. So hang tight right here. I got to chat with my partners again. Okay. Brian, when would you say this? What night did this happen?
No, Friday late Saturday morning.
This Saturday?
Yes.
Okay.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I watch DSP all the time. That doesn't make me want to beg. Can we hit the goal? Let's get 1 sub right now. 1 sub. Can we get a sub in here? Chat.
Just this Saturday.
Can we hit it?
1 in the morning.
For what, the car crash?
Yeah, the whole incident.
Yeah, it doesn't make me want to beg all the time.
To take the 19-year-old suspect to the station for questioning.
All right, Brian.
His parents follow the patrol car to the sheriff's office, where they will also be interviewed.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't want this to happen to me. I always picture myself acting like, putting on a brave face and trying not to be too unaffected. But I think I know deep down in my heart of hearts, if something like this happened to me, I'd probably be ugly crying the most out of anyone.
I've got 1 male on board. We're en route to the office.
On the drive over, Brian Jr. makes light
I feel like for me it would be like,
until he notices where
you know, you don't know what you have until it's gone situation.
It is 2:32.
Joe. I didn't actually mean that. Thank you, Beer Joe. For the re-up. 2 months at tier 1 for 5 months. Do resubs count? We'll take a resub. Yes. Thank you for falling for my money-grubbing trick. You've been successfully Jedi mind tricked, and I'm making money off of you. Thank you. You get to skip ads, and you get to felt ads for an entire month. Why are my teammates just fucking around? Can we talk? Like, what are they doing? Hello? No one's disconnecting. They having some sort of jamboree. Nobody's playing the game. Why? I'm gonna actually start playing the game. No, I disavow, I disagree with your jamborees. I'm gonna actually paint, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you're gonna cope. Oh, okay, they can't play for too long. Look at them, they tried to grab the signal. If you guys won't paint, I will. I'm gonna be a hater. I want you guys down to like 0.0 ink. Yeah, see guys, begging works. Play the fucking objective, man. Is Swollen _ putts. Rarely you get games like this nowadays. What caused them to just give up? Are these just Discord kids having a little bit of fun? Can we get it up to 80%? Look, if they want to have fun their way, I'm gonna have fun my way, and this is how I have fun. Yeah, I got 69%, nice. I don't think we're getting up to 80%, folks. Are they actually playing now? You can't just actually play now, you gotta keep fucking around. Play the fucking objective. Hey, we actually made it to 80%. What is this? What is this match? Can we get it to 90%? Can we get 90% ink coverage? Oh, come on. I don't know if that's 90. Look at the map! Hell! 90! Ladies and gentlemen, 90% ink coverage! Wow! Let's get 5 subs right now. I did the challenge, right? You guys said, oh, get 5 subs if you do 90% ink coverage. I got the fucking ink coverage. Pay up now or you're getting banned from the chat, right? See, you're not paying up because you thought I wasn't going to be able to do that, right? Oh, look, he's moving the goalpost in the chat. Oh, it doesn't count because everyone didn't want to play. They started fucking around. Look at this guy. He's adding conditions and stipulations because he knows he got called the fuck out, right? And he doesn't want to give the 5 subs. Well, I guess he can get banned, right? He's fucking bullshitting. He was never gonna pay up, correct? So he's getting banned right now, right? Yeah, that's the easiest win in history. Look at the numbers on that. You can't see stats like that unless you debug. Alright, back to the video.
Under this bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. Right there under the bridge, or
yeah, that's not happening.
This side of the bridge.
That won't happen ever again. My lifetime of playing Splatoon, that will not happen again.
Okay. Stuck quick. He said it was the bridge here, right by the jail.
saying it sounds like overpass, but we'll clarify.
A patrol car is sent to inspect the area of the underpass that Brian stated was the crime scene. There, officers are quickly able to confirm he was telling the truth.
They're trying to party again, but no one's listening.
Because there's an arm.
No jamborees for you, sir.
There's an arm, there's another arm.
I gotta say again, I like that we're doing all body cams for the storytelling here. It's very unique.
This is like something out of TV.
Pills breaking toss bounties all the way back in 2018. Well, we were saying it earlier, it's very doubtful that any of that shit will ever actually get enforced. Unfortunate Dave W. Not that I would want him to get, like, felted over that, because then, like, no more content.
Right here's a leg. Well, it could be the upper arm or a leg.
Yeah, it's like a found footage movie or something. It would certainly be deserved and his fault if he did get banned for it. But I wouldn't advocate for him getting banned because of it. Because then he's going to be a big bitch about it and turn it into some sort of money-begging endeavor.
Ask for a... I'm switching to primary, hold on. But if we can get the lab out here, that would be the best thing.
Yeah, get forensics out here.
After the 8-minute drive to the sheriff's office is complete, the deputy escorts Brian Jr. into the interrogation room.
He's Dad cooperative? Everybody's cooperative, including Dad's Brian Sr., son is Brian Jr.
They're ready for him.
Okay, cool. Let me call parents, let them know to park here, and then we'll have someone meet them out front.
The cops are surprised that everybody involved in this is so cooperative, even the parents.
Okay, so what I want you guys to do is
To say nothing of the suspect.
the front of
Yeah,
the
everyone's strangely agreeable here.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so you're just gonna pull up in front of the sheriff's office, okay, and just park up here at the front, and then we will have somebody, most likely myself, will come out here and I'll look for you, and then as soon as you guys pull up and are just parked, I'll meet you and walk you back, okay? Okay, sounds good. Just hang tight in your car and then you'll see me come out and then we can meet then. Okay, I'm gonna walk him back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Brian.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. Just walk with me. We're gonna walk right this way, okay?
You're fine with me not being in cuffs.
I'm fine with you not being in cuffs.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, Brian, open this door for me, please. Oh, let's pull it. There you go. You're good, you're good. Alright, just face that glass right there for me. Okay. Just walk forward for me, Brian. Alright, slow down. You're a big guy. Slow down. You're okay. So we're gonna take it right here. Okay, keep on walking. Yes. Walk through these guys here.
Oh, I should have a mask.
You're okay. Don't worry about it, okay? Keep on walking. Yep. Alright, we're gonna take a left. Keep going. Take another left. Hard left. Right here. Right here. You're alright. So have a seat, and we'll be with you in a moment, okay? Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, he'll find a way to keep the bounties. It wouldn't be a
Parents
permaban.
arrive just a couple of minutes after their son.
That's the
Follow me
suspension.
all the way down.
Probably for Lawbringer. Just an impulse, couldn't control
We're gonna
himself.
you guys have a seat in here, and we'll be with you.
In the interview room,
His outer disposition of being like very calm and quiet unless pressed kind of gives off the feeling of, you know, a ticking time bomb Like just eventually maybe, you know, maybe he just blew up, blew his stack.
Understandably upset and anxious. Her eldest son has just admitted to murdering a stranger for the thrill of it. The detective wants to know the question on everyone's mind at this point. What would drive this seemingly non-violent teenager to murder?
Tell me about Brian. Does he have any kind of mental issues or disabilities? You were told he had ADHD. So he put him on ADHD.
Maybe he should have. Nobody in town would see him. He's too crazy for us. We don't want to touch him.
She worked with him for about a year and then COVID hit. So she couldn't do sessions anymore. And we tried to do
Hey Jay Frosty, what you miss? This autistic kid killed a homeless guy for the thrill of it and feels no remorse. That he just readily admitted to all of it, and we are interviewing the distraught mother right now. Hid the head in his closet. Tried, I'll put almost no effort at all to hide it.
More about the medications Brian is on, and if he's actually
other than lying by omission.
Or is he on medication? He's on ADHD medicine. And he takes his blood work.
Yeah, I kept the head in hands.
And he takes sertraline, anti-anxiety.
And you go back to that initial video where they just find him in a lake and they're all, you know, everyone's all happy-go-lucky, they're buddy-buddy. They're laughing amongst each other, cracking jokes. Little did they know.
Like taking them, like, do you watch him take them? I don't watch him take them. Like, I have him on set every night at 10 p.m. and I say, Brian, take your medicine. And he says, I know, I am. And as I've looked at his pill container, I mean, it's going, you know, seems to be going down. So I assume he was taking it. What about alcohol or any other recreation drugs? No. When you talked about the school stuff and having lots of issues, what were the issues that they were having that made other kids? He would make jokes that were not appropriate.
Tell one of these jokes.
Suspended a few times, like for behavior that wasn't acceptable. Like this one girl that he knows very well, he knows that she has a lot of issues.
He has some issues himself.
And so, you know, one of his school suspensions was when he, you know, came up to her in the hallway and clapped really loud next to her, you know, knowing that it would put her in a panic, and she cried.
He thought it would be funny. He bullied her because he liked her.
You knew that would upset her, and you did it. And he got suspended for prohibited use of a weapon.
What?
There was another boy who brought in nunchucks to school.
Oh, Naruto moment.
On the school bus.
I'm a ninja, man.
Wow, cool. You know? And I think this was in 11th grade. And so the Brian was like, Brian giving out some candy to some kids on the bus. And so
I would not accept candy from Brian.
He's like, I'll bring you in so you could give me some candy. So Brian gave the kid candy, and the next day the kid comes on the bus with two sets of nunchucks. One are glass, and the other one, I guess they're like rubber. I don't know. I've never actually saw them. Okay. But so
He took the glass ones, didn't he? He took the glass
No, I
ones.
can't take the glass ones because I'd be in trouble for that.
Okay, he's smart.
And he put them in his backpack. And his backpack was, I don't know what was in his backpack.
Yeah, it's just for Halloween. It's not a special one.
But, so the teacher saw them and they said, what's
It's
that,
okay,
Brian?
Carl.
He was like, thing?
No, the ESP is not suspended. We're talking what ifs.
Also Mars. You know, he was like, you know, we have a prohibited weapon on school grounds. And I'm like, okay, well, what about the other kid that brought them in? And they said, that kid doesn't have the behavior issues that Brian has. And I'm like, oh, so you're punishing Brian because he has behavior issues. I see. So, Brian went through...
Brian catching strays.
The line of questioning pivots to Brian's behaviors and interests.
How about stuff at home with you and your husband and your other son?
Yeah, tell us what he's into. Tell us what videos he's watching. He watches This Is Monsters.
You know, I mean, he's always, you know, he's either ADHD and struggling with social thinking and social behaviors and learning and, you know, it's always a challenge with Ryan. But not violent behavior towards you and your husband. What about other kids in the neighborhood? He didn't really, you know, he had a couple of friends that he's had since elementary. But, you know,
At least he wasn't a loner.
He had a morbid sense of humor. We made jokes that it's not funny. He said, yeah, it is, Mom. You just don't get my sense of humor.
You don't get my sense of humor, Mother.
So, some of his behaviors that we attributed to autism, like the flat face, maybe isn't attributable to autism. Obviously. What about any fascinations or things that he fixates on? A lot of perception on crime and crime scenes. And so he's talking about going into the military in the fall, and then he gets out, having your job. And so I had purchased online a crime scene investigation book for him. You know, it's like one because you probably read it when you first started out in college. So I gave that to him, and I was like, so here, Brian, you know, let's channel that curiosity into something positive that you can affect a good change in the world. And he's like,
Yeah, it affected. It led to some change, all right. Oh, she thought she was doing a good thing. True crime made me do it.
He watches or like tries to do things to create.
He watches a lot of true crime on the YouTube.
Whether it's like animal stuff or he loves the dogs. Very affectionate with our animals.
Red flag, red flag, red flag. He likes animals. Attracted to crime scenes and likes animals.
Silence of the Lambs, but I was like, he's 19, you know. Probably all watch it. I watched it. It doesn't make me a serial killer, you know. Is there anything else?
It's puppy.
About Brian or the last couple weeks? No, he's always, you know. Sometimes he's affectionate, you know, and every night when I say, I love you, Bugs, and he says, I love you, Jamal, you know, and he gives me a hug, and, you know.
She calls them bugs.
At work when he's supposed to be at work, he's never, I mean, other than his behavior issues in high school, it's like there's never really been, like, anything legal that was, you know, that was a problem, that I was like, uh-oh, you know. When they did his testing, and forgive me because I don't know all of the exact language and stuff, but like on the spectrum of his autism stuff, did they kind of give you a range, or did they say we think maybe based on some behaviors they said he was high functioning, you know, that he did the IQ test well and blah blah blah. But they said, but you know, in going through this, I think that it would be beneficial if he received further testing. And I said, okay,
I think it would be beneficial if he received a jail sentence.
and I called them and they said no. And then I said, okay, who else should I call? And I called them and they said no. And I said, who else should I call? And I called them and they said no. And there was nobody else to call. And this person, she
Curious as why they rejected helping him. They just like even these specialists decided he was too far gone even for them.
And you know, like I said, he was doing going in to see her once a week, and you know, and because of everything going on in school, you know, we said.
Oftentimes when you watch true crime, these stories, you know, it'll turn out that the murderer was, you know, left behind by society, disenfranchised. You know, nobody got them the help that they needed, and you know, fortunately, you know, worse came to worse. Nobody was looking out for him. Definitely not the case here. They did look out for him. They did try to get him the help that he so clearly, obviously needed, but it's more like society just kind of rejected him. It's a lost cause. It's like, what was that one we watched from Dreading about the... Was it a Canadian? Australian? I think it was Australian. The Australian ugly lady. The ugly lady who was like stalking all those guys and was pulling the hair on ladies and stuff, and then killed her mother. Like, so you can have all these people caring for you and looking out for you, and it's still oftentimes it's still not enough. You can still turn to violent crime. Just a sad reality that some people really are just lost causes. It doesn't matter how much help you get if you don't. If nothing comes of it, it doesn't matter how much help you get.
Feel like he's a danger to other people or to us, you know?
Right. Rather than being abandoned, he was outright rejected by the social mediums made to help him, which says a lot.
And I was like, do you think he's a danger to others? And she goes, well, from the discussions we had, I can't really make that determination, but...
Oh, man. Not giving her the hard answer. Well, I can't really determine that. You know, I can't determine whether he's a danger to others or not. Should have maybe taken that as a yes.
For a year and a half. But he wasn't making any progress. Things just kept getting worse and worse. Behaviors were worse. I said there's never any violent outbursts. Never, you know, just a fascination with some things that I thought we were channeling properly, and you know, his morbid sense of humor, and
it's especially unfortunate because like you can listen to her, the way she talks, the way she sounds. You know she loves her son and she tried her best. It's not like she didn't love him. No one abandoned him. They rejected him rather.
I didn't really have any. No warning that this was going to happen.
But he quickly realizes that this is not an accurate picture of his son.
He's obviously sick.
They assessed him and manually rejected him.
He gets cold. Just he looks at me and he has this cold look on his face. And I can just tell that, I don't know if it's from his friends that he's hanging out with.
According to the mom, there were some people that assessed him, and then, for example, like we just heard, oh, you know, I don't know if he's a danger to society or not. You know, I can't make that determination. She said earlier she was referred to other specialists that rejected him, but of course, in order to reject him, they would have had to have some kind of preliminary assessment, right? So maybe she took him to these places, and then they just did the assessment, and then decided that he was a lost cause. I can't imagine that they would reject her, like, just based on a phone conversation. Like, you just call them once, and then it's like, okay, yep, sorry, no, rejected.
Tell me about some of the, I know he's had some issues in the school, but tell me about Brian from his childhood growing up.
He was good growing up, but I think they diagnosed him early in elementary school with ADHD because he would, you know, he had trouble making friends, trouble talking, doing funny things. So he was always kind of on his own. He was a loner. You know, he had friends, a certain amount of friends, but he wasn't like, hey, everybody, you know, he wasn't accepted very well. In school, he wasn't accepted, I know that, but he's got friends that he hangs around with, you know, respectable friends, and we just thought, it just seems like
Could be that the mom's not the brightest button in the box. I don't say that I'm malicious. No, you're not wrong. It could be that.
You know, the worst they have is they play video games.
I know sometimes you could be blinded by a you know, affection for, you know, family members too. It makes you want to blind yourself or not believe what you are so clearly seeing.
I don't know why. What made him go? You know, I'll never know.
There's book spards. There's a street spard.
I don't know why, who, when, where. I don't know. I'm just as dark about this as you.
Still, Brian Sr. maintains there was not a single sign that anything like this would ever happen.
Never been physical at all with any family members. Mom, Dad, Brian, dogs. Never any, not a cool bone in his body. Never, ever, nothing. And as far as his friends, no.
Yeah, watching serial killer stuff doesn't make you a killer. But So Too does it from what they're talking about right now. So Too does, like, just because you have never had a physical altercation previously, that doesn't mean you're not capable of it. Oh, he would never hurt a fly. I've never seen him hurt a fly. Well, just because you've never seen him hurt a fly does not mean he is not capable of hurting a fly if push came to shove. So they say, oh yeah, there was nothing, we could not have predicted this. He's been all right with us. He would never hurt us. We're his family. Well, maybe that is the case. Maybe he wouldn't hurt family members. He's so autistic that he would he wouldn't hurt his mother or something, right? But with a stranger, complete and total stranger who he has no care for, no reason to care for, like, I don't want to diagnose, like, the brand of autism that he has. But what if it's like a kind of autism where you can't comprehend the relationships that other people have? You can't comprehend relationships other than your own. So when you see other people, they're like faceless mobs to you, like in an anime, like just they're background characters. You think nobody would miss this person. I like that they established early on that this homeless person actually did have a lot of people that cared for him. But what if it was something like, well, oh, he wouldn't hurt a fly. He never had physical altercations with us. He would never, he never hurt anyone in his family. So says the family. But what if it was a case where, you know, if it was with other people that he did not know, did not care for, did not have any prior relationship with? What if it was, I don't know that person. Nobody cares about him. I don't know anything about him. So it's okay for me to kill him because I don't know him. Their death won't affect me. But he would be affected by the death of his mother. So if it did come to him, you know, having to exhibit his murderous intent, you know, like he blew his stack or something, he fucking popped off, he probably wouldn't have killed his mother, but he probably would kill someone that he didn't know and did not care for. And it could be something like that. Or maybe he's just so far gone that he absolutely would consider killing a family member if it came to it. But I'm going to circle back to, just because you never had a physical altercation for him doesn't mean he is incapable of having physical altercations. As an autistic person, there are some mental barriers that you just cannot break. I don't know if you can, but it's a special feeling these certain walls give us that make it impossible to challenge. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm putting myself in the position of, and I'm trying to like envision like maybe he actually wouldn't hurt a family member. Like they actually mean something to him. It's what's the word? Compartmentalizing it. It's like family members go in this special kind of circle in your head. It's like, okay, these people I cannot kill. I would never do anything to these people. But everyone else is outside of that circle. And again, they're just like faceless mobs, background characters. Nobody would miss these people because I would not miss these people because I don't have relationships with them. And that's why it's okay for me to kill this person because I wouldn't miss them. It's a totally random killing. They would have never caught him. I forget where this was. Is this maybe I can rewind to the beginning. Is this like a small town? It seems like people knew that guy. What's crazy is he would have easily gotten away with it if he didn't try to take trophies and try to dump the body. I think he does understand right from wrong. I think that's the reason he kept the head. Again, it was his morbid curiosity and true crime and whatnot. He knew it would have been cool to keep the head.
Just like his dad. I mean, I've never been a fighter. I thought just like it's going to be a spin-off of me. Because he's non-violent, but he's not. I don't know what's going on now.
By the end of his time in the interview room, Brian Sr. laments the loss of his family's reputation in the community.
This is too much for me. I have the same name as my son, and now this has happened. I need to like move to Mogadishu or something. Because I can't.
I'm telling you, very like this is inappropriate. I do like the dad. This is very unfortunate for both parents. I like the dad though. This
is gonna kill my family. How do I know this guy is found? He's not gonna come after us. Well,
look, I was like, he's gonna come after us. It said early on the homeless person did not have family, but it seems like this is how he copes. That's what I'm gonna say. This is how he copes. He's coping by making light of it. You know, he's making jokes. Yeah, what if he's gonna come after us next? If I was to ever be a Papa Dingus, this would probably be the kind of dad that I would be. Right down to how he's sitting. Oh no! Oh no! No! Okay, got him.
Kill my family. How do I know this guy is found? He's not gonna come after us. Well. I mean, there's lots and lots of... I don't know how this is going to unravel. Sure. For the sins of my son, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Right. And my wife is just a mess.
I mean, just take it one day at a time. That's all you can do anyway.
Is that even a realistic scenario, though? Has that ever happened? Your violent child kills someone, and then someone on that person's family goes out and takes vengeance on you, and just because you're the kid's parent, you're okay. Like your wife dies because your son killed somebody else, so their family came and killed your wife in revenge. Like that's something you see in a movie. Can we test the dad? The dad might be autistic too.
We don't know. It's going to take us days and weeks to sort.
It's very silly that that's where his concerns are.
In the meantime, and
yeah, not plausible, but he's been through a lot. Past couple of days have been rough for him. He's not thinking clearly.
We can't do anything until we're out of this. Until you guys say okay.
Yeah, again, look at how he's sitting. His legs are close together. He was clasping his hands earlier. He's got a lot on his mind.
Everything's over. It's all done now. It's over. Our lives are totally over. She runs a licensed in-home daycare. She can't have a license anymore.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, okay. Well, her parents, when this hits the news, all the kids are going to be pulled out.
Maybe.
So, yeah, everything's going to go belly up here. So, if things are going to change, I don't know how it's going to change, but I got a feeling Grand Junction's no longer going to be our hometown.
Thing is on the Uwu crew with the body language and I mean, how many times have we seen an interview? Like, motherfuckers do not sit like this. Hey, matter of fact, I'm glad I brought up the sitting. Brian Jr. is sitting exactly like Brian Sr. Maybe the dad is autistic. Look, he also has his hands folded.
In another room at the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, Brian Cohey Jr., now under arrest and charged on suspicion of first-degree murder, has waived his Miranda rights and is ready to talk with investigators.
Wow, what an idiot.
He wastes no time getting straight to the point.
How did you get here?
Oh, yes, I did murder him. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yes, I did keep his head for a trophy.
Well, the police drove here from my mom's house.
Okay. You said you murdered someone.
I did.
Did you know the person?
No.
No?
There was this other guy in Canada that kind of had the same disposition as Brian. One of Jim Can't Swim's videos covers the covers it as part of an intro, but it's not the main portion of the video. I think it was the Staven video. The guy just straight up admits to murdering his friend in college and just has like no remorse about it. And then he got away off of insanity, committed for the rest of his life into the loony bin. I forget his name. I feel like this is gonna be a lot like that.
No. I was driving one night. I was in a, shall we say, bad state of mind.
Just the very matter-of-fact admission to everything.
A homeless person sleeping. I presumed homeless because he was there.
Okay.
So I stabbed him to death.
Okay.
Then decapitated his head and hands and arms.
Okay.
I then took the head and put it in my car trunk along with the hands in bags, plastic Ziploc bags.
See, I might be right with the compartmentalizing because look, he presumes the person was homeless, and like as soon as he makes that determination, then he does the stabbing. So maybe in his mind, like again, nobody would miss a homeless person, and I gotta like, no, I fucking broke down, you know, so it's time to kill someone. Who's it gonna be? Someone that presumably nobody would care about.
I took it back to my house, cleaned off the knife, tried to hide the head and hands, removed the trash in my car that was stained in blood. And then I tried sleeping.
Yeah, it's this A equals B logic in his head.
Because I decided
I will do X because Y.
The body needs to be dumped in the river. So I took the body in the trunk.
Not really thinking about the after.
And unsuccessfully dumped the body as I parked too low down the ramp. The ramp is on dirt, so unless you have four-wheel drive, you're not getting out. And I was able to get out, and my car flooded. Let's see, I killed him just after 11, February 27th, 20.
Knowing what we know now, he was very casual during that first body cam footage when they just came to help him out of the water. Quite the act he put on.
It was 1 a.m. Okay, and yeah. So that sounds fascinating. What do you want to know?
What do you want to know?
Go slow and tell me as many details as you can remember.
So, because I mean, I'm already going to jail for 15 years probably.
That might be a little bit more than 15. No, I'm already going to jail, man. What do you want?
20 probably, but so I figured, why fight it? Okay. So what's important to me is...
I presume here he might be imitating the behavior of like a character from a movie or maybe some true crime video he watched. Where now he's trying to act like the cool guy. This seems put upon, like this is not how he was acting before.
Learn as much about you and what you did as I can. Well, many details as you can give me, the better.
I drive a 2007 Ford 500. Okay. And I keep a small 18-inch bat in there for self-defense, and a large kitchen knife in the glove box, both for self-defense, because I don't really trust anyone. So I'm really any part of this town, so that's why I have both. And let's see, yeah, it was the night of February 27th. It was a full moon. And I figured, I can see so well, why not drive out? And I am in a bad state of mind at that time. I have...
That was in a bad headspace?
Disorder, so I am not thinking, shall I say, positively. Okay.
I'm not thinking positively, man.
I'm cruising around for an hour and a half. So I fill up on gas halfway through. And I'm eventually driving underneath the bridge near the sheriff's office. You know, like how... Can I?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
There's a road underneath, right? Out under the overpass.
This is how you know he's autistic.
Along, and I see a shape here on the railway track. So I'm like, oh, interesting.
Interesting.
So I go up, and as I'm looking, I see a large thing wrapped in a canvas. Okay. And I'm like, that's a homeless person. So I grab my knife, I put on 3 layers of gloves because...
Is that just gonna stay there in that room? They can't erase that? Like, just gonna stay there forever? Or however many interrogations they do in that room from now on, that's just gonna be there?
Plastic gloves can betray their users because they're so thin.
Betray their users? What a supervillain.
So I put on 3 on one hand. I took the knife, I pulled back the canvas, and I stabbed his neck. He was panicking at first in his old man voice. He was in his 50s. I'm not lying. I know why I call him old man. He was saying,
not rude.
What are you doing? Why?
Why? What are you doing?
I was... Is it okay if I do a demonstration?
Oh, yeah.
This is him. I was strapped on top of him like this. Okay. And he couldn't fight back. It was actually surprisingly easy. I was barely breaking the sweat. I thought...
Barely even winded me.
He's going to be tough. But no, it was actually surprisingly easy.
Well, you did call him an old man like 2 seconds ago.
During the time I was growling and making the animalistic noises.
Autism. AUTISM. Autism.
So excited, so rushed up on adrenaline and everything. Hey, let's just...
He knocks cat.
And,
yeah, this is a big Dexter moment. I gotta say, he's less cringe than the actual Dexter wannabe that we learned about a few weeks ago.
I said, I've been wanting to do this for a long time, murder someone. And then I continued. The whole ordeal lasted about a minute.
Yeah, this is weaponized autism to the extreme.
And I stabbed, when I was finished stabbing him, he took out his last breath, a grunt, and his head was halfway cut off in stabs. All the while, no, actually, after I killed him, I just couldn't stop saying, stinky, dirty, stinky, stinky.
What?
What? And I wasn't smelling anything.
Stinky, dirty, stinky, dirty. Ew. Nasty.
And, but you remember doing it, so.
Yeah. I suppose it was just me speaking out my mind at that moment.
Maybe he was a germaphobe.
What are you worried about? I mean, this looks like it's pretty close to the road and stuff. Somebody seen you or catching you?
It was 11 p.m., so not many were driving by. Well, it was behind the pillar. So, like, here's the road. It was here. So people would only see a brief thing here and here.
So, were you worried about them seeing you?
I was worried about one of them stopping.
Yeah, 11's pretty early. It's not that late.
Well, if they looked, well, it was quite dark under there, so they wouldn't have seen the guy unless they looked. They would have seen me holding a bloody 12-inch knife, wearing gloves, and wearing
It's over. He already confessed. He may as well tell them.
So you weren't doing it for COVID, you were doing
If he confesses to everything, maybe they can at least try insanity. Yeah, Anna, my client is retarded. He is so retarded. He didn't know what he was thinking.
Nonchalantly, the killer goes into chilling and graphic detail about what he did to Warren Barnes' body. We'll spare you the gruesome details. He then tells the investigators what he did with the various body parts once he was home with them.
And then I left his body there. And then I took the head, put it in a leftover pizza box from the dinner a few nights ago.
A leftover pizza box?
Drove home, hid the hands and head in my room, cleaned the knife, threw away the garbage with the blood on it, and then put the blood stained, wasn't stained, it had splatters on it. I put it in the dish, in the washing machine.
What did you put in there?
He's too committed to the truth. In general, he could not lie. Again, his best way to lie is just lie by omission. He knows right from wrong, clearly, but they could still try insanity.
And then I tried going to sleep, but I was worried that because there was a hole in my gloves right here, I was worried that they would be able to obtain a partial print.
Telltale heart moment.
Why not go all the way? I drove back in a different outfit, picked up his body, surprisingly heavy.
Well, he's a grown man.
And drove to the Blue Heron drop-off station. Okay. I parked, so it's like this, right? So let's say this is the ground. The ramp is quite steep, and you need to have full.
Yeah, at this point, they don't need the partial print. Hey, Bayshot.
Okay. And my car
This autistic kid killed a homeless person, and his family's all distraught about it, and he's so autistic, he just admitted to everything, and he's very twisted, and he needs help.
I thought that I could try it out.
What are you gonna get a print off of? Super concerned. Yeah, it's that autism hyper focus. He cares too much about trivial details, not looking at the greater, the bigger picture.
In the trunk, I take his body out, I put it in the water, and because I don't want fingerprints on a body, so I just try moving it with my shoes. That works successfully. He goes out some part in the river and floats off. Okay. God knows where he is now.
Investigators are still curious to get to the bottom of Brian Cohee's state of mind at the time he committed the murder.
And you talked about you were just kind of in a bad state that night.
It was, yes.
Okay. Why were you in a bad state?
I didn't take my medicine, And plus, for years, I was wondering what murder would feel like, because...
Now, you hear that? He didn't take his medicine. Earlier in the video, the mom was saying, oh, I would look in his pills, his little pill containers, and I saw the pills depleting. I assumed that means he was taking the pill. He was not taking the pills. He was tossing them away.
Like, Ted Bundy and the Zodiac, they all say murder.
Wasted pills. Those could have gone to Ralph.
I'm gonna try that. Okay. So, for some time, I had been wondering when it would happen. I always knew I would be in this building, whether it was as a criminal or a police officer. Okay. Because I was planning to go in the military, go over forensics. Okay. Right? And,
how long do you really, honestly think you've been thinking about really, at some point, you wanted to know what murder felt like?
A year.
Okay. All right.
I thought it would have been longer.
And you said you read books.
I read books. I have a book on forensics.
Okay. Did you read the book, the Ted Bundy book?
No, I have not read the Ted Bundy book.
Okay.
Do you want a copy of it? You have all the time in the world to read now.
I'm not sure what book you're talking about.
The one you mentioned, the whole stuff about Ted Bundy, a lot has been written.
No, it was on the internet.
Yeah, okay. All right. And Pete has studied him too. So.
Great.
You seem more like Ed, if you know who Ed Gain. No, Ed in California.
Would they even let you have that in prison? That's a good question.
He was all over the place. He was a Goliath. He was 6'9".
Probably not, given the potential for you to get out on parole. Not this guy specifically, but...
Whether they had sex with somebody, or it was some sexual gratification in their mind.
Criminology, there's different types of... I'm not a serial killer by no means.
They do have libraries in prison, but surely they would moderate the material.
Different types of them. There's organized, disorganized, visionary.
Probably more likely that you could find Twilight in a prison library, than like a Ted Bundy biography.
Okay. I was just asking. It was just curiosity, more or less.
And you said you studied criminology and forensics and all that?
Not college study or school study. It's like
YouTube study.
Passing interest.
It was a passing interest. He was 19. There was no college yet. Or there was college. It barely began.
Tell me about that and what you did then.
Well, I was figuring the police don't... This is not to be taken offense, but police... They don't seem to care as much about high-risk individuals, homeless people, prostitutes, etc. So I was deliberately looking for someone who lived that type of life.
I was right.
And I found a homeless person, and the original goal was just in there. But I was worried about the fibers.
You probably should have left him there. Probably should not have straddled yourself on his body if you were worried about the fibers.
Messed up the clothes. Okay. Not cutting them up, just throwing them around. And I was worried about just how long it would take to find him, because it's a somewhat traveled road.
Guarantee if he left him there, he would be visiting back every day. Again, it's a telltale heart moment. He would not be able to just let it go and move on. The autism is too strong. He would have been visiting that site every day, just to see what people who would be there, who would be like, if he wanted to see if investigators would be there, what would they do with the body, he wanted to see if the body, when they would move the body.
Eventually someone with the windows down is gonna smell something off. The police have a nose for that type of thing. They're trained to be able to identify the smell of a corpse.
Yeah, all he'd have to do was drive past.
So that's where the river idea came from, because a river will wash away a lot of evidence. Rivers are quite tricky. And obviously that was botched.
Obviously.
So how long have you been planning or looking for someone to do this with before you found this guy?
About a year.
About a year?
No, 6 months.
So have you come close or seen somebody or chickened out or anything in the past?
Yeah, you should have left the body.
No. I mean...
Again, he's too autistic, but if he had to do it, like the master plan, obviously, just do it. leave the body, don't even think about it. Maybe pass by once a week or something to see what the updates would be. But you're right, like no, like he wouldn't have been caught. At least they would have had a hard time trying to track him down. Maybe he's right. Maybe they would have eventually found him, caught up to him based off like shit like the fibers. Like if he straddled him, then like okay, maybe a fiber off his coat would have led to him eventually or something. Maybe he dropped a hair or something. But all he had to do was like out of sight, out of mind. But again, he is obsessed with this shit, so of course he was gonna come back. He put too much thought into it. Once you put in the idea of like disposing it, you introduce too many factors where eventually, you know, too much room for error, so something goes wrong, then you get caught. Though in his case, again, all he did was confess to it. The factor that led to his arrest was himself. Not really anything else that he bungled along the way. He could have bungled up other things in the process of moving the body.
I was looking for a deliberately secluded place like that one. I wouldn't just go up in Clifton and find someone walking down the street and stab them. No, that's too public. Everyone sees that.
Have you looked like at the homeless places or anything in the past?
I have, yes. I would go on night drives often, maybe once every 2 weeks. And I would just peruse the streets.
Oh, yes, I would peruse the streets.
So before this guy, how close have you come in the past?
Not at all.
You just drive around?
Yeah, look, just try and find
anybody.
Dude thinks he's like a predator or something, like a lion or an eagle.
Well, occasionally when you see girls
I was perusing the shelters.
I take a glance at them because it really is like a temper where half of me says, well, I'm quite inept with women. It's not no Casanova. But half of me says, I want to take that girl home and make her feel nice. And the other half,
what did he mean by that?
Said is, I want to see what her head looks like on a stick.
What?
So occasionally,
wait, isn't that the meme where it's like, I have two personalities, the nicest guy you'll ever meet, and then a deranged fucking psychopath? He's that guy! He's the meme!
I'm driving down the road, if I see someone that catches my eye, I'll just like...
Were you worried about getting caught while you were doing it, or before you did it?
I was worried about afterwards.
That's the problem, you were worried about afterwards.
Including your safety, I felt so anxious. Because not only is my car in the river, there's blood on it, there's body parts in my house, my parents like to look through my things occasionally, and when they see blood, and eventually when they're going to get the news that a body was found in the river, that's very much circumstantial evidence that's pointing to me.
I think it's a bit more than circumstantial.
I was very much anxious these past days that I was eventually
Why didn't you consider this when you put the head in your closet?
Well, I figured my mother would have confronted me about it, but no, she didn't even say it until the police arrived.
Yeah, she didn't want you to know. You're crazy.
I thought the police would handcuff me, but apparently I've been cooperational, so...
Detective's line of questioning moves on to the big question. Why now?
So what in your life has changed, or what in your mind has changed to make you... I don't know.
Nothing.
Was it like something all of a sudden one day you woke up and thought I'll kill someone, or was it a gradual?
It was gradual, I think. Call me weird, but I think everyone has had thoughts of shooting up their school.
No, that's a big cope, brother. Yes, everyone has thought of being the school shooter.
I suppose I just don't really like people at all. I don't know.
So, thoughts of shooting to school to today, what has happened?
Well, last year, my parents found a kit I had been assembling. It had hammers, shovels, knives, large zip ties, duct tape, saw.
Why were you even assembling that? You didn't even end up using it for the one murder you did commit.
The police until I had convinced them it was via other methods, for other things. Like, and it was an ultimatum where if I didn't throw it away, all that, they would call the police, and then I would have been arrested on charges of CSV.
And what if he hadn't been caught? Would Brian Cohey have killed again?
Probably.
If you had not
Undoubtedly.
been caught by your host, what do you think you would have done next?
With the kid.
I don't know. No. Let's talk about like today. If you
Why even have the kid anyway?
And your folks did not.
The parents loved him so much, they didn't report just based off the blatant kid that had. Like, they knew he was into true crime.
Head and hands were missing, and there were no.
They knew he liked the morbid shit. He had dark humor.
We'd love to think so.
And I don't mean DSP humor.
Then what would you have thought him to do next?
Well, I thought I would have been very careful because I would have been worried at any moment this could become a cold case and then it could be solved later on down the line. So I probably would have done it again because that was just to see what it felt like. And if I had gotten away with it, I would have just kept the secret to real grief.
Brian Cohey's trial, where he pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, lasted for 12 days. Throughout the proceedings, Cohey's attorney argued that his mental illnesses prevented him from knowing right from wrong. But the jury didn't buy it.
Yeah, I don't buy it either.
Before finding him guilty of first-degree murder.
Womp womp.
Judge Richard Gurley said that in his 37
My name's
years
not
in the
Richard.
court system and 16 years as a judge, this was one of the most horrific cases he's ever seen. Cohey was sentenced to life in prison plus 13 and a half years with no chance of parole.
Life in prison.
A far cry from the 15 years he believed he would receive when he was first interrogated.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, homeboy thought it was gonna get 15 years.
Sentence at the Buena Vista Correctional Complex in Chaffee County, Colorado, where he will stay for the remainder of his natural life. Brian Cohey thought that he could get away with murder by taking the life of someone he believed wouldn't be worthy of an investigation. He couldn't have been more wrong. Warren Barnes was not only a beloved man in the downtown Grand Junction community, but most importantly, he was a human being who deserved to be treated with the dignity and respect that he offered others. According to the Colorado Sun, Barnes was a lifelong resident of the Grand Valley and told people that he spent time as a cowboy in the Book Cliff Mountains north of Grand Junction. He had a wife, a daughter, and a granddaughter. A sculpture by ironworker Tim Navin of a tree, chair, and stack of books, commissioned by one of the many people whose path intertwined with Barnes.
Oh, that's nice.
Sits in the breezeway outside of Monique's bridal shop where he used to pass the time. His mantra, "And you also," is inscribed on one of the books. The memory of the reading man lives on in downtown Grand Junction, despite a monster's attempt otherwise.
That was very, very good. Thank you for recommending that. Very interesting narrative there. I really liked how all of that was carried out through body cam footage, and then well, the finale being with the interrogation footage. That interesting case study there. Yeah, but fucked. He'll die in prison. It's good to see. Hey, Dorney. It's not too often that you get to peek into the mind of a, criminal like that. Someone who so just readily confesses to, doing such an unspeakable thing. Yeah, if he had just not gone back and moved the body, he probably would have gotten away with it. Wow. The new Splatoween gear. I did, in fact, get the new Splatoween gear. I'm wearing it right now. Oh, where is it? At the horns, they call this Jiangxi mask thing, paper thing, hat, the GPM hockey mask, and the anglerfish mask. Should have had Ralph represent him in court. Bitch, I'm regarded. I don't know anything about any. I don't know about the law. I didn't know that was illegal, bitch. What do you think about that? He would have definitely gone off. Okay, we're at Wizard Ruler, Could we potentially get some Wizard Ruler +1? We are a bit OT. Nick Ricada told me it was legal. Nick Ricada told me I could kill the homeless. What you think about that? It's my Mr. Pibb. Alright, we'll do one more L. No! Who's that? Sniper? Why bring a sniper to a tricolor? When you get on the two-man team, you basically just written your death sentence. So I say, and then I let him kill me. Wait! Look at his name! Look at his name! Why is his name that? Look at his chat, look at his name! Based? Question mark? Now wait a minute, man! You can't be calling yourself that on a Nintendo game! Hell! Where is he? Where is he? Is that him? Dude, he's running. He doesn't want me to highlight it. He knows I'm streaming. Ah! Look at his name. Look at his name. Look at his name. You can't call yourself that on television. I'm not on TV. I'm gonna hunt this guy down. This guy's on my fuck list now because I fuck with him. No. Okay, look. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. You can't say that, bros. This race is verboten. It's so dehumanizing. Like honestly, like that's like a big yikes-a-rooney from me, buddy. Come on. What you got? What you got? He's good too. He's not he's not fucking around. He's not like usually people that have jokey names like that are actually bad at the game, but he's actually pretty good. I'm like so offended. Like I can't believe he would seriously do that. Like, ugh. Well, that's a self-felt right there. Oh, his buddy came in for him. Did he even die once? Oh, there it is. He died. I can't believe he would actually call himself that, guys. I'm heartbroken that such hate and division exists in our communities. I'm crying right now. Our community has been sent so far back because of this revelation. All right. I'll probably rank up to the next one off stream. We got another day of the Splatfest, but I've had my fill. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Where to find someone to raid? So should we raid someone from the category, so from the same team? I might just do that. We'll be back tomorrow with more Swolloween chill. I have a game on the horizon that some of you may not have expected, but I won't spoil it any further. You just have to show up. Yes! Or you could just look at the schedule and spoil it for yourself. It'll probably be a late night situation, because I got stuff to do tomorrow. But I will be live when I'm live. Thank you so much for playing my game. Thank you, Scrumbles, for the True Crime Chill. We're gonna read off the positivity, and then we're gonna get out of here, because it's anime night. Okay, who's in the category? Who is having fun? Who is live right now on Team Wizard? They have to be a VTuber, and they have to be awesome. Let's see, we got a lot of people live, but who's cool? They gotta be based, red-pilled, and chuddy, too. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm being stupid. Go ahead and mute that for now. Let's raise this up. Both. At least I think Tevin will play anime. Let me scroll down. Who do we want to hang out with? Again, they gotta be on Team Wizard. They gotta have a mic. This guy says they don't have a mic. You have to have a mic. And preferably, they gotta have a VTuber. We could do someone. We could raid someone with the face cam, but that would be too awkward. Remember last time we met that Mexican lady? She was streaming yesterday. I popped by. She was like, "Ah, swollen!" And I was like, "Ay, ay, ay." Is Ant gonna watch the Dan Dan Dan? Yeah, we're watching that. Which is why I gotta get out of here, because that's the first thing that they watch. Some of these streams have like the overlay for knocking. That knocking feature, you can knock on someone's stream. It's pretty annoying. It blocks my view of the stream, like it blocks the overlay. Maybe I'm just being discriminatory. No, but none of these people jump out to me. Either got no cam, no VTuber, or they're cool looking, but they're on the wrong team. What about this person? Sorry, you can't see what I'm seeing. I'm being a bad streamer. Okay, I think we have a person. This person has pet rats. You know what? Let's do it. They have pet rats. Look, we'll close these tabs. We're gonna raid someone with pet rats. I'm not a bully. I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to spread the love. We're gonna raid someone on Team Wizard, and we're gonna help them out. You know, they have they could use some viewers. They could use some positivity. I like their VTuber, and they have rat pets. It's always a good thing in this world. Everyone needs more rat pets. Okay, I'm done with what I'm doing. We're gonna get out of here. Pablo, let's get on with it. It's anime night. We gotta get out of here, Pablo. It's nice. Thanks for stopping by. What a clock out, bud. Thank you guys for the chill. Whether you were here the whole time or at least for a little bit, I'm gonna kick back. I'm gonna heat up these spinach cheesy stuffed breadsticks, and we're gonna go have fun wherever. It's a buyer's market of people to fall asleep to. Tevin is live. Holy shit. The almighty Tevin, he was gone all day. He's back right now to entertain you guys with some smart guys reacts. We have Chalupa, he's playing Mario Party. Oh my god, I love Mario Party. GPM, he's live. He's been live all day. You have so many places to go, chat. But per us playing Splatoon, I will support the category and fellow Splatooners, and we're gonna raid a completely random person who knows nothing about nothing, so don't be weird over there. But just go ahead and support her, because she's on the same team as me. That's literally it. And if you like her, maybe click the heart. But she has rat pets, so that's cool. Thank you so much. BR Joe, the re-up tier 1 for 5 months. Aqua Saber, the re-up tier 1 for 22 months. Kinda Sav, raid with a party of 20. Big Ben, tier 1 for 28 months in a row. And big ups to the Dingas, Dongas, and Swollen __ ones who made it to the end. Like Nurgle, BR Joe, Coggers, Pim Pam, DD Duke, Scrumbles, Nadal Cog. Said your name twice. Perez, Mr. Pun, Goki, TRPG Gamer, Big Ben, Thorny, The Furred Lawbringer, J Frosty Beats, Moxcat, okay, scrolling up, Pancake Mix. We have The Lurkers, UNF, Juzzy51, Almighty Tevin, A_Shybot, Ogrenut, Bearded Biscuit, Iggle Wiggle, Cerulean 86, D-Scythe, Gondola, Gondola, Golem, Ivan Zypher, JC, 200X, Kiangoon, Amoitis, Ned, Sardguard, and everybody else. Okay, what is the raid message gonna be? We need it to be something positive. There can be no inside jokes for this individual. Like, they literally do not know anything. Alright, this is the person. Bye-bye, adios, maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself.
Let's have some fun.
GPM, we're rating this person. We're rating this person playing Splatoon. Bye, GPM. Bye, GPM. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rutu, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Yeah, this is a flowchart raid. I agree. Here's the raid message. It's coming out right now. Alright, extremely positive raid for the person we're going to. She has 4 pet rats, which means she's epic and awesome. And she's on the same team as me. 10 seconds, copy it right now and go bug her with these questions. But don't be weird, but don't be super weird. Bye-bye. Happy Splatoween.